toss and chosen to bat. Please welcome the Yorkshireans, Adam Lythe.
Good morning and welcome to a very sunny Chelmsford as the players make their way out onto the pitch for this county championship match between Essex and Yorkshire. My name's Victoria Polly from BBC Essex, alongside Jonathan Deutsch from the opposition.
The opposition, good morning.
And the news here is that Yorkshire have won the toss and elected to bat first. And it's a very pleasant morning, lots of spectators in. You might be able to hear some school children as well who are having a Champions of Champions tournament going on in the indoor school at some point during the day, but they're ready to take in the first action. So we've got Adam Lythe and Finlay Bean at the crease for Yorkshire. You've been talking to Captain Johnny Bairstow, Jonathan. What was the decision with the toss?
Yeah, he decided that he wanted to bat first. He's been losing them. He won the first toss of the season at Hampshire and they lost the match because they batted terribly, 121 all out, but he's lost everything else since then. So I think it was basically nice to have the choice, really, and 6 millimetres of grass on it.
Porter bowling the first over for Essex. In he comes. It's wide of the leg stump, through to the keeper, no run. So in terms of the Essex team, I'll run you through that. Dean Elgar and Charlie Allison will open the batting together. Tom Wesley, the captain. Robin Dass comes into the side. Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, Noah Thain, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Kassan Rajita and Jamie Porter. So injuries to Paul Walter and Jordan Cox, they drop out. Sam Cook is preparing for that England call-up. His Porter is in second ball of the over into Lythe, who just nudges that one back up the pitch for no run. Yorkshire team, do you want to go through that one, Jonathan?
Yep, so a few changes from last week's defeat by Warwickshire. Adam Lythe and Finlay Bean, who's back in the side, will open the batting. James Wharton at 3. Johnny Tattersall gets his first start of the season, bats at 4. Johnny Bairstow at 5. George Hill 6. Don Bess at 7. He opened last week. And then Matthew Revis, Ben Code, Dan Moriarty and Jack White.
As Porter is into Lythe, this time it squirts out into the offside. That's going to be the first runs of the morning. It's being chased all the way to the boundary by Charlie Allison, who does a sliding stop to keep it inside the boundary, and they'll come back for 3 runs.
Loving the atmosphere. Its entire local school population's turned out, I think, hasn't it?
I'm not sure Charlie Allison would have ever been cheered so much for a,
just a run and field a ball, yeah.
A standard slide and field. Good to see them enjoying it though. Must be a great school trip. Get to watch the cricket. So an opportunity for a first ball of the morning for Finn Bean. Jamie Porter is on his way in from the Graham Gooch end, and that one's left by Bean, through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run.
Yeah, Finlay is looking for some runs. He's had a quiet start to the season and missed out last week because they were trying to shoehorn as many seamers into the side as they could, hence putting Don Bess at the top of the order. I think Finlay was told earlier that he wouldn't be playing and to go away and try and score some runs in the twos, and I think he came up with 155 against Lancs twos, so a bit of confidence back hopefully.
As Jamie Porter is in around the wicket, and that one's pushed out into the covers straight to the fielder for no run. We've got one more ball of the over to come. We will update the BBC Essex listeners shortly. Into the news bulletin. If you want to get in touch, by the way, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com is the way to do so. Three on the board so far. As Jamie Porter is into Bean. That's into the leg side for no run. End of the first over as we update BBC Essex. Well, it's a beautiful sunny day in Chelmsford for this county championship match. Essex looking to bounce back after defeat at Somerset last week, but they have got their injury problems. There's no Paul Walter, there's no Jordan Cox, who is also out of the England Test squad with an abdominal issue that he sustained last week. Sam Cook not included either, as he prepares to be a part of that England squad. So into the side comes Charlie Allison to open the batting. Robin Das comes into the team, and Shane Snater returns as well. Yorkshire have won the toss and elected to bat first. They are 3 without loss so far. We've just had the first over so far, and that's how things stand at Chelmsford.
So Yorkshire will be thankful. That was a fairly quiet first over. I think, as I mentioned earlier, 6 millimetres of grass left on, which would be the that's the shortest, I think, that of anything that Yorkshire have played on so far. There was double that on the pitch at Headingley last week, and a bit more, I think. And we're going to see Shane Snater open as he comes in round the wicket to bowl to Adam Lythe, who opens the face and runs it wide of gully, and will pick up a single. He's started the season well, got 100 in that first match at Hampshire when, as I've said a few times now, he looked really scratchy. He was just playing himself into some form, and he left the ball really well, waited and waited for his opportunities. He won't have had to scrap for many of his 30-odd hundreds as much as he did there, but he got himself into some form, played with fluency on the second day, and he's done pretty well since without adding another ton, as Bean turns one into the leg side. There's no run.
And of course it's a return to Chelmsford for Anthony McGrath, having left at the end of last season. What's that been like so far?
It's been really good, yeah. I think we all knew from a long way out that he was heading back last year. Lots of speculation and conversations taking place about it. In comes Snater, and that's turned into the leg side by Finlay Bean. There's no run. I've been out on the road with him, done 2 or 3 question and answer things, around various cricket clubs back up home. Won the other week after the season had started, and of course once you're playing and that optimism and you haven't lost a game thing, the questions from the floor were a little bit different maybe to what they had been with 1 or 2 that I did with him during the winter. In comes Snater again, and Bean solidly over the top of that, and again there's no run. But he's it's a 5-year contract, so plenty of time. But I think the vibe during the winter was, I'm not looking at waiting until years 4 and 5. I want to start trying to bring trophies back as quickly as possible. There's always this side of cricket for Yorkshire always feels more important. Championship. Snater in, driven by Bean, fielded at mid-off there by Tom Wesley. No run, because that's been the tradition, obviously winning stacks of county championships throughout the history of the club, and white ball cricket. It's been a nice to have, and obviously they've had some success in playing the shorter formats over the years. But I think that'll be interesting next month when they go and play T20 cricket, what Mags can bring that maybe they've not been able to put out on the park in the past. Now then, for the first time, Finlay Bean's playing that one through the offside, but he's got a thick inside contact on it into the leg side. No harm done on this occasion, but the first sort of false shot so far. 2 overs in, Yorkshire 4 without loss.
Yes, wonder how he was feeling about knowing what kind of pitch Essex might prepare ahead of this one, and how he was going to get his team prepared for that.
Well, the lads turned up yesterday, and they've obviously seen the 2 shorter shaved areas at either end, and I think he likes to name his team for all concerns' sake, you know, at least 24 hours before, so the lads all at least know who's playing.
As Porter is into live, it's driven, it comes off the edge of the bat and it's going to run away to the boundary for 4, first boundary of the morning.
Yeah, nicely played, just too much width from Jamie Porter. But yeah, he withheld the final selection, I think, until this morning in terms of his bowlers, with a decision as to whether to play 2 spinners or not. Unusual to play 2 spinners this time of year, but with only 6 millimetres of grass on it, you know, forecast is dry for the next few days. Maybe it's something you would, and I think they were just in case it was his old mates, you know, throwing him a red herring, and then the pitch might change its look this morning before play started, perhaps.
As Porter is into live, it's driven uppishly, it's just wide of mid-off, fielded for no run, 8 on the board for Yorkshire.
But I think it's pretty much as they expected, and so he's gone obviously with 2 spinners here in Dan Moriarty and Dom Bess. The batting lineup on paper is clearly not as strong as it was last week, because Harry Brook and Joe Root both played in their one and only match of the season as far as we're aware.
Jamie Porter bounding into live, and that one's into the leg side, come through for a quick single. The ball is fielded to much applause from the school children.
No David Milan either. He's started the season pretty well. Got a 98 at Headingley against Worcestershire. And he'd been looking in good touch with the bat, but he missed out last week with a groin issue, and that's keeping him out this week, and as far as we're aware probably will do next week. Yorkshire at the Oval next week.
All the runs so far coming off the bat of Adam Lyth as Porter is into Bean. That one's driven straight back at the bowler, tries to divert it towards the stumps. It ricochets and is picked up for no run. So it's still 9 without loss, with Adam Lyth on 9. Finley Bean yet to get off the mark. It's not too much of a breeze around this morning in Chelmsford, just gentle perhaps, if you look at the trees opposite our commentary box at the Graham Goochen, where Porter is running in from 2 Bean, and that's off the edge and drops safely. Porter just finding his length.
Yeah, I mentioned 1 or 2 players missing for Yorkshire, and obviously Sam Cook, huge miss at this stage of any game, but at any stage of any game really for Essex, as well as 1 or 2 others that you've mentioned. But always a challenge with the ball. Cook and Porter up front.
In comes Porter to Bean. It's driven as square of the wickets, and they'll just come through for the single. So Finley Bean off the mark as the ball is in at the end of the over, and the score moves to 10. We've had 3 overs so far.
But if you were going to criticise them on the batting front, then their first innings runs so far have not really hit the mark. They did get maximum batting points against Worcestershire, but this would be a significantly stronger attack, I would think. 121 that first match against Hampshire, and last week also came up short of a batting point, having first go against Warwickshire, mustering just over 200 with Joe and Harry both playing. Yeah, that can happen, of course. Snater in, and that's pushed into the offside by Bean, no run. They went to Lords last year with Shan Masood, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Adam Lyth, you know, very, very good side, and finished 159 all out. So it can happen. That's cricket, as they say. 3 slips in place. Ringfield with a long leg in the Chelmsford sunshine as Snater is in, and Finley Bean, watchful, turns that one into the leg side, and there's no run. The cheering continues, even Snater's getting cheered back to his mark here.
I do wonder how long it will take for them to get bored.
Yeah.
Bored of the cheering, at least. I don't mean the cricket. It's always nice to hear that hum around the ground on the first day's play.
It always makes me laugh because they just go home when it's the end of school, don't they? Whatever time that is that their school finishes. Bean opens the face and runs it to point, no run. I remember at Lord's last year there was a load of several buses, I think, of school kids turned up, and they were there all day, and again it was a similar sort of feel. And then at whatever, 3:45 or something, 3:30, dead, they're all gone. Yeah, great, we want a day off school, so we'll go watch the cricket, but once it gets to end of school time, no,
it's not
that, no. In comes Snater again, past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, thuds into the thigh pad of Finlay Bean this time, no run. The umpires, by the way, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Jack Shantry for this one. Mike Smith is the match referee. No Jordan Buckingham for Yorkshire, which is an interesting call. Not sure if he's got a niggle or not. Don't think so, because he's travelled with the team, so you would have expected that he was ready to play. Made his debut in the match against Warwickshire at Headingley last week. Snater in and bowling at the pads of Bean, who turns that into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, such disappointing news for Jordan Cox, that abdominal injury that he picked up last week at Somerset, ruling him out of being a part of the England Test squad. And that's the second time he's had an issue like that. In the winter, it was the thumb injury he picked up just before he was set to make his Test debut. So he's really not had any luck at all when it comes to the international call-ups, and we wish him all the best with the recovery from that injury.
Yes. Snater again, and Bean with a solid block to complete the over. Yeah, you really feel for him, because you know that's big stuff, and that's what you know when you start playing the game, that's the dream, isn't it?
He must have been so excited to have that second opportunity, and then to pick up that injury last week when he was batting. You can't imagine how disappointing he will be. He will be.
And I guess it's in the lap of the gods as to who comes in as to how well they play, because you know if you're in possession and all that, then you deserve to keep your place as well. But the fact that he was in last year and then didn't play, and he's been in again, suggests that he's probably going to get another opportunity, because they clearly fancy him, or else they wouldn't keep naming him in the squads.
You'd like to think so. As Porter is in to begin his third over to Lythe, who was just coming forward to that one, plays it for no run. And Paul Walter misses out with a hamstring injury that he picked up last week as well. I can see him at the moment from where I am in the commentary box. He's just standing outside the pavilion. I saw him walking around earlier. He didn't look to be limping, but you can never really tell with a hamstring injury, can you? It's not until you set off in that change of pace that it can really be an issue. As Porter is in, that's driven uppishly, and it's a diving effort for a one-handed catch from Charlie Allison, as Adam Lythe just played at that one on the drive, and that's a missed opportunity there.
I think he drove it into the turf.
Did it hit the turf first?
I think so, yeah.
It was a good stop anyway there from Charlie Allison.
It was full, and I think he just drove it into the turf and it bounced up. Crowd catch.
As Porter is in, that one's driven along the ground, and across comes Regita from mid-on to do the fielding. 10 without loss. Essex got 3 slips alongside Michael Pepper with the gloves. Dean Elgart, Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley all in position. Porter is into Lythe, leaves that one through to Pepper for no run.
I'm sure we'll work out on trying to get rid of the echo. I don't know what it is, but I've not got any audio on my laptop at all. In fact, I've not even got the stream on. I said I was going to put it on, but I've not managed to actually do the necessary there.
Porter into live. Off the edge of the bat, drops into the offside for no run. Yeah, we've got the river stand in front of us closed today because of the proximity and the pitch that's being used. There's no spectators in front of us. There's just a couple of photographers and the stream that you may be watching us on, or you may be listening on the BBC Sport website and app to our commentary. In comes Porter, final ball of the over. And that just comes off the pad, drops into the pitch, and at the end of the over, it's a maiden from Jamie Porter.
Yep, tidy stuff from him. You can get in touch, by the way, as a few of you already have, on @JDZ Events. What's yours, Victoria?
Is that X?
That's X, sorry, yeah.
Victoria Polly, @Victoria Polly.
BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com as well. If you fancy sending us an email. Bent Nielsen, up there in Denmark, regular Yorkshire supporter, says, morning, double, toil and trouble, fire, burn and cauldron bubble. And Snater bowls to Finlay Bean, who pushes at one just wide of off stump. Through to the gloves of Michael Pepper, no run. He says, added a hair from the tail of a fast horse to fend off slow over rates. No animals were harmed in making this concoction. Newt's eyes doesn't count. That's too cryptic for me on a Friday morning, Ben. Snater leaving our commentary position behind and bowling it now, and Bean opens the face and will run that one down towards third man and will get 4 runs. The pace of the ball taking it all the way. First boundary for him. It's one of these, isn't it, where the board over there is slower than that one over there?
Yes, it's always the way. We normally have the scoreboard on the screen above your head, but for some reason, I don't know if the batteries have gone in the remote or what's going on, but I can't make it work, so I feel a bit out of sorts trying to look at various different scoreboards.
Snater in again. Good response. And defended by Finlay Bean. Jacob Brew says, looking forward to the commentary and stream today. The mics stroke audio currently has a bit of an echo.
I think we might have sorted it. I think it might just be the position of our mic picking up the action for you. It's quite close to you, isn't it? So it might just be picking you up twice.
Okay. Well done. Obviously more technical than me. Andrew Christie asks if it's a vital relegation battle. Worcestershire will go down plus one of these two. Thoughts? Snater to Bean, who blocks. Well, people have been saying this to me recently because Yorkshire obviously find themselves second from bottom in the table. But I think basically they've just got to play better. And I think they've got the ability to get themselves out of the position they're in comfortably if they play well, but they've got to bat better first up than they have done on a couple of occasions. And here's the latest challenge. I couldn't really comment from an Essex point of view, but Victoria might be better doing so on that front. Snater to Bean, high elbow in defending. Any relegation concerns down there?
Well, no, it felt like it changed so quickly with the table. You know, 1 minute you pick up the win over Worcestershire, and then don't have a game for a week, and then suddenly that it was a really disappointing loss at Somerset, and it all changed, and suddenly you look at it and you think, oh, 8th, you know, it kind of I don't know, it feels a bit of a false position because I feel like Essex have been better than that.
Snater to Bean, lovely straight drive, but fielded with his own boot there by the bowler to complete the over at 14 without loss. I mean, I never think Essex in terms of relegation, because the team's always up there in the top division and always competitive.
I think it's also difficult because of the different amount of games teams have played. It's always hard to tell, isn't it, with who's going to pick up what bonus points and points and how things are going to change. I don't think they can go higher than 8th in this round of games because of what's going on around them. But I certainly don't have any kind of worries in that sense at the moment. but I'm usually an optimistic person anyway, so I think if you ask Essex fans as well, I don't think there would be any alarm bells ringing at this stage at the moment.
Chris Douglas, thanks for your message, which says that receiving loud and clear without echo in sunny Hull. If you can receive anything without echo in Hull, then you're doing all right. Chris, is that right?
Jamie Porter will continue from the Graham Gooch end. He's the fourth over of this first session, as that one is driven into the ground and straight to the fielder, and that does get a bit of a crowd response from the school children. Oh, I think have all won their respective tournaments in their areas and have been invited today to compete and watch a bit of cricket. I think that wind's picking up as well. The makeshift sight screen behind Jamie Porter is really getting the breeze behind it. As Porter is into live, that one's off the edge of the bat. There's a diving stop in the field as they come through for a single to put 15 on the board.
That was actually a lovely artistic piece of fielding, the way he got down two-handed and made a little roll to get back up to his feet. That felt like it was pretty well practiced.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see who that is over there. In comes Porter. That one is again through the covers from Finley Bean this time, and that's not going to be stopped by anyone. It's straight to the boundary for 4. It's Luke Benkenstein out there doing the fielding. Yeah,
now I did overhear a conversation when I was in the middle waiting for the toss to be filmed. One of the Essex split is Noah Thane not out there.
He's not, no.
Yeah, he's split the webbing in his finger, and I think
ouch.
And Tom Wesley asked Johnny Bairstow for permission to put on a substitute while if Yorkshire, well, I don't know quite either way what was going on, but I think they were trying to get a stitch put in there. Basically, he's going to play.
Porter is into Bean. It's driven back to the bowler for no one. Yeah, so Luke Benkenstein out there in place of Noah Thane there.
He did say if we're batting first, he might nip to the hospital, would it be, sort of thing. But I'm guessing, presumably, he's probably gone now if we've got a substitute fielder on. Because when he said, can we have a substitute, JB said, not to bat, no. It was all, with smiles on faces.
19 without loss as Porter is into Bean. That one squirts off the edge of the bat. Will be chased by Benkenstein as they drop through for the single. And we're 20 on the board. Approaching the first half an hour play. We are going to be joined by Sophia Smale on commentary shortly. Essex bowler.
Yeah, I've commentated on a game or two where Sophia's been playing, but never actually spoken to her before, apart from say hello before we came on air.
There we go. We've got all day to chat as Porter is into live. That one is edged into the leg side. Happy to come through for these quick singles. And that's the end of the over. 21 without loss. Adam Lyth is on 11 and Finley Bean is on 10.
Yeah, I'll use that word again. Quiet. Yorkshire, I think, will be quite happy at the moment. It's been a quiet start. There've been no oohs and ahs from the bowlers and lots of appeals and giving of any chances so far. As we know, that can change in one ball. But they'll be happy enough with the first 26 minutes of play. Just try and get through this first session with minimal losses.
We've got Mackenzie Jones out in the field as well. Hopefully that's a more temporary substitute.
Could be just for an over. Martin Bloomfield's been in touch. More in a sec because Snater's running in and bowling now to Lyth, who Works it nicely off his legs down to long leg for a single. He says, delighted Johnny Tat is getting an outing in this match. I know in this day and age there's no room for sentimentality, but in my view his contribution to the team effort last season left a significant number of points in the Ledger's credit column. Go well, Tykes. Thanks, Martin. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Yeah, Johnny Tattersall, of course, captain in Yorkshire in the latter part of last season when they got promoted. Snater in, nicely worked off his legs as well here by Finlay Bean. Another single. But yeah, professional sport. It's a tough one, but Johnny Bairstow, captain in the side this year. He's going to keep wicket. And Johnny Tattersall has been unable to force himself in until this match. He's put runs on the board in the second team and for his club Knaresborough. Snater in to Lythe, who turns it to mid-wicket. Robin Dass doing the fielding, no run. And I guess also about professional sport is if you're not in the side and your coach is asking you to make sure you're ready when he wants you, get yourself some runs. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Go away and do that, and then hope you can bring that form back to the first team when you get your chance, and you'll have a big chance here at 4.
The same for Essex's number 4, Robin Dass, making his first appearance of 2025 in the County Championship.
Snater continuing round the wicket, but wide of Lythe's off stump, and he shoulders arms once again. Good crowding. What sort of numbers would you get on average?
There was good numbers for the opening match of the season against Surrey. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what the first day has been, because it was a similar day to this, I think.
Snater to Lythe, who defends again.
I think we had about, well, there was around about 1,300 in on the Saturday, but I do remember there being engineering works when it came to the train, so that might have hampered that. I think it was about 2,300 on the first day of the season, which would have been the Friday, so it's hard to tell from this vantage point about today's attendance, but it's good.
Yep, Snater in again, and Lythe opens the face, runs it to point. There's no run. Yeah, about 2-3 for the first day last week at Headingley. Time for me to step out.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Be back with us later on, as the two batters just meet in the middle for a chat. Essex swap things round, and we welcome Sophia onto commentary. There's going to be a change of bowling for Essex. It's going to be Kason Rajita from the Graham Gooch end, just having a chat with Jamie Porter, as who he takes over from. Good morning.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Is this a rare day off?
Yeah, and a day off that falls for a home game at Chelmsford. There's not that many, to be honest. But yeah, no, haven't done it in a while actually. I got to a few Gloss games last year, but yeah, thank you for having me.
We'll have a bit more of a chat about how your season's been going so far. So we just wait for Rajita to get ready to bowl. I think he's still going through the warm-ups. Essex is going to continue with the 3 slips that they've got in place. You can still hear the excitement and the liveliness in the Felsted School stand over to our left-hand side. Right, I think we are ready to continue from the Graham Gooch end. 23 without loss is the score for Yorkshire. And it will be Rajita in to Bean. Strikes him on the pad as we're straight on as he turned towards the ball. Drops into the offside for no run. So is this the first time you managed to get down here when it's not been a case of you playing yourself?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. Normally, I guess if there's a game on, I guess I'm normally training. So
yeah, it's fallen slightly differently, hasn't it, this week with the schedules. Rajita is in to Bean, upper sleeve for no run. So tell us a little bit about the season so far.
I think collectively as a team we've probably not done as well as we probably should be doing. Yeah, probably not a great start, but I think there's always positives out of that. I think we've definitely got better over the past few games, so that's a positive, I guess.
As Rajita is into Bean and squirts into the leg side, they will come through for at least a single, and that is all they're going to do because Shane Snater is a wider fine leg to do the fielding, so it's 24 without loss. I guess a lot of the team would have stayed together from Sunrisers, but then there's been other additions like yourself. What's it been like fitting in at Chelmsford?
Yeah, pretty easy, to be honest. A good group of girls. Lucky enough, I'd played a little bit of 100 with quite a few of them, but a little bit of under-19s with some of them, so yeah, easy really.
Rajita's moving past the bowler into live. This one's into the leg side, straight to mid-on for no run. And what's it been like when you've played at Chelmsford? You've had all the Sunday games so far, haven't you? I think they've all been on a Sunday, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, I've had good memories at Chelmsford. I made my debut here, actually, in professional cricket for Storm. Yeah, so I feel like it was pretty good ground for me, personally. And then, yeah, so far, I can't really complain. It's a good batting track, normally. But, yeah, crowds have been really good as well, so yeah, it's definitely a really good ground to play women's cricket.
So I'm going to change in the field. Matt Critchley's coming into the leg side, going short mid wickets as Rajita comes in for penultimate ball of the over. And that one's flashes on the pad. They'll come through for a leg bye. Looks like the umpire's ready to signal. Yes, it did come off just the pad. 25 without loss. What have you made of things so far this morning, having watched from the back of the commentary box?
Yeah, I think Yorkshire will be pretty happy with the start. Hasn't looked like it's nibbled around too much, to be honest. Probably sums up Chelmsford wickets pretty nicely.
Being on strike as Rajita is in. That one is a bigger appeal from around the field as it strikes Bean on the pad. Umpire not interested, and they'll finish the over 25 without loss.
Looked a little bit high from here, didn't it?
We're probably in a better position than we've been in the previous couple of games in terms of where the pitch is located
with
today.
This view. It's a good view. But no, they'll be pretty happy with the start, I think. Yeah, there's not been too much movement, and 8 overs have gone now, and they're without loss, so I'm sure they'll be pretty happy. But as I said, Chelmsford is normally a good batting track, so yeah.
I think that's what Sam's been in touch on the emails to say. So with Yorkshire picking 2 spinners, the pitch looking flat this morning, and Essex's weakened batting lineup, have Essex missed a trick by not picking Benkenstein over Snater. Snater, who is about to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Now, I don't want to put you on the spot here to it. Do you commentate as well, or are you here to give us the expert view? Because I don't want to take an over off you if you want to commentate, but I don't want to put you on the spot and make you do it.
Yeah, I don't normally do it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. As Snater is into live.
I haven't normally had the option, to be honest. Yeah. So
I didn't check with you before we came on air, so I didn't want to just wait for you to do it.
Thanks for giving me the offer, but I actually don't think I've ever done an over. I just come in whenever. But yeah, we'll
No,
see how it goes.
We'll get your expert opinion as we go through. I'll tell you what's happening. You can tell us why it's happening. I'll get back to Sam's email in a moment because he had some thoughts on the pitch as Snater is into lie. That was just pushed into the ground for no run. Sam goes on to say, I appreciate it's a bit of a left field option. This would be to go for Benkenstein, but it would allow Harmer to bat 9, and this pitch doesn't look as if it would offer Snater too much. I'd appreciate to hear the thoughts of the commentary team on this. Well, there we go. There's your first
There's
thoughts.
my question. I do think Simon Harmer's going to have to play a big part here, obviously, as Snater's running into bowl.
And he's into Lythe, who just moves the bat out that way and lets that through to Pepper for no run, 25 without loss.
Yeah, I think Simon Harmer's going to have to play a big role. I think Sam's right. I think the pitch will probably open up and we'll probably get a bit of purchase out of it. I mean, Simon Harmer tends to get purchase wherever he goes. So, yeah, I get his thoughts about Benkenstein.
Well, as it is, he is out there anyway for poor Noah Fane, who's got hand troubles as Snater is in. Live pushes that one to Robin Das for no run. I think one thing you could say about last week at Somerset is Essex probably did miss Shane Snater's ability with the bat as well, just that lower order where once Jordan Cox had retired hurt, he it was a bit of a clatter of wickets, and they could have done with that maybe 30 plus runs extra to get on the lead. So he does offer you that as well as the variation with the bowling, as Snater is into Lythe, leaves that one.
Yeah, and obviously now that Noah Fane is currently not on the pitch as well, they are down a seamer. So, yeah, obviously Snater being here gives them that extra seam bowling option as Fane's probably in hospital.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound too good.
No, I'm assuming that was a warm-up.
Yeah.
Potentially a warm-up injury.
Yeah, must be.
In comes Snater to Lythe, who was coming forward to that one. Bottom edge and end of Snater's over. So 25 without loss. Lythe is on 12, as is Finlay Bean.
As we were talking about Snater then, that over was pretty good, to be fair. Got batter leaving a few times. On the money. On the money. It does not look like there's too much movement out there, to be honest, does it? It's not nipping and swinging much, is it? No,
we're not seeing too much yet. We're still, what are we, 40 minutes in. Essex v Yorkshire. Victoria Polly with you from BBC Essex. Sophia Smale, one of the Essex women's cricketers alongside us, and Jonathan Doige as well, providing us with the Yorkshire view on day one. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Rajita from the Graham Gooch end. He's into Bean, who's driving that one back past Rajita, who tried to stick out her hand to stop it, but it is going to run all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, probably should have actually got a hand on that one. Sat up quite nicely for the right. Yeah, I think he probably did get a fingertip on it.
I wasn't sure if the way he took his hand away quickly was oh, I better not get there, or it did hit me.
Yeah.
And he comes for the second ball of the over then to Bean. Turns that one into the leg side for no run.
A lovely shot from Bean anyway. There's no better shot than hitting it straight past the bowler. Always gives.
Unless you are the bowler.
Well, yeah. Always gives you a lot of confidence that when you get one past the bowler, you feel like, yeah, sometimes you feel like you're in really good touch when you can get driving past the bowler. So I'm sure that's given him some confidence. In
comes Rajita to Bean. And played into the offside. Get the connection on that one, so that will be another dot ball. How much crossover is there? I guess with the different schedules, you're probably often training at different times to the men's first team, or they're playing when you're not, or you're playing when they're not.
Well, to be honest, in the winter, I only think there was about 2 or 3 of them in the country. So
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, not too much in the winter.
As Regita is into Bean, who plays that one with a straight back to the bowler for no run.
We saw, the 2 or 3 that were around, we sort of saw quite a little bit of. They'd pop in for their net sessions, vice versa, and we had a few like group yoga sessions, things like that. In the summer, it's pretty full on, I guess. Dribs and drabs, occasionally, but yeah, not too much, to be honest. They're either away, we're away.
Yeah, it's a very rare day as Vegeta is in. That one comes off the thigh pad of Bean, who just, I don't know if he's slapping it to show it's where it came off, or just because it might have stung a little bit there.
But no, yeah, there's not too much crossover in the summer. It's just jam-packed.
Yeah, so will you go to Southampton tomorrow?
Yeah, Southampton tomorrow, yeah. I think we're training at the Aegeus Bowl tomorrow, so yeah.
And then ready for Sunday's match.
Yeah, Sunday's match.
In comes Regita to Bean, drives that one to mid-on for no run. The final ball, oh no, have I gone too early? We're not at the final ball. No, we are. They were just a bit slow in getting there for the final ball of the over, 29 without loss.
Yeah, they definitely seem, I don't know, I do think there's obviously more matches this year for the women, and I definitely can feel it.
Yeah.
I don't know, I do think we did have 2 matches a week last year, but I definitely feel like there's more this year already, so.
It does feel like it's been
full on.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Has that changed your training then, and sort of feeling?
Yeah, so that's
it?
why today, like, we're not training, and yesterday was an optional train, so yeah, trying to get people rested as much as possible, because I mean we're in May and we've got until September, and a lot of those girls will be playing hopefully every game of the 100 and potentially England A and England things, so yeah, I think we'll probably be pretty knackered come September, same as the men really, but yeah, definitely have found that there's more optional training, or more advised maybe not to train on certain days. Yeah, and we are seeing Simon Harmer bowling early.
Yes, so a change of bowling, 45 minutes into the first day's play, and Simon Harmer is going to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. How much are we going to see him over the course of this match? As he's in with his spin to Lythe, who is forward to it, pushing into the offside for no run. I have to find the exact figure, but it was a monumental effort in the first game against Surrey with the amount of overs that he bowled. In he comes, and Lythe is going to come forward to that one, shuffles over the top of the field and away for 4 runs.
It's a statement of intent.
It's certainly one way to play it. He's decided after that first ball it was going to take him on.
Yeah, second ball of probably his best bowler. Just bash him over his head.
We'll see how much turn Simon Harmer can get out of this pitch, as he is into Lythe, who this time decides to play a similar shot to the first ball of the over and just push forward and defend.
Yeah, I think it's probably just about Simon Harmer being really, really patient, probably settling in for quite a few overs here.
As he is in, that one didn't come out of his hand properly. That was very high. It was volleyed into the offside.
Must have been the loosener, that one. Although he is 3 balls in now.
He did not get that out of the fingers the way he wanted. And they've come through for a single. So Finley Bean, who's on 16, has the chance to face Harmer, who is in. That was a one that kept lower that time. Just played back to the bowler for no run. I'll run you through the some of the other scores in a moment from Division 1 and 2, but never easy when it's Simon Harmer turning back on his mark and ready to go again to Bean. Forward, that comes off the edge. It's going to trickle down to third. Jamie Porter gets there as they come through for the single. End of the over, 35 without loss on the board for Yorkshire, and we have had 11 overs so far. So, scores elsewhere in Division 1. Nottinghamshire 23 without loss in their match against Hampshire at Trent Bridge. Sussex 46 without loss against Worcestershire. And Warwickshire 42 without loss against Surrey. So we haven't had a lot of wickets. In fact, we haven't had any wickets anywhere.
Good batting conditions,
in Division 1, yes. So
Blue
definitely a good toss to win. Division 2, Glamorgan are 40 for 1 at Kent. Northamptonshire 38 for 2 against Lancashire. We obviously haven't got all of the teams in action in this round of games as Rajita is in. That one's wide of off stump, left alone by Bean. Just had Pepper diving to his left.
Yeah, promising signs for Simon Harmer, though. That last ball caught the outside edge. That's always what you want. Obviously, probably coming to the attack early as well with two left-handers out there, so keen match-up off spin against the left-hander always.
Yeah, in comes Rajita to Bean, and he doesn't get full connection on that one as he tries to turn it into the leg side. I'm still impressed that the school children are still chattering away in the background.
It was quite the racket at Cow when I walked in. They have died down slightly.
Yeah, there's not quite so many cheers for the various stops in the field as Rajita is in. That one's driven nicely by Bean, and there is a fielder coming in to dive. I think it was Tom Wesley, the captain, just to stop the pace of the ball, because it did look like it was going to be driven all the way to the boundary there.
Yeah, I do think Essex needs to be really patient here. Obviously, he's obviously not doing too much out there, so I think it's just about settling in line and length, and yeah, I guess drawing the mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, and Jonathan was telling us earlier, Adam Nythe having a good time with the bat so far. Philly being potentially less consistent, as this one is driven back towards the bowler by Lythe, picked up by Wesley at mid off for no run.
But yeah, I do think we'll see Simon Harmer bowling quite a few today, tomorrow,
Yes.
next day.
I imagine when the news of the toss broke, he realised his workload for today as Rajita is in. Fuller delivery, driven up to mid-on for no run. Not a work for Wesley and Porter to do at the moment in their respective fielding positions.
To be fair, as a spinner, I would love to bowl. God knows how many overs he's going to get through today, but it's going to be 20 plus probably, isn't it? So I'd love to bowl 20 overs in a day, let me tell you.
It must still take its toll in the body in different ways, as Rajita is into Lythe, and that one is turned into the leg side for no run. End of the over, 36 without loss. So as you've been hearing, Essex just need to be patient with the ball, but Yorkshire will be pleased so far with the bat. So are you willing to spill some of the secrets on the Essex women's team, on some of the characters? Who's sort of your joker around the camp?
Oh, joker. I mean, to be fair, Captain Scriv is She's pretty funny, to be honest. I don't know if it's the accent more than anything.
Tapping of the bat from Bean as Harmer is in, and that's pushed into the offside for no run.
But yeah, she's probably more laugh at her than her at times. But yeah, she's good to have in the dressing room.
In comes Harmer on the back foot this time. Bean just hitting that one into the offside for no run. I was asking her when I spoke to her a couple of weeks ago. I think it was before the Durham game, and I said, "Oh, such a long coach journey. What did you do for all that time?" She was telling me as Harmer is in to Bean on the back foot again, just prodding it into the offside for no run. I think she said a few maybe play cards. Is that one of the activities for a long journey?
Yeah, I think we did play cards actually up to Durham. I'm trying to think now.
In comes Harmer, bit of flight on that one. It's off the edge of the bat. It's going to drop safely, and in fact is going to run away for 4 runs. Not sure he knew too much about the way in which he got the connection there, but it is a boundary for Bean.
Yeah, he didn't quite get hold of that one. Just got enough. Yeah, cards. To be fair, I think Scriv probably slept the whole way home. I think she was lying in the aisle, if I can remember. It was a long journey.
Harmer in on the front foot. Bean just pushing that one. He's moved on to 22 now. Adam Lythe is on 17, so in fact he's overtaken his opening partner. In comes Harmer, and that's turned into the leg side by Bean on that occasion for no run. End of Harmer's over, 40 without loss.
No, I've never actually been that far up to Durham, so yeah, it was an experience in itself. First game of the season, a bit chilly up there as well.
I can imagine. I guess that you probably will get to play at different grounds, because not all of them would have been grounds that would have been used in the previous competition.
So, Durham was, I'd never played there before. I think most others I've probably played at. I think the only one I haven't played at this year, which I think I'm playing at, is Derby. I'm pretty sure Blaze are playing there because they're playing across the region. So I think we're playing at Derby, and I've actually never played at Derby, so that'll be a new one. I've heard great things about the ground.
Ticking them off. Rajita beginning his over from the Graham Gooch end into Lythe, who has just played that one nicely through the offside for 4 runs.
It absolutely flies over those squares.
Yeah, it's a very quick outfield. Once you do get the connection on it, it just seems to whistle away to the boundary.
As a bowler, I can tell you that.
That certainly got the Felsers stand excited again, as that ball was not too far from where they're situated, as Rajita is into Lythe, just defending that one into the leg side for no run. Where's your favourite place to play?
That's a good question. I do love playing at the Oval. Yeah, when it's packed out in the 100, I don't think there's any better place, to be honest.
In comes Rajita. Lythe is waiting for fuller delivery, and Lythe just takes a couple of steps to get it out of his feet. Played into the offside for no run.
But another one. I do actually really like playing at Chelmsford. I think I just quite like that it's quite small and you feel quite close to the crowd, which is nice. And I guess it's hard to go past like Sophia Gardens. Obviously I'm Welsh, and I grew up training there and watching Glamorgan as a kid, so yeah.
In comes Rajita to Lythe, who straightens up and plays that one into the pitch for no run. Have you still got connections with Glamorgan? You've got quite a cricketing family, haven't you?
My brother plays for Glamorgan, so yeah. I think he's in the squad for the ones today. didn't get in, but I'm sure he'll be hoping to get in the Vitality Blast team. And actually, unbelievably, I think we're playing Hampshire and Essex playing Glamorgan in the evening
Yes.
in the Vitality Blast. So yeah, Mum has no excuse not to come.
It's a
for that
family
one.
double header.
Yeah.
Regita's going to come around the wicket this time to Lythe. Oh, there's an edge there, but it's fallen safe. It's going to run away and be chased by Benkenstein as they come back for 2 runs. And that's the first bit of movement and
squared
draw.
up a little bit there, wasn't it?
46 without loss. Lythe on 23.
No, I'm definitely excited for that game though. It'll be nice, like, finish my game and then hopefully watch my brother. Got to be impartial.
Yeah, that'll be a difficult one for you, as that one is in from Regita, played back by Lythe. I guess I know your family loyalties will probably have to come above county on that one, but definitely I'd forgotten that some of the double headers weren't necessarily always against the same teams, are they?
It's a bit weird that actually. But yeah, I remember. I also think it's on Sky. So my grandpa will absolutely love that one.
Oh.
He'll be settled in for the evening.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to them. I think I've always really enjoyed the double header kind of the atmosphere of one game, and then you've still got something else to look forward to as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's the best thing about the 100 is the fact that women and men are playing together, and then people watch both. I actually have really enjoyed it actually when the women went last. That was really good. It's nice to play under lights as well.
Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's into Bean. It's looped in and pushed out into the offside for no run. So this is what, Harmer's 3rd over now? Are we into? Yeah. 10 runs off his bowling so far. In he comes to Bean, who's again just defending that one into the offside.
I think we do have a few games under lights this year, which is, again, really good. I think, obviously, that's the benefit of the Vitality Blast, isn't it?
Yeah, fingers crossed for the weather as Harmer is in. It's pushed into the offside further this time, which will allow Bean to come through for the single. Picked up by Tom Wesley. Yeah, I think there's quite a few Wednesday evening T20 matches here, which will be really good. Have to try and get our cricket show live from the ground as Harmer is in, defended this time by Lythe.
I've heard it gets pretty rowdy and
it can. Chelmsford
can get quite hostile at Chelmsford on a Vitality 220 blast. I think that's from my brother actually.
He's been on the receiving end.
Yeah, receiving end.
Harmer is into Lythe, and that one's defended into the offside for no run.
I have actually experienced a little bit of that actually already. I think when we were playing 50 overs, there's a few people that sit near the fence and they like to call out people that are overstepping the line.
Harmer is in, and that one squirts into the offside for no run. Well, they keep everybody in check then.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it. It was for the opposition, so and eventually the umpire did pick it up, so he's done his job pretty well.
47 without loss on the board. We've had 15 overs. Haysom Regita's going to continue to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. And shall I take one more over, Jonathan, or are you ready to come back in? Yeah, he's ready to come back in. So what I'll do, is I'll come out the way, and we'll all shuffle one over.
Thank you.
So first ball of the over sees Finley Bean turn that one into the leg side, and there is no run. Good morning. Good afternoon, sorry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. These headphones are a little bit smaller for my head, which is good.
Are you trying to say I'm big-headed?
No, I've just got a pea head. Regita taking his time here.
Just having a chat with Tom Wesley about, or maybe the captain's trying to impart some tactical knowledge on him round the wicket. Ooh, now then, if he did, not far off the mark there. Finlay Bean gets lucky for the first time today. Inside edge between his body and leg stump. Probably about a foot past leg stump. We're right behind it. It wasn't that close, but it was a false stroke. He gets 4, and that takes him to, he said reluctantly, checking, 27 now, 51.
Yeah, 50 partnership up.
And these two have been good for the last couple of seasons for Yorkshire, and were averaging going on for 60 as a partnership. That might have taken a bit of a dent in the early part of the campaign, as Finlay Bean gets in behind this and there's no run. So what have you made of the first hour or so then?
Yeah, I think I just said Victoria's a good start for Yorkshire, really. Looks like a good batting track, doesn't it? Yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens over the next few days. Might get a bit of purchase for the spinners.
Yeah, you'd certainly be thinking that way. As Bean drives to Wesley at mid-off. No run.
There doesn't really look to be much movement out there, does it?
No, it's going to be hard work as a bowler, I think, by the looks of what we've seen in the first hour.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have to be patient. Just keep ploughing on a good length.
As ever, discipline going to be the key. Rajito in again on the Hayes close end. It's flicked to leg this time by Finlay Bean. Fielded in there by Snater. There's no run. Talking about the crowds, as we were saying when I was just on, 2,300 here according to Victoria recently, and it was the same at Headingley last week, but just because of the sheer difference in size of the stands, it feels like there's plenty of people in here today.
Yeah, I always think that about the small grounds.
At Headingley, half the place not open with so many more seats has been. Gets a full length delivery and drives. Yep, no ball. And a couple on the total.
Yeah, it feels pretty packed out here, doesn't it? But if you probably put all those people at Headingley.
Yeah, different field just in that east and northeast stand at Headingley. That's pretty much where most people go and sit to watch the games up there. Championship games, that is, of course, everywhere open for the T20s. And comes right again, and that is flicked again to Snater round about mid-wicket, and there is no run. So another relatively quiet over. He got a half opportunity with that delivery that Bean snicked for 4. A little bit of luck on Finlay Bean's side, and he probably deserves that. You know, you need that little bit, don't you? And he's not had much so far. He's had a couple of iffy decisions, I'd say.
Yeah.
It doesn't help when you wait. You know, you're trying to work your way to that first score of the season. You want to get one on the board.
Yeah, you've always got to have a little bit of luck. Have you done much of the women's stuff, sure?
No, not as much. No, I mean, did about a dozen games last year.
Yeah.
I think we're down to sort of 3, 4 when they're double headers.
Yeah.
With the men.
Yeah.
Are you? You won't be up at Headingley, will you?
I won't be.
No.
We might be playing Yorkshire in the County Cup.
Right. But of course, because they're in Tier 2 now, that's changed things.
I think they have to play, or maybe they beat Derbyshire the other day in it, didn't they? So I don't know if they've got to beat someone else, I think, and then I think we've got them.
Simon Harmer to continue round the wicket, drifts one down the leg side, no run. Yeah, they didn't only beat Derbyshire, did they? They won by. That's going to be one of those scores that will be very difficult for them to beat. It'll be a record for the club for a long time, you would think.
Yeah.
300 odd runs is a massive win in a 4-day game, let alone in a 50-over match. 4 runs here for Adam Lythe, who got down on one knee and sort of slog swept Simon Harmer, really. It's gone just backward of square, away in front of the stand over there. So he's on to 27, 57 without loss, Yorkshire. Ailsa Campbell, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think I'm right in saying we got big score in very quick time.
She's a big hitter, to be fair. Once she gets in her zone.
Harmer in again. What has he got as a response? That's a better delivery around about off stump. All Adam Lythe thinks he missed out there. He's cracked it away to the man who's squarish at cover, and there's a gap that he can clearly see between the catcher in at short extra and that fielder, and he replayed the shot as if it should have gone through the gap. This time the man from short extra's into field. Interesting field he's got set here, Simon Harmer, long off. Two men almost in line at short extra and wideish mid-off. And again he bowls the delivery wide of off stump that Lythe hammers into the deck. And Lythe just wants to not get too excited here, keep a lid on things. In comes Harmer again. And Lythe with a touch into the leg side to complete the over at 57 without loss. So how's things gone with you at the start of the season?
Yeah, I just said to Victoria, probably not the start we've wanted. Just the one win, which is frustrating, but yeah, I think we know we probably haven't been quite as good enough, probably with the bat. I think we definitely are getting there. I think we had a really good win against Warwickshire at home, and then lost to Blaze. God, what was it now? Wednesday? Or Tuesday, I think.
Always a good side, the Blaze.
Yeah, they are a very good side. They had Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones opening the batting, so yeah, probably didn't. Again, our batting failed us a little bit, and we didn't get enough runs. And if you don't really get those batters out early, unfortunately, they get themselves in. That's why they're two of the best in the country, really, isn't it? So. They've got a very good side, and their top four is very good, to be fair.
But as long as, if you've not been playing that well, as long as you know that that's the reason you've got it in you to play better. It's if you're doing as well as you can and you're still struggling.
Yeah, we knew we were a little bit light on runs, and we didn't actually bowl too badly, to be honest. Just played very well, to be fair.
Snater back on at the Hayes close end this time, and he's bowling to Bean, who's timed one nicely through mid-wicket. It just escaped the diving fielder in there, and it'll get him a single. John Story from Harrogate has emailed in. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address. He says, great pictures and comms from Chelmsford. Interesting chat about relegation candidates this morning. The issue is influenced by 8 points for a draw. Playing high-scoring ball draws is the same as 50% win rate, whereas a narrow one-wicket defeat gets you only bonus points. Draws should be worth less than 8, maybe 5 or 6 at the most. Yeah, I think this is something we've talked about last season as well, John. Otis Gibson was quite keen on reducing the points for a draw, and I know Anthony McGrath is as well, having spoken to him about it, and I think we'd probably all say that for interesting cricket's sake, really. There's another dot ball there. If you ramp up the points for a draw, it doesn't encourage us, does it, to take a risk?
Probably doesn't encourage people to come and watch it either, if people just consistently getting draws.
Yep. Snater having a good long chat with Wesley on his way back to his mark, which just takes those extra few seconds out of the game. There was the usual chat from the two umpires with the captains beforehand about getting through their overs. Snater in, lovely square drive by Adam Lythe here. That's gone for 4. Maybe didn't absolutely nail it like he can, but
just slightly over pitched again. He's hit a few through there now.
Yeah, very strong.
Yeah, very strong cover drive. Looks in good touch.
Don't want to give him too much room. Malcolm Palmer says that far too soon to get worried about relegation. I doubt we'll miss Root and Brook on last match's showing, but could have done with Milan. Still, I've got plenty of faith in our youngsters. What about the 90 from Joe Root then? Did that not make much difference, Malcolm? Snater in, driven by Lythe up to mid-off. There's no run. And Steve says, hello everyone from Ann Arbor, Michigan, 40 miles west of Detroit. Looking forward to a great match featuring 2 players from this year's County Cricket All-Food Squad, Pepper and Bean.
Oh, God.
Thanks, Steve. Nice to know we've got listeners out stateside as well. Here's Snater meanwhile, bowling to Lythe, just tucks him up and he got out of that well. Adam Lythe, again, just shows just a little touch of class. It's not gone for 4 or 6, but just the way he adjusted his body to play that.
Yeah.
And drops it out for a single. Lovely.
Yeah, you can always tell the very best players are very good at knocking the best ball for a single, aren't they? Getting down the other end. And there's nothing more frustrating as a bowler.
No. Yeah, you come up with just about your best ball,
yeah,
and it still goes for 1.
It still goes for 1.
63 without loss then. It's the 19th over here. And Snater bowling to Bean. Bangs one in short. It was up there round about shoulder height. And you felt for a split second that Bean might latch onto that and knock it into the river away to our right, but in the end he thought better of it.
Yeah. Got the line slightly wrong, did Snater there.
Probably sensible from Finlay Bean as well. He wouldn't want to get that wrong, top edge it, something like that at this stage, but it was there, wasn't it, to play the pull shot.
I think we might see a little bit more of that though, just varying it a little bit more now. Obviously we've seen there's not too much purchase off the wicket so far and not much swing, so I think they'll probably look to bang a few in short. As Harmer's bowling again.
Yep, at this river end, Lythe on strike, same field as he'd set to the Yorkshire opener for the previous over. He's got 5 in the offside. A slip in addition to those. 3 to the leg side as Lythe pushes his first one to Robin Das, who's got the shin pads on. Short extra cover, no run. Harmer in again. Wide off some lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot by Lythe. Is it going to be reeled in? No. It's a very good effort. Chasing.
Good fielder is Benkenstein. Him and Allison have been very good so far this morning, but
I think
not
I like
quite
that.
Quick enough.
No, I think I like that as a shot of the morning so far because just the way he timed it.
Yeah.
It seemed that optical illusion that it was picking up speed on its way to the boundary. Beautiful shot, square.
Yeah, it was really precise in where he was hitting that as well. Obviously, we said last over, felt like he missed out when he hit it straight to cover. So
now that he's gone down the ground here, there is a man, Tom Wesley, out at long on,
no,
and he's put it down. It was just out of our view, but just from the crowd's reaction. Adam Lythe taking on Simon Harmer, having played that superb shot. He's looking at the heavens in disgust with himself. Got a single from it, Sophia, but not ideal from a batting point of view. So that brings Finlay Bean back onto strike, and he calms things down with a defensive push.
the crowd in front of us are not too happy with that.
And he did, to be fair to him, he was running, I don't know, best part of 10 yards to his right. As I say, didn't see the moment because of the lip of the stand. It's hard to tell down there.
Yeah, he almost looked like he actually was a little bit slow to react and then had to make up the ground a little bit too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was actually in the hands. You see on the replay now.
Another dot followed by this delivery, which sees Bean play out square on the offside to complete the over at 68 without loss. When I say not ideal from a batting point of view with regard to that shot, I'm certainly not saying don't take on Simon Harmer. You can't just let him bowl at you and
no,
dictate.
Definitely not.
But obviously, if you do take him on, you've got to have some conviction about your shot, and that felt like, with a little bit of turn, that he's probably caught it towards the outside edge of the bat. Certainly didn't get hold of it like he wanted to, did he?
Yeah, and it's again pretty brave to try and take on that mid-off, the mid-off that is not on the boundary but a floater. Took it on after obviously getting a boundary as well. I'm sure Simon Harmer will be pretty frustrated.
Yeah, the early signs are here. Yorkshire, they played one 4-day game this year against Durham, a draw, and this feels like we're here for the duration. The way this pitch is playing, difficult for the Essex bowlers to make any real inroads, and that's been the only proper opportunity of the day so far. Lyth dropped on 36. And he's facing Snater then from the Hayes close end. And that lovely way he's got of just playing almost bat slightly behind pad. Just waiting for the ball to get to him, Adam Lyth.
Lovely batter to watch, Adam Lyth. I love watching a left-hander bat always. So. Secretly wish I was left-handed, I think.
Yeah. I am, but for whatever reason, I used to bat right-handed.
Well, I'm left-handed bowler, but yeah, right-hand bat, so.
Same here.
Missing out.
So 68 without loss. Snater in, and Lyth ball just short of length. He works to Robin Das, who's now gone in at a short straight mid-wicket really.
And even more weirdly, I actually play tennis left-handed, so I probably should.
Yeah.
Bat left, but yeah, naturally picked it up right-handed. So.
Snater turns, running towards our commentary position, passes umpire Jack Shantry and bowls it now, and Lyth again drops it into the leg side, and there is no run. Moved on to 37 now. Adam Lyth started the season well, as I mentioned earlier. It was over 300 runs in pretty quick time. I told him that one morning at breakfast at one of the hotels we were at, and he said, "Am I?" And I said, "Come on, you're not telling me you don't know how many runs, exactly how many runs you've got this season." Past 15,000 first-class runs as well already this year, and he's leaving that Snater delivery down the leg side. 37 years of age. He'll turn 38 the last week of the season. The man from Whitby.
Experienced campaigner.
Yeah. And just a lovely player to watch go about his job. Here he is again, goes to that trigger movement, steps across. Maybe a bit of pad contact as well, as that one is turned square on the leg side. And there is no run. Got a squad information sheet posted on the glass next to me, which I've never seen in previous visits.
Oh yeah.
Simon Harmer eligible to play in all formats. Here comes Snater. And Lyth slightly awkwardly, but drops that into the offside. No run. Shane Snater has a British passport, so could qualify to play for England.
Nice. We've got their women's overseas, Maddie Panner, yes.
Maddie Panner, Australia, eligible for the Vitality T20 Blast and 2 Metro Bank 50
I
games.
didn't actually know about the bond.
I see. Fine.
Yeah, no, I didn't know about the 2 Metro Bank 50 over games. I must have missed that one. Thought she was just available for the T20 Blast. And we also have Lauren Winfield Hill for the T20. Yeah.
Good player, Loz.
Well, one of my favourites as well. She's a great person to have come down to Essex. Lucky enough to play with her at Oval, so yeah. And then another classy batter.
Here's Harmer. And Finley Bean on strike, punches it to Robin Das. Close in, no run. Harmer in again. Bean steps back and not really got the full Monty on this. He's going to pick up a couple backward of square leg.
Yeah, that almost looked like it just skidded on a fraction because he picked the length early, and then I think he probably did quite well to just sort of flick it as he did rather than pull it.
Yeah, Harmer in again. Bean shouldering arms to that delivery that he watches turn away from off stump into the gloves of Michael Pepper. Really audible bat tap. It's probably stronger than a tap by Finley Bean. That's turned to leg and there's no run. It's not quite that sort of little woodpecker feel that you get from players.
Yeah.
It's full on that.
You can hear that over the kids down at deep third man.
He's not careful, he's going to break his bat handle as he pushes forward and gets an inside contact on that.
I don't think I can say too much because I think I'm renowned for
Whacking
a big
it
bat
against
tap as well.
Harmer in, just pushes that one through a little bit quicker.
Well fielded again.
Yeah, opens the face, runs it to point. Was a good piece of fielding because I think probably saved 3. Finley gets 1 there to take him to 31, 71 without loss. Yorkshire now after 21.
Yeah, good bit of fielding by your opening bowler and Porter down there. Point, I think.
Snater going to continue.
Must say, I do think the ground fielding has been very good this morning. Obviously, we've had that drop catch at mid-off, but ground fielding so far has been pretty good.
Yeah, it has. It's saved a few runs.
Yeah.
It just, as you know, if you're bowling and you see your teammate make that effort, get their hand on the ball,
Yeah. Makes a
when
difference.
maybe you sort of think, well, as you delivered it, that's probably going for 4, and it only goes for 1. It does make a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
You're grateful. You've got your chance again. You've had 3 runs saved off your analysis.
Creates energy, doesn't it?
Yeah. So Snater, mid on, mid off, straight mid wicket again. The man in front of square on the leg side and one behind at a sort of leg gully. 1 slip, a point and a cover, and Bean receives this first ball. Plays a nice defensive push into the offside. Charlie Allison in to do the fielding. There's a fairly stiff breeze when you're out there.
Yeah, it looks.
Just looking away to the right, behind us the trees that line the river are certainly rustling away. Not really picking much of that up actually on the effects, Mike. I guess with it being just round the corner from the com box. Snater in again. Ooh, Bean gets in a little bit of a pickle here. Trying to work that one to leg, ends up dropping the ball at his feet.
There's been a few now on that sort of thigh pad length. There was obviously the one that he inside edged 4 down to fine leg. It's been 1 or 2 times he just got caught on the thigh pad.
Yeah, got to work hard here. He's doing so. High backlift, Finley Bean gets into position now. There's an appeal for LBW here. The first one that was.
It's again that length, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a little bit of confidence behind that, but not sure. 'Cause
Snater
we're
does
behind
not
him.
look happy.
Was there a little bit of bat involved maybe? It sounded quite loud, as if there might have been a bit of wood as well as
Yeah, if he's
pad
not
flap.
if he's not hit that, it looks like
Definitely not.
if he hasn't
Hit it, right.
It hard to see on that replay there.
Snater passes Chantry, bowls it now. That's more like it from Finley Bean. Full blade on it, up to mid-on. Malcolm Palmer says, Lythe. At my age, Adam Lythe is one of the youngsters, and he's just played a shot to match.
It does look a little bit more uncomfortable on that length.
Yeah, it's just, he's not 100% decisive about what he's playing, I think,
Yeah.
is the feel, isn't it? He's somewhere near,
That
but not
one-
quite.
That LBW shot, it just looked like it just came across it as well.
Snater in again. And he's
Got
gone
him.
this time. He has got Finley Bean. Didn't wait at all, Jack Chantry. Finger straight up, and Yorkshire have a first wicket down. 71 for 1. Finley Bean's gone for 31 of those. And he's
Excellent
got to
bowling.
start this time.
It's excellent bowling from Snater. The past few overs now, he's been hitting that length against Finley Bean. It's back leg, isn't it?
Yeah, hard to tell from the back view.
It's not the greatest of view.
No, the cameraman is just to our left, so
But yeah, it looked
Big
like
loss.
back leg, so there's probably no complaint there. And the finger was straight up. He really did hone in on that length. And he's got his reward.
So James Wharton, right-handed, tall figure of, is on his way out to have a chat with Adam Lythe about what's going on out there in the middle. And I think his job pretty simple here, just get through the lunge first and foremost.
Yeah. I think Bean will be a little bit disappointed. You spoke about he wants a big score, and I guess when you get to 30, probably be a little bit disappointed that he didn't quite kick on. Got himself in.
And Snater strikes, it's just not done much of anything for anybody, and if the ball's not doing the right lot, then you just got to be disciplined in terms of where you land it, and just hope that one of those will just deviate off the straight. There's not been any appreciable swing, I don't think, at all morning.
No, it's not looked that way, has it? But yeah, he was just very patient with his line and length there to Finley Bean. I think he obviously had seen that length was troubling him and honed in on it nicely, didn't he?
So James Wharton, who was run out by Adam Lythe last week at Headingley in the second innings. I asked him this morning if he was going to get him back today.
Oh,
Leaves his first delivery. There's a yelp from the Essex fielding contingent and Shane Snater, so it must have been a good leave, but James Wharton survives his first ball. Finley Bean, by the way, 31 off 74 deliveries, and that included 5 fours. He was out when the score was on 71 in that the 23rd over of today's play. So
that wicket might just get Essex a little bit more in the game here. They've obviously, since that Tom Wesley drop catch, probably felt a little bit too flat, probably. Wicket's probably going to get them going here.
yeah, Simon Harmer going to continue at the river end. We're going to have a change in the com box. So yeah, Sophia is going to have a breather, an extended lunch break, and Victoria coming back in. First ball of Simon Harmer's over is struck firmly but to the field, and there is no run. In he comes again. Throws this one up a little bit slower. One of the many fascinating things about watching him bowl, Simon Harmer, and the great things in terms of what he offers to a team is that variation in pace. He really sort of held that one back, but then you'll see one gets a little bit quicker at one point in the over. We saw that in his previous over as Lyth steps back and pushes firmly to Robin Dass. That short extra cover. Again, a dot ball. 71 for 1. Hammering again. Ooh, Lyth goes back foot this time. And that's turned into the leg side, and that was released just a little bit quicker, it felt. Always asking questions, Simon Harmer. In again, drops this one a bit shorter. Lyth cuts firmly, and after last week's mix-up, where James Wharton was in a pretty similar position halfway down the track, but had received a yes call last week from Adam Lyth, and then received a no, I'm really sorry. On this occasion, Adam Lyth gave him an early no. Harmer in again, and Lyth dropping into the offside. So maiden over from Simon Harmer, tidy as ever, and still 71 for 1.
I think Essex needed that wicket, didn't they? Otherwise, they would have been very frustrated going into lunch if they hadn't been able to get the breakthrough. Difficult chance, which was spilled probably out of your view, I'd imagine, from Tom Wesley a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, just out.
Yeah,
just away.
as I was walking round, I sort of was opposite it, and he was on the run trying to get there. He thought he'd had it, and it just spilled out. So, he would have been disappointed with that one, but Shane Slater getting the breakthrough for Essex. He's going to continue to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. It's chillier out there than it feels in the commentary box, where we've got the sun making its way around. It does feel warmer, but it's still chilly around Chelmsford as Snater is in over the wicket, and that one's just pushed into the offside for no run by Wharton, who's on strike, yet to get off the mark. Yeah, lovely atmosphere around the ground. Just got out to have a wander. Lots of people around, milling around as Snater is in. That one's left outside the off stump by the tall figure of Wharton.
Yeah, James Wharton is another player who won a score. He was a little bit unlucky last week. You always are if you get run out by your partner.
BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch, as Snater is in. That one's just dabbed and wide of third as it's chased by Robin Dass. They'll come back for 2 runs, 73 for 1. Must mention some of the Essex senior cricketers who are on their charity walk around Chelmsford this morning. Ron's March, you might be familiar with it because it's taken part in a lot of the counties over the past 3 years, all in aid of prostate cancer, and I think they are due to arrive around lunchtime when they've completed that. As Snater is in, and that's left alone by Wharton, who just watches it past his outside of his bat to Pepper.
Dinosaur Dagger has been in touch on X on at JDZ events and says hopefully Noah isn't feigning injury.
Yeah.
Ba-bum. Finley was nearly a has-been there, and then now Finley really is a has-been. Bit of humour, I suppose. Bit of dark humour there this morning.
Snater in, that one is wide of off stump once more. Wharton happy to watch that one pass.
Chris Douglas says worth pointing out that Yorkshire didn't win any of their first batch of 7 games last year, but came back strongly to win promotion. As you said, we need to play a bit better and maybe choose our temporary overseas signings a bit more carefully. Don't write us off.
Wasn't it 5 wins out of the last 7? Was that what it was to get promotion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, still a lot of cricket to be played as Snater is an over the wicket to Wharton. That one is still outside the off stump, not quite as wide as the previous delivery. Still left alone by Wharton, and there's just 2 runs from the over, 73 for 1.
And Neil Allett Good afternoon to you. Says, morning JD, hope you're well. Sounds like a large flock of seagulls in the ground. Yeah, the kids. I don't have the haircut to match, Neil. You'll be delighted to know. Flock of seagulls? Maybe another ageing cultural reference. Nick Moxon asking if there's any news on Ben Sears in terms of his fitness to play in this match. Well, I think the fact that he's not here is self-explanatory. I'll be trying to explore that with the head coach when I get the opportunity to ask him. Meanwhile, Harmer continuing. Adam Lyth just gets an inside contact on that. Round the corner to square leg, no run. Lee Langford says, pitch at Chelmsford looking a good one for my first live cricket of the season tomorrow. Good to see the changes being rung after the Warwickshire match. Harmer is in, and Lyth strokes this one into the covers where it's fielded, and again there's no run. So that's at JDZ or JD's events on X, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Harmer in again. Ooh, just floats that one up, and that's a good piece of bowling. And Adam Lyth is not so far away from giving it up there because he mistimed his drive back, and it was in the air for a little while on its way back to the South African. And he's just taking a moment here, Adam Lyth, and that sensible, experienced play, I guess, just to clear his head, get set for the next delivery. Harmer in again, and Lyth strokes it into the covers this time, but again there's no run. Might not be too far away from getting in the requisite 32 overs in the morning session. That might be just a couple short for a change instead of 26, which is so often the case.
Very much been helped by the spin end.
Lyth just pushing that one to mid-on. Harmer keeps coming at you. He's in again. Lyth just covers that with his pad and allows the ball to go by to the gloves of Michael Pepper. End of another good Harmer over. 73 for one. Lyth 37 to James Wharton. And if you have just joined us in the last few minutes, Finlay Bean, the first wicket of the match, LBW to Shane Snater for 31 off 74, in including 5 fours.
We're going to have a change of bowling from the Graham Gooch end, and it's the return of Jamie Porter. He's bowled 4 overs in this first session so far. Figures 0 for 16. He's going to come back on, and Shane Snater departs, having picked up that only wicket of Bean. James Wharton is on strike, and Porter is going to come in over the wickets, and that's outside the edge of the bat. Wharton was shaping to play, and through to Pepper for no run.
Yeah, James Wharton wants to book himself in here, have a good look. Pitch playing well, good opportunity.
In comes Porter, moving past the umpire to Wharton, and Wharton just dabbing down on that one, defending into the offside for no run.
You've probably not seen him play, or maybe in one of the 50 over games.
Yes, I think he did play the last time Yorkshire would have been here in the One Day Cup, which I think we worked out was 2023.
Yeah.
Yes, James Wharton was involved in that, because he's only, was he 24 now? So he would have been, younger. But Porter is into him, which he defends for no run. I think it was interesting going back through. Always like to go back and compare what notes I have of a county to what I'm looking at with their team for this season. Actually, there was quite a few of those players who have featured this season who would have been a part of that One Day Cup team.
Yeah, they've been sort of brought through that way and got their first class opportunities now. James Wharton really announced himself in first class cricket terms with 2 big scores last year.
Yeah, very pivotal to promotion from Division 2 as Porter is in, and that one's just played softly into the offside for no run.
Got a big score at Chesterfield against Derbyshire, the thick end of 200, and then the thick end of 300 towards the end of the season in a match at Headingley.
Broke records, didn't it? The Headingley, or was it at least part of a...
Probably.
I did write it down somewhere. I'll find it. I'm
That's
testing you now.
instant.
As Porter is in, as outside the off stump and through to Pepper. I think it was the 5th highest individual first class score ever at Headingley. The century against Northamptonshire.
285.
Yes.
Remember that much.
So we've had a 5-dot ball so far from Porter, and that one is the 6th, left alone by Wharton. Maiden, Jamie Porter back amongst the bowling attack.
It's a funny thing about with sport per se, and cricket certainly, pigeonholing players, and James played a lot of second team cricket, and when you don't see second team cricket a lot because you're on the road watching the first team, you're feeding off what people tell you. He'd played a few first team matches without sort of having a serious impact on any of the games, and then a couple of seasons ago against Worcestershire in a T20 game when I don't think anybody was thinking James Wharton's going to be scoring his first ever senior century in a T20 match. He smashed the ball to all parts of the ground for 111, I think it was. And it just sort of changed a few perceptions as Simon Harmer bowls to Lyth. Probably didn't change James Wharton's perception, because I'm sure he knew how good he was at being able to do that. And then he sort of, I think that's a self-confidence thing, isn't it? When you finally get a score and you've proved you can do it, you know you can do it. That the runs he got at Chesterfield last year gave a different sort of feel to the red ball side of things for him, as Lyth just strokes one into the offside and there's no run. 73 for 1. Harmer in again, tosses this one up. Lyth reads it well. Of course, off spinner turning the ball naturally away from the left-hander. We've got camera people with coverage on their heads and necks right in front of us so they don't get burnt. Very sensible. As Lyth times this one quite nicely, but straight to the man at square cover, and just checks his bat. It's still fully intact. I think he may have signalled over for another one now, not sure. We'll see if one comes out. And this time he goes from the crease and just drops out into the offside. Time ticking away to the lunch break. And having got himself in here, he will very definitely want to make sure that he can cash in later in the day and not give it away in this next 15 minutes. But he's pushing one into the offside there that ends up being diverted to leg, where Charlie Allison did the fielding at mid-wicket. End of the over, another very tidy one. What else from Simon Harmer? 73 for 1.
Afternoon to the Grumbler, who's been in touch on email and says this is one seriously weakened Essex side. The top 2 run scorers this season are injured. Our best bowler is with England. Playing Allison and Das on top of Thane shows inexperience of this squad just below the top 11. But our kids are great. We have Benke, Richards and Jones just below these. It's a bold selection from Silverwood. He could have brought back Nick Brown after his ton in the 2s this week. Thank you very much for your email. Yeah, The big advocate for the pathway is Essex's Director of Cricket, Chris Silverwood, as Porter is bowling from the Graham Gooch end. He's into Wharton, he's got him up on the toes, dabs it into the leg side for no run.
And Tom Gibson, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, says, "Hi Jonathan, nice to be getting the cricket commentary from you and the team. Come on Yorkshire, we need a big first innings score, then roll Essex over for not many." Very helpful. My first comment to you, but I've been listening for the last few years. I'm currently listening whilst walking on the Spanish coast at the beautiful Marrera town. Ooh. Thanks Tim, great to hear from you.
73 for 1 as Porter is in. It was wide of off stump, and Porter and Pepper even dives behind the stumps to retain it.
Chelmsford or the Marrera coast on a Friday morning in May, Victoria.
Oh,
careful, choose your words carefully.
I know where I'd like to be. Where else would I be? I'm looking forward to a couple of weeks of getting out and about, as Porter is into Wharton, defends that one for no run.
Hope you've got your passport sorted for your trip to York. By the way, are you coming up to York?
I'm not coming up to York, no.
You're not? You're swerving York?
I am on a hen do that weekend.
You are kidding, that's terrible timing. Just ask her to shift the hen do to another night. That's just not on.
No, it's a very busy summer. But no, yes, I'll have Don Topley, I think it is, well prepared for the trip to York. As Porter is in, and Wharton watches that one pass, he's off stump for no run. I am now football is, well, I say finished, the regular season is finished. We've got a bit of playoff interest with Southend United in the National League, but now it's done for the most part. I am looking forward to getting out and about a bit. I'm off to Worcester next week for the first couple of days of the county championship match there, and then the week after, pleasure rather than business, I'm going to day 2 of the test at Trent Bridge, so hopefully I'll get to see a bit of Sam Cook in action. As Porter is into Wharton again, he's watching that one pass, he's off stump, quite happy to leave these deliveries from Jamie Porter, not troubling him in any way.
You've only booked in at Worcester for 2 days because you think it'll finish in 2 days, do you?
I have the small matter of my boyfriend's birthday to get back for, so I don't know. Well, I could have said, "Happy birthday! Your present is a trip to Worcester for the weekend," but I'll have to get back for that. As Porter is in, and again Wharton just happy to watch that one past the off stump.
It's not a bad trip, Worcester, for the weekend, you know.
No, I'm looking forward to it.
Could have taken him for a bit of rowing on the river there. Races might have been on as well. You could have night out of the races. What a romantic trip as well, and and Essex leaning on Worcestershire and coming out with the better of the points there.
Well,
I mean,
that's
that would have made his weekend, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I haven't got you anything else but an Essex victory, hopefully. 73 for 1 at the end of the over.
Simon Harmer, he's going to continue at the river end. We'll see if there might be just a change for an over before lunch. It's obviously the other way around usually, isn't it? A token over of spin. Maybe there might be a token over of seam, just to see if they can get the batters to think differently just before the break. We'll see, but the first ball of the over is stroked along the deck to Snater, and there's no run. Harmer in again. Blythe pushing back to the bowler.
The Grumbler says, "Please send Topley as your substitute on that hen do and you do the commentary."
Harmer in again, passes umpire O'Shaughnessy. It's up there, and there was an opportunity to drive, and Blythe struck it firmly. Good piece of half fielding by Robin Das. Ball cannoning towards Snater, who cleaned up. Another dot. Join them all up from Simon Harmer here. This time he just varies his length. Holds that one back slightly. But Blythe is being a study of concentration, barring just a couple of strokes against Harmer, and let's face it, it only takes one. Again, he pushes firmly into the offside, and Das Fields. Dropped catch by Tom Wesley when Adam Lythe was on 36. And he's not added a run since that drop chance, which was in the 19th over. So he really has been stymied here by Simon Harmer. Basically about a half hour or so without a run since the drop chance that got him a single. Another dot ball to finish. And he will get his man, Simon Harmer, won't he? Just by that persistence. Waiting for them to make a mistake just by his own consistency. So really important from Yorkshire's point of view that they just hold it together here. 8 minutes to go before the lunch break, and don't give anything away.
I don't know whether he's just keeping loose or whether he'll try and squeeze in a bit of Matt Critchley and some leg spin before lunch. He is just loosening up in front of us. Jamie Porter to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. Bowled a couple of maidens in this spell as he's in to Wharton, who defends that one with a straight bat for no run. Still got Luke Benkenstein out as a substitute fielder for Essex. We'll wait for news on Noah Fain and that injury we think he sustained in the warm-up. Approaching lunchtime, you can hear the excitement around Chelmsford as Porter is in, and again Wharton defending that one, 2 dot balls.
Well, the kids have kept things going during the morning.
Expect they're itching to get out on the outfield and
Yeah,
have a couple of lunchtime games.
I hope they're not queuing for the food like we are, or else we won't be doing an afternoon session.
They'll be racing you. Porter is in over the wicket to Wharton, who drives that one to mid-off. Still no run from the bowling of Jamie Porter for James Wharton.
No, got to be patient. Naturally, he is a long game player, I would say. For all I've talked about his T20 ton, powers of concentration are good.
73 for 1. James Wharton is on strike. He's 2 from 22 deliveries as Porter is in. That one is driven uppishly to mid-off for no run.
Bradders posting photographs on Facebook from the Combox at Hove, Sussex playing at Worcestershire down there. I had the other commentator actually on the phone yesterday, Harmsey, when I was on my way between Huntingdon and Chelmsford races. I've given him a load of questions for a quiz that he's running for the Sussex lads.
We charged him for that.
No, I should have done, shouldn't I? But he's so nice, Harmsey, you can't do that really.
As Porter is into Wharton, who is defending.
So I did a quiz at Scarborough last year, one of Yorkshire's matches. It was a dads, Yorkshire dads v Yorkshire lads, players v dads. And Harmsey, because Sussex were there, came to the quiz, and he rang me a couple of months ago and he says, Doidgy, I love that quiz I was in last year. Any chance of, having the questions? Bit cheeky, I know. So I'm just too soft.
Porter is bounding into Wharton, who defends that one, and that is another maiden from Jamie Porter, 73 for 1. When's he doing the quiz, or has it happened?
Did he say he was doing it tonight? I think it's tonight,
Oh.
yeah. There was a little bit of tension last week because I'd sent him a picture board round, so that pictures of several sports people now or in their younger years, just a bit of a red herring. Like there was one of, maybe I shouldn't say who there was one of, just in case anyone's listening. There was one of a very well-known female BBC sports presenter, but when she was probably 20 rather than what she is now, which will be more like 50. And he was saying, no, the answers are not come through for these. You know, can you remember if I tell you about the picture? Can you tell me who they are? Well, I couldn't remember some of them. So we are going to get Matt Critchley from the river end with his leg spin. Thought there might be a change. I was suggesting it could have been just back to seam for an over, but it's going to be a different form of tweak. Bit of leg spin. Field wise, he's gone with a slip. Short leg is in under the helmet. There's a man backward of square, 45 degrees. Also a sweeper out square on the leg side. He's just been moved a little bit more towards mid-wicket. There's a straight mid-wicket in a catching position really. Mid-on a little bit deeper than mid-off, and an extra cover as well as a deep point. Critchley in bowling first up to Lyth, and of course that natural leg spin will be turning in towards the left-handed Lyth, who played that first delivery thus round the corner to short leg. Critchley in again, and Lyth works off his legs just wide of Westley, who's round to field from mid-on, and they stroll through for one. Adam Lyth might be hoping that that's the last ball he receives this session. Still 2 minutes to tick over, but a few seconds being eaten up now because the field will change, because of course James Wharton is right-handed, so Critchley will be hoping to try and challenge maybe the outside edge of Wharton's bat. The field closes in to some extent. There is still a sweeper backward of square leg. First ball, there is turn, but it was thrown up there wide of off stump, and Wharton watched it well and didn't play a shot.
Ooh, just gone to type. Very hot here at the moment.
As this latest delivery more leg stumpish, and the ball pops up off the pad of Wharton. I say that thinking that's the case, and Steve O'Shaughnessy confirms it, leg by. So Adam Lyth will face again before the lunch break. Into the final minute of the session, Adam Lyth just using a bit of experience to walk away from his mark and eat up a few more seconds, and then goes back, takes up his position and strokes that into the offside for Snater to field. They get a single. So 2 off the bat and a leg by off the over so far. Adam Lyth on to 39. James Wharton still on 2. Critchley in again. Oh, outside edge this time from Wharton. It's well wide of slip, and it will be 4. He did go at the ball quite firmly, probably part of the reason that it has raced away. So he'll finish the session on 6. That is the close for lunch. It's 80 for 1 Yorkshire, with Adam Lyth not out on 39. We've had 31 overs bowled.
So we'll be back with commentary after the lunch break for you. Just going to update the BBC Essex listeners in the 1 o'clock news, and then we hope you can rejoin us for the afternoon session between Essex and Yorkshire on day 1 of this county championship match. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Essex against Yorkshire, day one of the County Championship match. Yorkshire 80-1, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat. And it looks to be a good decision. The pitch playing in their favour. Essex have, I think I used the word, toiled with the ball this morning and have picked up the one wicket. Finlay Bean was the man to go for Yorkshire. LBW to Shane Snater for 31. And since that wicket fell, and as well for Adam Lyth, who's on 39, since he was dropped in the 19th over by the Essex captain Tom Wesley, runs have been harder to come by. Sophia Smales back on commentary with us. It's Victoria Polly, by the way, from BBC Essex. Jonathan Doidge, our Yorkshire counterpart, I think he's gone to fetch his shades from the car, because it definitely, the sun has moved round during the lunch interval. Shane Snater's going to be the first of the bowlers for Essex. Graham Gooch end. It's Adam Lyth on strike for Yorkshire as Snater is in. Full delivery, played out into the offside for no run. Do you think Yorkshire would have been the happier of the two sides going in at lunch?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, as we can see, it's played into the batter's favour so far this morning and afternoon now. But I think they'll be pretty happy with just losing the one wicket. And yeah, I think since Shane Snater got the wicket, they really put the brakes on them actually.
Snater is in around the wicket to Lyth. He drives that one, and I think Snater was trying to divert it onto the stumps with his foot, but in the end he's just helped it on the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
I think they'll be happy not to have lost another before lunch, to be fair. Snater, Porter from the top end were honing in, especially against Wharton, so I think they'll be pretty happy that they're just the one down.
Yeah, Jamie Porter bowling particularly tight before lunch from the Graham Gooch end. We did see a bit of Matt Critchley leg spin as well just before the interval, so we'll see how much of him and Simon Harmer we see in the afternoon session as Snater is in. And again driven for no run by Lyth.
It actually felt like Critchley created a few chances.
He did,
actually.
yeah.
First ball, I think Robin Das was a short leg and it just bounced short of him, and then I think there was the outside edge for 4, pass slip, so always happens. I think leg spinners do generally come on and look threatening, although sometimes they can be expensive.
We'll wait to see who we see at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Is Snater is in. Lyth drives that one back to the bowler. 84-1. Lyth is now on 43 following that boundary after lunch. Well, I guess Essex will look to Critchley and Harmer. We haven't seen Noah Thane this morning or in the morning session on the pitch at all because of an injury, we think. Snater is into Lyth. He leaves that one outside the off stump. It was Luke Benkenstein who's been out as the sub-fielder. He's still out there at the moment now. Just the square leg umpire. That breeze has really died down. The sun has moved round the ground and directly towards this Sir Alistair Cook end. It's Shane Snater from the other end bowling, and Lyth was looking to turn that one into the leg side through to Pepper for no run. Final ball of the over. 84-1 Lyth on 43.
Yeah, I reckon that ice cream van behind us will be in action. It didn't look too popular. I think people were more getting their lunch in, but I reckon ice creams will be in Danann.
Most definitely, and as I walked round at lunchtime, I saw a few of the, well, actually quite a few of the Essex seniors who have been part of Ron's March this morning. That was the charity walk which was going on in Chelmsford, and they're raising money for, well, in aid of a couple of prostate cancer charities, the Bob Willis Fund and Prostate Cancer UK. They've got their white T-shirts on with Ron's March on it, so you may well see them if you're listening to us in the ground, but well done to them on that walk. About 100 senior Essex cricketers and Chelmsford City walking footballers as well were taking part. The aim to raise money but also raise awareness and get men talking about prostate cancer, as Jamie Porter will bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and he strikes Wharton very high up on the pads. This was a good battle before lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah, interesting. Straight away walks at Porter. An interesting change of ends as well for Porter's. Bowled pretty well from the top end, so.
Which is your preferred?
Last game I did enjoy the Sir Alistair Cook end, which is where Porter's running in now from.
And he is in to Wharton, who does get bat on ball this time. It's a square drive.
It's very quick across the field, Benkenstein.
Yeah, Benkenstein has chased that down. I think Allison was over there as well.
Good arm as well. That was closer than I think. Sort of lithe, trotted home there.
And came back for 3 there, did they? Yeah, they did.
Slater's entertaining some fans.
He's got some autographs to sign. Don't see that so much in the Championship. It's more the shorter formats of the game where they are on the boundary doing that, but nice to see. Chatting to some of the youngsters who are in. There's not as many over there now, so I'm guessing some of them might be in the indoor school with the various tournaments that they're playing.
There's always tournaments going on in that indoor school, during the winter especially. Always.
Do you ever end up getting involved?
Yeah, we do have to do a few media appearances in the winter actually.
Adam Lythe is waiting as Porter is around the wickets. It's played into the pitch.
Yeah, there were a couple, I think there was a couple girls indoor school ones. I think I went to the table cricket one. That was unbelievable. I've never seen it before. So I think that was down at Melbourne Park actually. And the walking cricket are always in on a Friday after us. So yeah, we've done a few appearances.
I've had a go at table cricket. It's not the easiest thing.
I didn't realise it was a thing.
Porter is into live. There was a bit of an appeal in the field. I thought I heard 2 noises there, so I'm not sure it was as close as was suggested. Yeah, table cricket, good accessible way to enjoy it. Involves, I think you've got different scoring parts on the table, haven't you? And you've got to try.
It's just great to get everyone involved, isn't it?
Porter is into Lythe. Oh, that's off the outside edge. He might get a boundary it though.
Yeah. Squared Lythe up there again.
It's a bit livelier here from Jamie Porter. That is 4 runs to Adam Lythe, who moves closer to his half century. He's now on 47. Yeah, so just confirmation that we didn't see Noah Thane at all in the morning session. He required treatment to that injury to the webbing on his hand that we heard about earlier, but he's hoped to be back soon as Porter is in. And that's a appeal on the pads. Umpire not interested in that one end of the over, 91 for 1. And Adam Lythe is on 47. You've got the better view of the replay there.
It's not too good. Here we go. It's a bit better zoomed in. Yeah, it does not look convincing, that. I'm not sure if that's... I don't even know if he's got an edge on that again. Umpire was not convinced. It was quite hard to tell on that, to be fair. The glare off is not great.
Well, the main thing is the umpire's verdict was not out, so there remains just a 1 wicket down for Yorkshire. Wharton is on strike. Shane Snater bowling from the Graham Gooch end. Just puts the bat down on that first delivery from Snater, who's made his way in from those fans he was entertaining on the boundary. You can see Paul Walter walking around the boundary as well at the moment.
Yeah, Wharton's a little bit got off to a little bit slower start than Lyth, but he's fighting hard here.
He's sticking around, which Yorkshire will be pleased with, as Snater is in outside the off stump.
Yeah, Snater and Porter have been on the money to Wharton, even before lunch. He's done well to get through to lunch, and hopefully he's probably hoping to see him off now.
Yeah, just be looking to build some pressure. 2 dot balls so far from Snater. Back in the team, wasn't part of the side beaten by 3 wickets at Somerset last weekend. I remember Sam Cook is away on the England camp, as are Yorkshire's Joe Root and Harry Brook, who were a part of last weekend's defeat to Warwickshire as well. As Snater is in, Wharton waiting, and Wharton's going to let that one outside the off stump. Got an ooh from you.
Yeah, again, they're on the money to Wharton, especially. Yeah, at the start we didn't really see much of this, did we? Beating the outside edge. You could just see the bowlers are just a little bit more up for it now. They've got a few beating the outside edge.
I'll give them a bit of confidence, perhaps, as Snater is in. Gets bat on that this time, does Wharton. Just dabs it into the offside where Matt Critchley does the fielding.
It's a good spell for Essex though here, creating pressure from both ends, looking threatening.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch on the emails. Always good to hear from you across the commentary as Snater is in. Fuller delivery to Wharton, squirts out into the offside.
Again, not that convincing, was it? It was outside half of the bat, and you can just tell from the Essex players the oohs and ahs. Give it away.
It was Shane Snater who got the wicket, 23rd over. Finley Bean LBW in the 30s. Snater is into Wharton outside the off stump, comfortably left that time by James Wharton, who is on 9, and Yorkshire on 91 for 1. Gets a pat on the back there from Kason Rajita, to Shane Snater for his bowling. And Jamie Porter will bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Figures of 8 overs, 23 runs yet to get a wicket. But we are just seeing perhaps a little bit more for the Essex bowlers on this pitch.
It's getting a bit hotter in this commentary box now.
I've just taken my jacket off. I'm going to have to keep checking that the commentary equipment isn't going to go into meltdown. Porter ready to begin a new over. He's into Lyth. That's just wide of off stump. Lyth tries the volley, but it was straight to Snater in the field.
Crunch that to point. Guaranteed boundary either side of Snater at point there if he'd got it past him.
And we saw that slightly streaky one in the previous Porter over. As Porter is into Lyth. Again, it's just into the offside, fielded by Matt Critchley for no run.
think Robin Duss is now in demand at deep third man. I think it's him. It looks like it. I think I can see the pads through his trousers.
Oh yes, there he is. It's a real gathering over there as Porter is into Lythe. He drives this one straight to Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, in his usual mid-off spot. And there's a real gathering of students over where Robin Duss is desperately trying to keep an eye on the action and do his autograph duties. Well, I think it is him, or is it?
Yeah, I think it is him.
As Porter is into Lythe, turns that one into the leg side for no run. Yeah, number 47, Robin Duss, playing his first county championship match of 2025, comes in to replace Jordan Cox with that abdominal injury that he sustained whilst batting last week at Somerset, and the subsequent news that means he's had to withdraw from the England Test squad for the upcoming match against Zimbabwe, as Porter is in to Lythe, full of ball, squirts out into leg side for no run. So it must be so disappointing and so upsetting for him, having had the injury issue over the winter, which denied him a Test debut, to then be in this position. He said it was the hardest winter he'd ever cope with. So I can't really imagine how he must be feeling at the moment.
Yeah, must be gutted. I mean, yeah, obviously when you get that England call up, is what you dream of as a kid, isn't it? So, yeah.
Porter is into Lythe. This one is turned past the square leg umpire, and they'll come through for the single. So Lythe just inching closer to that half century. He's on 48, end of the over, 92 for 1.
But to be denied of it twice now through injuries, yeah, I can only imagine. I think I'd be absolutely devastated. But I think one thing's for sure with Jordan Cox is that opportunity will come. He's a high-class player, and there's no doubt he will play for England. Yeah, it's just really unfortunate that just seems to not be having much luck, does he? Unfortunately, but I'm sure that day will come. Although it probably should have come in the winter, so it's
probably doesn't feel like it at the moment, does it? But yes, like you say, he's been really impressive.
I mean, his stats are phenomenal, especially in red ball cricket.
Shane Snater beginning a new over into Lythe, defending to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it's we and I say that as me as being part of the media, not an elite sports person, can only imagine it.
Yeah.
But you must.
I mean, yeah, I'm lucky. I'm touching wood. I've not really had too much injury trouble, so I guess I haven't really experienced it much. But I can only imagine.
Snater is into Lythe. Well, that's off the outside edge of the bat. It's fielded at points. Luke Benkenstein there. 92 for 1 prevents Lythe adding to his 48.
Saying earlier, I think the ground fielding's been really good so far today. I've covered a lot of ground. Definitely prevented a few runs, especially in the point cover region.
Yeah, Essex quick to react. Just that one opportunity in the 19th over. Tom Wesley spilling an opportunity from Adam Lythe as Snater is in. Again, it's played into the offside, fielded at point. It was a very difficult chance, though. I just had a view of it from the opposite end of the ground as I was walking round, and he had to cover a lot of ground to even get to it, and then trying to take it on the slide just bounced out of his hands as he looked to grab it.
Yeah, I'll be hoping that it doesn't cost him too many more runs. I'll be hoping to get Lythe out as soon as possible here.
Is Lythe on strike as Snater is in around the wicket. It's defended with a straight bat by the Yorkshire opener. Lots of the spectators deciding to make the most of the weather in the uncovered stands. The Tom Pearce stand away to our right hand side, and then further round past the pavilion in the new Woodland stand, as well populated as well. I can imagine there's some who've decided to take shelter underneath the Tom Pearce and away to our left hand side as well, as Snater is into live, strikes him on the pad. And there was a half-hearted appeal that wasn't the biggest appeal we've heard from the Essex field, but was at least from Shane Snater to the umpire, who was unmoved, 92 for 1.
Yeah, I think that was more of an appeal of hope.
Yes.
You can tell from the shot and where the ball went that was probably needed 1 or 2 more sets of stumps.
Adam Lythe then on 48 from 112 deliveries faced as Snater is in. That one's played into the leg side by Lythe. Final ball of the over, and it remains 92 for 1.
And the children are back in full voice over there.
Yeah, lots of people out on the outfield at lunch. I think they'd had their own game, potentially a bit tired out after getting the opportunity on the outfield. Always nice to see when there's lots of people in at Chelmsford. Now Essex are having a bit of a chat in the field. Noah Thane is back out there, number 8. I see him. I think they were just asking him how he was. I'm not sure what the delay was, but Noah Thane over on the on the field.
Not too long.
Hopefully he's all patched up and ready to go. So for the moment, Luke Benkenstein's work as the subfielder is done. As Jamie Porter will continue to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He is in to Wharton. Plays that one into the offside for no one. 37 overs we've had so far. If I can see my screen, I'll run you through some of the other scores from elsewhere in the County Championship in a moment. Porter just has a quick word with his captain Tom Wesley as he turns on his mark. Wharton is tapping the bat as he waits. Porter is in. Gets that one to come across slightly. Played into the leg side for no run. So elsewhere on day 1 in Division 1, Nottinghamshire now 98 for 4 against Hampshire at Trent Bridge. Sussex 88 for 5 in their match against Worcestershire, and Warwickshire 141 for 1 against Surrey. So the rest of the Division 1 score. So we have had a few more wickets in our other matches, as Porter is in to Wharton. He's just coming forward and defending. I think when we looked at them at whatever time it was, maybe just after 11:30, there weren't any wickets anywhere in Division 1. But Division 2, Glamorgan 130.
Lost a wicket after lunch.
Yes,
Glamorgan.
138 for 2 at Kent. Northamptonshire having a tough time against Lancashire. They're 121 for 6.
They've recovered a little bit.
As Porter is into Wharton, who
I think
plays.
they're about 80 odd for 6 at one
yes,
point.
Yes, so you are right. Yeah.
Put on at least 40 odd.
Let's see who's McManus and Harrison building a bit of a partnership after early wickets there. You can follow all of it on the BBC Sport website and app. Don't forget there's the live page as well as the commentary for you to get all the insight from, as Porter is into Wharton, who again just pushes this one into the offside for no run despite the big build-up.
That one was really nicely played though on the replay. Bat and pad right next to each other is exactly what my grandpa would say. Straight out of the coaching manual.
Is that where your love of cricket came from?
Yeah, and then watching my brother. Yeah, my grandpa taught me at a very young age, so.
Porter is into Wharton, plays that one
really
into
well
the
played.
offside. He's going to come through for the single on this occasion. And he moves on to 10. He's been lurking on 9 for a fair while now as James Wharton, but he's got a run after lunch, 93 for 1. And that was the end of the over as well. It is a 50 partnership, that match now at Northamptonshire. That McManus and Harrison have reached the 50 to recover them to 121 for 6. Essex persevering with Snater and Porter then with the ball. Shane Snater from the Graham Gooch end. 2 slips in. Porter is going to come over the wicket to Wharton. He gets the bat to it. Back down the pitch for no run.
I've been impressed with this matchup so far, Snater and Wharton. Snater's looked really good against him so far.
Making it difficult for the Yorkshire batters to score free-flowing runs.
Yeah, Lyther's been a bit starved of the strike of late, to be honest.
As Snater is into Wharton, who shapes to play at that one. He's past the outside edge of the bat. Good delivery there from Shane Snater. Yeah, and he's been starved of the strike, but it's not because Wharton has been scoring, it's because he's just been fending off these deliveries.
They've been on the money again. That's on the money, and it's a bit of a loose shot from Wharton, to be honest. He probably could have left that one, but lucky enough he's not got a feather on it.
In comes Shane Snater over the wicket. Wharton more comfortably leaving that one this time. 3 dot balls so far from Snater.
Looks like Regita is warming up at mid-on.
He looks well into a warm-up there. That's not I'm just going to
Yeah,
move my arm and hint to the captain.
That's what I do when I know I'm bowling. You swing your arms when you're hoping that you come on to bowl.
In comes Snater to James Wharton. Outside edge, there was a thought from a Yorkshire point of view they might try and come through for this single, but it was well fielded by Jamie Porter on that occasion, 93 for 1.
Yeah, no, he's definitely warming up to bowl down at mid-on.
Big build-up for Shane Snater as he runs into Wharton. Fuller delivery again, which Wharton gets the bat straight to, pushes to mid-on for no run. Dot balls so far for Snater in this over. 1 for 19 in his spell. Who slips in as Snater comes into Wharton again. That was close outside the edge of the bat. It had Dean Elgar jumping up with his hands on his head as to how close he thought that one was. It's a maiden over from Shane Snater.
That's a good lead from Wharton, to be fair. But yeah, again, Snater's on the money. He's bowled very well, actually, so far today.
I think we're going to see Simon Harmer return to the attack for Essex. while the umpires have a conversation about it. We'll see Simon Harmer turn to the bowling attack. I think we'll see Jonathan Doige return to the commentary attack. He get his shades ready, and if I let you two swap over headsets, then I'll hand over to Jonathan and join you in a bit again here on commentary.
Thanks, Victoria. So another quiet half hour or so, but well, Essex will be happy with that because they've still not let Yorkshire, if you like, get away, although they are 93 now for the loss of just the one. So overall, they're making a handy enough start to the 4 days here. Harmer from the River End set the same field that he had in the morning session to Adam Lyth, who is on strike. Harmer around the wicket. First ball is left by Lyth, wide of off stump, so he's got a man just back with a square leg on the one. He's got a man straight mid-wicket. Mid-on, who's deeper than mid-off, who is quite wide on the wicket ends. Short extra cover, a cover and a backward point, as well as a slip as he drops this next delivery. And it's pushed to Robin Das at short extra cover. Just looking round for a sweep. Another long off. Tom Wesley has just appeared in vision down to my right. And Harmer in again. Throws one up, just seeing if he can tempt Adam Lyth into playing a shot like he did at Tom Wesley earlier in the day.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if he does look to attack Harmer a little bit. I mean, we saw some intent earlier on.
Just drops this one shorter. Just a clever bowler, isn't it? So he keeps you thinking all the time. Just when you think you get in the range, he'll do something a bit different.
Yeah, and I think Lyth, as I said to Victoria, it's been a bit starved of the strike after lunch, so might want to see a few before.
Yep, he's just driven firmly into the covers, but straight to Shane Snater, I think it is, out there. No run. Again, getting through this over, Simon Harmer, and no runs from it so far. Lyth just runs one down to point to complete it for another Harmer maiden.
It's a really good spell for Essex here. And Harmer's backed it up.
Yeah, what is he now? 11 overs, 5 maidens, none for 23. So
And I think we are going to see Regita come on. Snater's had a spell. He's bowled very well actually against Wharton especially. Unlucky not to get a second wicket actually. Was very close to the outside edge a few times, a few tight leaves.
Change bowling at the Greenwich end, Casson Rothesay.
So Rothesay at the Hayes close end, and 2 slips in place. Gully, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and possibly a long leg.
A long leg, but Robin Das again in demand with the autographs.
Here comes Rothesay then. Right arm over, it's up there to drive. Invitation accepted by James Wharton, but he punches it straight to Noah Thane, who is out there now, fielding an extra cover. Following what we think was a trip to hospital earlier, that's not been confirmed.
Didn't take him too long.
No. A few stretches going on. Same in the com box really, we just like to keep limbered up here. Bit of yoga in between deliveries. This ball doesn't bounce wide of off stump from Rothesay, and Wharton happy to watch it go by. Just a message, by the way, for those who were asking about one or two of the Yorkshire players who are not playing. Ben Sears has got a slight ankle niggle, and they wanted him right for the Oval next week and Headingley the week after, so he's having a match to recover from that here. Yorkshire's one of Yorkshire's overseas signings. This rate of delivery is going to be flicked down to Robin Dass, who comes round from long leg to field. 2 runs by James Wharton. And then Jordan Buckingham, who made his debut for Yorkshire last week, South Australian. That is a purely tactical decision, having seen the pitch. Then Yorkshire wanted an extra spinner in the side. That's the reason why Jordan is not playing in this match. 93 for 1 following that 2. Double figures now for the right-handed James Wharton, who waits. That's wide of off stump. And another leave. Plenty of breeze around, as I was mentioning. Hard to be precise about which direction it's blowing from, isn't it? There's no flag to sort of tell you.
In
there's
the
one
corner.
in the corner, yeah.
Yeah, near the children, actually.
It's not really sort of wide flag, is it? So it's more of just a ripple effect at the minute. Maybe it's blowing from this end diagonally across towards the to the changing rooms, maybe that sort of angle.
Yeah, looks like it. Another hard length delivery. Orton really digging in here.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of talk about patience and waiting for your opportunity.
Yeah.
Don't try and force it. Don't give it away. In comes right again, past umpire Chantry. And Wharton once again showing patience and just leaves the ball short and wide of off stump. He's on 12. 95 for 1.
Another tight over again.
They're getting through these fairly quickly. They were actually bang on 32 overs. I think I said 31 at the end of the session. That's because the board had not sort of clicked on at that point. It caught me out, but they did get through the full 32 in the first session, with Simon Harmer bowling quite a lot from this river end, and then Matt Critchley finishing off.
It does help when you have Harmer. He gets through them quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, short run up.
I do like that as a spinner. It can rush the batter quite nicely.
Especially when he's not going for many runs, so just, the ball's not going out of the park, nobody's chasing it around, back in his hand quickly and he's in again. That's the sort of feel of the thing.
Yeah, and some of the very best batters will try and slow the bowler down as much as possible.
Tom Wesley just moving himself out to long off again, and Harmer tosses the first one up, tempting Adam Lyth.
That was an
possibly.
enticer.
Yeah, and he just waited and played it along the deck to Critchley at mid-off. Harmer in again, this time flatter. Now he delivered that one, sidearm almost. And Lyth is not for being suckered into something that he might regret just yet. And he comes again once more. He's bowled this one flat and a bit quicker, and he has been picked off. That's a beautiful shot by Adam Lyth. He'll be pleased. He is showing real good patience here, and that takes him to yet another first-class half-century. Already had a few of those so far this season, and if I didn't have my shades on and I could read my laptop screen from this distance, I'd tell you that that is now a 77th first-class half-century to go with 38 tons he scored in red ball cricket, as he punches another one into the covers, no run. Just been a lovely patient knock, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he started pretty well, to be fair. Him and Bean actually were ticking along quite nicely, actually, not going too slowly.
So 99 for 1 as Harmer's in again.
Yeah.
Defended.
And then obviously, as I said, he's not had too much strike after lunch, but he has really punished that bad ball, especially from Simon Harmer. There's been a few now cut through cover.
This time he draws Adam Lyth forward and flicks a straighter delivery to mid-on to complete that Harmer over. Rare boundary off him in this match as it is so far. Lyth on to 52, Wharton on 12.99 for 1.
Guess that probably just shows Adam Lythe's class, doesn't it? Of someone of Simon Harmer's calibre of bowling is being really, really precise at when that ball's not quite in his area. Can he actually hit the bad ball for a boundary? And he's done really well against Simon Harmer to do that. Bar the loose shot to long off. He's looked very, very compact.
So Wright are going to continue at the Hayes Close end. And coming in to bowl to the right-handed James Wharton, who gets a full-length delivery and turns it out wide of mid-on and goes through for a single. John in York says, morning or afternoon and thanks for the comms. Do you think Matt Fisher's move to Surrey can be considered good for his career, given he's coming on only as third change? Not sure really. I mean, we don't know, do we, John, what the makeup of things were when he signed. He might have signed on the basis that he's not going to get the new ball in his hand. No idea on that front. I take it that you don't think it's good for his career.
It's been a little expensive actually, just looking at the figures.
Has he? I'm trying to concentrate on this one. As he comes round the wicket here, that's going to be 4 runs off the bat of Adam Lythe. He plays the leg glance very nicely normally, and no difference there. Just got across, allowed himself a little bit of extra room and got it very fine just down beneath our commentary position. So another 4 to him takes him to 56. That'll be 104 for 1. What sort of a response have we got from the bowler, who's continuing round the wicket to the lefty, who then opens the face, and he's overcompensated really. It's been run down towards third man. They're going to get 2. Richard Gray has emailed in. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com, as opposed to the address that Richard has used, but he's still got through. Good afternoon, Jonathan and team. Watching the second 11 at Scarborough. Jaffa Chauhan is bowling well. Looks like Yorkshire have started well, although sorry to see that Bean's out already, as he needs a score. More to come in a mo, because he's in and bowling to Lythe again. This one down the leg side once more. Good tumbling take from Michael Pepper. He finishes by saying, good to see Buckingham is not in the starting 11. Thought he might play at Scarborough to get some much needed practice. Need to get at least 300 is what Richard suggests.
Northamptonshire have lost another wicket. They're now 7 down, 131 for 7.
It's not a great first day. Rater in again. Lythe, a lovely stroke back past the bowler. He's got his, talking about him in the first session there when we were on together, but just been lovely to watch. It's the way he waits for the ball, and he doesn't, just with that as a case in point, didn't go at the ball, did he? He just waited for it to come and just stroked it, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't force the ball.
Then he comes again. This time there's an appeal for LBW as Lythe just slightly falls over it. He's flexing at the knee on the front pad, and umpire Jack Shantry didn't look remotely interested.
Yeah.
And that completes the over.
Yeah, it did look high. I mean, I know Lythe's not a tall man, but it did not look convincing.
So words between the two batters. And we're going to see more Harmer.
Sussex have had a bit of collapse as well.
What's the latest?
105 for 6, and I think at the start they were going on quite nicely.
That's a great start to
Victoria
proceedings
said
for
they
Worcestershire.
were I swear Victoria said they were about 40 for none, but 30 odd for none, and they're now 6 down.
Long way to go yet, but you're kind of chasing the game from that point
Taylor's
straight
got
away.
5 wickets. That would be why. Yeah, Northamptonshire have got to try and scrape to some sort of score, haven't they?
Yeah, good player Tom Taylor, probably was the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers at Headingley a few weeks ago, as Harmer over the wicket to the right-handed Wharton, who used his feet nicely enough and stroked that down to long on for 1. So Harmer switching back to round the wicket with his off spin. Lyth just making sure he's feeling comfortable, sets his feet, and then again he's done that. He's played that quite a bit. Probably to his credit that he's not got frustrated, but he's often driven it along the deck to the cover fielder, Shane Snater.
It's another tossed up delivery there.
Yeah. And this time flatter and then kicks off the pitch. This time Pepper takes it up near his shoulders. And a bit of gardening from Adam Lyth, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, this is a battle between these two, isn't it? Harmer's trying to keep Lyth guessing.
There he comes again, flatter still. He gets back foot this time, which tells you a bit about the length that Simon Harmer bowled that at. But again, it's been hit firmly. But Robin Das, who's been goalkeeper-like on occasions in there, saved that one.
Yeah, a little bit too short from Harmer, and Das has done well there.
Harmer in again. Lyth this time watches one go wide of off stump. So all sorts of stuff coming down from Simon Harmer. It's an education watching this, watching his variations, and also how a top player as Adam Lyth is dealing with it, pushing forward. He's just held that one back a little bit. It's crept up the bat almost and just looped up ever so slightly off it into the offside. So all sorts of stuff going on, and you can see quite clearly why the man is as good as he is and gets as many wickets as he does.
Especially as an off spinner, shows you how good his tricks up his sleeve are, obviously, isn't it? Very, very, very clever bowler is Harmer.
I think one thing to say, Sophia, is that when you watch him, there's barely anything. We saw 2 deliveries in 1 over very early on, where one went for 4 and the other one probably should have gone for 6 over the scoreboard that Adam Lyth kind of missed out on, didn't he, that full toss. But just about everything else I think he's delivered is going where he wants it to go.
He's so consistent, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he can do it for such long periods of time.
Rater in and bowling to Wharton, who defends that.
Mind you did just get a long sleeve jumper from the umpire. It's a lovely day. I don't think it's long sleeve jumper weather.
You're trying to, are you hinting at something here? Think you might be taking it for a breather?
He's probably used to the South African sun, isn't he? It's probably cold in comparison.
Wharton waits. Oh, this wide of off stump goes further, tailing away. Good take by Pepper, diving across the face of the slips. Yeah, he just has that control, varies his pace, varies his length.
Yes, not that many loose deliveries you see from Harmer, is there?
And easy then as a batter to, if you're trying to take control, you're taking a risk. Or you just risk letting him just bowl and bowl and bowl at you, and then you get stuck. Here's Rater bowling to Wharton, who runs it out to point, no run.
And that's why I think Lyth's played him so well. I think he has been really hot onto the ball that has been slightly back of the length. He's carved a few through cover, and that just shows quality of batter he is.
I think I might need some sun cream on soon. Full blast into the front of the con box, not knocking the sunshine Mind you, right, his latest delivery short and wide. We've got a vapour trail in the distance, presumably something that's gone out of Stansted maybe. Don't know really.
Yeah, it must be.
A few wispy clouds around, but it's a cracking scene here. I think the kids have probably burnt off a bit of energy at lunchtime. Some of them seem to have gone, others remain. Ooh, good delivery from Aita this time, and Wharton, he's stepping into that to play it. I think we'll credit him with not really going through with a push at it, but there was clearly a little bit of nip about it.
Yeah, there's been a few of those now where they've got Wharton coming at the ball. Be interesting to see when Critchley comes back on. A lot happened in that over actually. It was actually in the game.
Yeah, ready to come in, pounding it again once more. It's wide of off stump, can't tempt Wharton into playing at it. He remains 14. His partner out there, Adam Lyth, 58. It's 107 for 1. They came together when the score was on 71, and that was on account of Finley Bean LBW to Shane Snater for 31. I haven't seen it back. I know you thought that it was absolutely fine. 5-4s he hit off a 74 ball stay at the crease, but it's just now impossible to read any electronic equipment in here with the sun blaring into the box.
Yeah, it looked like back leg, so you know, as I said, the glare off this TV is not really great to view, but it didn't look like there was too much complaint.
So Harmer's going to continue. A few words from Tom Wesley and a few words of encouragement from a supporter just to our right.
He's very vocal, that supporter.
Nothing wrong with getting behind your team. Harmer then, wide on the crease, flat first up. This time Lyth just is content to push back to him. The powers of concentration to keep yourself going, facing this ball after ball, hold it together and not get tempted. Hats off to Adam Lyth so far, and now he's playing it. Another defensive push.
Another one with a little bit of flight.
So flat then flight for the first two deliveries. What are we going to get? Ball 3. Another flatter delivery. It's shorter because he's gone back foot and cut firmly, but again he can't get it past the field. There aren't many scoring shots, are there? There's just been an occasional straight one that's been worked to leg, and mainly it's been those boundaries backward of point.
Yeah.
When he really does drop it short.
Ooh.
This time he draws Adam Lyth forward, but he leaves.
Looks like a little bit of turn on offer there.
Yeah. Just to reiterate, you can see two little patches at either end that have been shaved apparently a little bit more closely than the rest of the grass on the pitch as Lyth defends into the offside Dasfield. So with the two spinners here for Essex, Harmer and Critchley Yorkshire have matched them in terms of the number of spinners with Bess and Dan Moriarty. Harmer floats one up again, and Lyth drops it out into the offside.
It's
and there is no
Harmer
run.
maiden.
Yeah, it just keeps on churning them out.
Into the
I wonder if he ever gets
14th
bored with
over.
bowling them. He doesn't, does he? He doesn't sort of throw in. I mean, occasionally you'll get the spinner that he's getting a bit frustrated. He's not taking a wicket, even though he's bowling well, and he'll bang one in halfway down the pitch, won't he? That sort of delivery. None of that so far.
I can't believe it's in the long sleeve jumper though. After 14 overs, you must be feeling warm. He's getting through those overs quickly as well, isn't he?
Yeah. No, the Yorkshire lad. This is like the Caribbean for them. They've got the short sleeved shirts on. I think they're on the holidays down here.
I think there are a few Essex players in the jumpers. Maybe the wind's a little bit more prominent because in here it's a sun trap.
Right, they're going to continue. In the Chelmsford breeze comes in now. Punched into the covers by Wharton. No run. I think the forecast is pretty similar for the remaining 3 scheduled days. Mostly sunshine. Don't think there's any rain forecast, not even a shower.
I'll have a look what it's saying on Sunday for me. Hopefully it's nice weather as well.
Where are you Sunday?
I'm at the Aegeus Bowl on Sunday.
Uh-huh.
It's not that anymore, is it? The Utilita Bowl.
That's it.
Sorry.
Yeah. You've got to get your sponsors right. That's
Get my
wide of off
sponsors
stump.
right. Oh,
Wharton leaves.
so
that's
used
it.
to calling it Aegeus.
That's it. Utilita. Now you struck off their list of freebies. It was good warm down there. Yorkshire were down there the first week of the season, and that commentary box can be very cold if you get a cold week because the window's open all the time.
Yeah.
You're standing out in the fresh air, but it was a very pleasant week, 21 degrees, something like that. Warmest I've been down there, which was good. 2 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then 2 men have been dropped deeper. A long leg and a deep square. And Wharton doesn't get a delivery to pull. He gets one wide of off stump that goes further away, and he leaves.
It says 23 degrees on Sunday. That's lovely.
Is it?
That's lovely weather.
Might bring me shorts. I'm not sure if I packed a pair actually.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Not sure if I did. I'm not entirely sure I did. Right, it is in, and Wharton leaves. So he's starting this off wide of off stump, and it feels like one of those spells where we're just going to bore you out. If you're not going to play a shot,
Yeah.
you're going to keep it out there until you do. But it can often work in reverse, can't it? That batter keeps leaving and then gets the bowler to bowl at him. Or maybe it's some sort of a setup, who knows? He might be just hang a few out there and then get the straight one in.
And get the straight one
And
in.
see if he can play it. Let's see what comes from this delivery. Yep, there's a straighter one. He's happily defended that out to point. No run. What's the stand called to the immediate right? Can you remember? I can't. Probably the river stand or something like that.
I'm
Victoria
new
will
here.
know.
I don't know it that
What's this
much.
stand called? The what, sorry?
Tom Pierce. I'm new here. I don't know.
Tom
I don't know
Pierce.
the stands that well, Jonathan.
The Tom Pierce stand is very well populated, and they're absorbed by what's going on out there in the middle as another right to delivery is wide of off stump, and Wharton leaves to complete the over.
They'll be absolutely baking up there as well. It's in the sun. It's always a popular stand, that one.
Yeah, they should call it the lobster stand, I reckon, because that's probably what you're going to be like on a day like this if you're sitting there all day.
It's always the sunny part of the ground there. There, and actually where the members sit on the benches down there, it's always quite sunny down there as well.
Apparently, Martin Mellor says factor 50 on north of the River Wharf up there in West Yorkshire, Costa del Castley. He is very pale skinned. Simon Harmer continuing. First ball is one of those rare strays onto leg stump, but he's got the field set for it, and so Adam Lythe can't capitalise with any runs from it. The white sheet on the sight screen at the far end of the ground billowing in the wind as Harmer's in again, and Lythe this time gets a delivery wide of off stump and cuts that out to point. Jamie Porter doing the fielding. Harmer in again, wide of off stump this time, and left by Lythe.
Skidded on a little bit, that one.
Just a bit quicker again.
So, such a clever bowler. They're really just trying to bore Yorkshire here, aren't they? Make
Yep.
them make the mistake.
Hammering again, and Lythe defends. But it's day one doing this. It's so much different to day 4
Yeah.
when the game's petering out to a draw. This
Literally.
is, we're still trying to, we're still trying to get to a stage where one team is beginning to get a grip on the contest.
Oh, that was a slow one.
It was, and he played it out
Held that
nicely
one
enough.
back. They are really making them work hard for the runs here. Essex, they've done really well since lunch.
There's Harmer again, and Lythe punches up to mid-off.
And it's
where-
another Harmer maiden.
Yeah. But he's not getting bored. Neither is Adam Lythe at the moment. I guess both sets of spectators, viewers, listeners of either Essex or Yorkshire persuasion are sort of happy with that, because Essex supporters will know that if he does make a breakthrough, he's now got a really good rhythm going. He's going to be difficult for any new batter to get away, and one wicket could bring 2 or 3. And that would be Essex beginning to get on top on a good pitch. But Yorkshire supporters, well, they'll be happy, won't they? 100 on the board and just the 1 wicket down so far. They're not moving particularly quickly out there, but I don't think that matters at the moment. It's wickets intact. And the longer the day goes on, of course, the more overs will be in these bowlers' legs.
Yeah.
Here's Raita in again, and Wharton this time gets a straight delivery, turns it to mid-wicket. He will rotate the strike with a single.
Few alls there. A little bit of an inside half of the bat, I think. But enough on it to get a single to short mid-wicket. He moves on to 15.
We might bring Victoria back on it, and she's put her feet up there. She's had a couple of gin and tonics out the back of the box during that half hour off.
To be fair, I do need to go and see the chairman, so.
Sophia summoned by the chairman. Oh, now then, good delivery here, and he's got a man, because he's got Adam Lythe out, right? And that man was playing very, very well for Yorkshire. 58 against the name of Adam Lythe. Very difficult to tell from the commentary position in terms of how close that was or otherwise, but it didn't really bounce on him. It was fairly full, and it felt like it was a reasonably good shout. Victoria probably be able to see the pictures back.
I've seen the celebration. I think I missed the actual ball. Oh no, here we go. Just watching it again, slowing down. Oh. I mean, with the glare on the screen, it's difficult to tell, but it looks a good height. There wasn't any real hesitation from the umpire and putting the finger up, and Adam Lythe goes for 58. Really had to dig in, didn't he, for that 58? It slowed up, particularly after the wicket of Bean. He was hanging around in the mid-30s for quite a long time. The pressure was building from particularly Porter and Snater with the ball, and it's Rajita who's got Essex's second wicket in the second session.
48.2 overs, 243 for those who like their timings, and Lythe gone 148 balls and 10 fours in that 58. And this will be a test now for Yorkshire. As I was just saying, 1 wicket with this particular seam bowler's tail up, and then Simon Harmer just nagging and nagging from this river end. And Johnny Tattersall gets his first team chance of the season. Got a couple of tons last year, and he started the season well in the teams he's been playing in. Back at his local club at Knaresborough in the York Senior League, and also in the second 11. And I think I'm right in saying this is the the highest he's batted in a championship game for Yorkshire at number 4. So he's got an opportunity here. He's got all the time in the world. And another lovely touch player to watch, Johnny Tattersall. Strokes the ball around. Let's see how he goes on. 108 for 2. He's joined James Wharton out there in the middle. Wharton's on 15. 2 slips and a gully. They've ringed the field and just a long leg out in the distance, away to our left. And first ball, Tattersall leaves. Nice break. What was on the lunch menu for you?
I just had a very small portion of chips, which was lovely.
Yeah, probably should have done the same myself. that burger, it was the nearest van. What's on sale at the van over the far corner?
I think there is curry. I did walk past a couple of people.
That might have to be
curry.
tomorrow, I think. I'm not sure this the burger's entirely agreed with me, shall we say.
I did have a bit of leftover dinner from last night as well, so I mixed it all together, and it was very satisfying.
Right, in again, it's wide off stump, and Tattersall is leaving. He's been starting the ball off pretty wide and getting it to go further away to the right-handers. Bowling over the wicket. The wicket of Adam Lyth came round the wicket, as has been the case against the lefties for this bowler. Makes his way in again, past umpire Chantry. Good length ball. And defended. That'll be just one more in the over as the
breeze
wind
picks up.
Yeah, takes a hold. The scene here, folks, for those Yorkshire listeners who don't hear me from Chelmsford too often, is that I think Ted Moult got involved with the windows in the 1970s, and they're still here. A bit of double glazing, and we have to open them inwards, which on a breezy day might cause an odd issue. And we've just seen as Tattersall leaves his 4th successive delivery to complete that over with Yorkshire on 108 for 2. Warm applause from the home support for the bowler, who has been plugging away well, and it's just a feeling of a fair bit of pressure from both ends, and they're keeping things pretty dry despite the fact that they haven't picked up more than the 2 wickets so far.
Good afternoon to Brett, although it wouldn't be afternoon where Brett is, because he says loving the commentary, final month of autumn in Adelaide, and it's going to be a sunny 24 on Sunday. Sounds good to me. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Simon Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end is into Wharton, turns that one into the leg side for no run. Do like Adelaide. I've been there once. I'd like to go back. I think it's my favourite place in Australia. I'm
going for the first time ever for the Ashes series, and I'm going there to Adelaide and Melbourne. Yeah, the 2 tests.
Harmer is in. It's turned to short leg for no run.
And when you don't know the place and you can only see a road map, and you're thinking, which hotel do I need to book in relation to where the ground is and the city is? It's not cheap, I can promise you that.
When we went, Phil Collins was doing a concert at the Adelaide Oval. So it was very busy, but not for cricketing purposes, as Harmer is in. Fuller ball, which is driven by Wharton. And again, the sharp fielding this time from Charlie Allison to come across and mean it's a dot ball.
I thought you were going to say that he took the new ball from the so-and-so end.
In comes Harmer to Wharton, getting low to it, pushes back to the bowler. 4 dot balls so far. I thought, all these people around the ground for us. No match scheduled, and yeah, it turned out. I think it was when he was doing a farewell tour. 2019 maybe, as Harmer is in. This time on the toes is Wharton playing it back to the bowler. No, I'm very jealous if you're going for the Ashes. It's the dream, isn't it?
It is, definitely for me.
Over the wicket, Harmer to Wharton. He drives at that one fully and trots through for a single as Tom Wesley comes across from long off to pick up the ball at the end of Harmer's over. 109 for 2. Wharton is on 16.
Howard Ray has emailed in on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com and says, "Hi Doidgy, Yorkshire grinding along so far today. Decent first innings knock could be vital to the outcome of the game. Chelmsford a difficult venue for the travelling teams. Keep going, boys. May take you up to Wheatwood tomorrow whilst watching our ladies game against Staffordshire in the T20 comp. Oh heck, just got a wicket." Yeah, the Yorkshire women's side against Staffs up at Wheatwood, which is just a mile or so, if that, from Headingley Stadium. And a man's just been dispatched out in the deep on the leg side, and James Wharton's going to get 4 there, just opening the face on that. Soft hands, has played it wide of the cordon. Legitimate stroke. Right, is not entirely chuffed, I don't think, with the 4 off his bowling, but he did throw it out wide, and he has done that quite a bit against both these right-handers now. The few balls also that Johnny Tattersall faced in the previous over.
That was a nice stroke.
So 20 now for James Wharton. He's got a start. He's been in and out there quite a long time now, either side of lunch. We've had an hour and 10 minutes since that break. Slight change in the field. We've got 3 slips, although there's a gap between second and what's really fourth. Right, isn't again, and that's punched square on the offside by Wharton. Fielded by Porter, who'll have more work to do, I'm sure, with the ball later on. Bit of tumbling around going on at first slip.
Dean Algar and Simon Harmer.
Coming in again then towards us. Bowls it now, wide of off stump, and doesn't bounce quite as much as you might have expected from that length of delivery. You just hope there's a batter, you don't get one of those that's straight. Oh, now then, the hordes away on the far left-hand corner of the ground are leaving their seats at the moment. What time is it now? Yeah, 2 feet. Oh, it is. Again, they look too old to be getting parentally picked up from this distance. That's a lovely shot by James Wharton over pitching rate on this occasion, and that has gone for 4 straight back past the bowler. James Wharton rewarded for his own patience there with the best shot he's produced so far, straight along the carpet.
I'll tell you what, there's some spectators away to our right hand side who are actually only a few yards from the boundary. I don't know whether they've moved the chairs there or they were there already, but they've got proper pitch side seats.
Oh yeah,
not far from the hospitality boxes.
Comes right again. Wharton, similar to the ball earlier in the over, opens the face, but this time Critchley at fourth slip is down to do the fielding. It was along the deck, wasn't a chance. A few stretches going on from Porter at point, so might be getting ready for another spell himself. Looking forward to the jam and cream scones at tea time, is that right?
Ooh.
You're looking
Only if you're
surprised.
providing them.
I'm guessing that's a no then. That's wide of off stump and left by Wharton. So the end of another over. 50 on the board. 117 for 2. Is it 50 or 51? 51 it is. So we're past the halfway point of the day. 45 overs remaining, and unbelievably, in a match in which Yorkshire are playing, we might be somewhere near finishing on time. Victoria.
Well, yeah, certainly, and we look like we're going to get more spin from Harmer, so that bodes well for the timekeeping. Certainly gets through things quickly at this Alistair Cook end.
You feel like Yorkshire should put on their playing hours 11 till 1, you know, the afternoon session timings, and then whatever until about roughly 7 o'clock, 7:15, because that seems to be the way of things on most days.
More emails to get to, but Simon Harmer is bowling, so we will get through this fairly quickly, you would think. And Johnny Tattersall just surveying the Essex field, yet to get off the mark as Harmer is into him. He's struck on the pad. He was coming forward there. Big appeal from Simon Harmer, nothing from the umpire.
Didn't look a terrible shout.
He was coming further forward to attempt to play at Harmer, who is in. This time he does get bat on it, scoops it into the leg side for no run.
So it didn't look a terrible shout. I've not seen it straight on, but I don't know, maybe did it hit him outside the line or something like that? Not really sure from here.
Harmer is in. Again, Tattersall is coming forward to it, pushing into the pitch. It's Robin Das under the helmet. I said he was making his first appearance of 2025, and he is in the team, but he did end up having to get the train to Somerset last week to be involved after all the injuries Essex picked up, as Harmer is in on a back foot this time. It's turned around the corner by Tattersall for no run. So he had a involvement in that county championship match last week as a substitute once Essex had picked up the injuries that they did. He's in to replace Jordan Cox today. In comes Harmer, and that's really got hold of this time by Tattersall, and it's going to bounce to the boundary for 4 runs. He decided to take Simon Harmer on for that delivery, and he's got his reward.
Yeah, he won't mind that, Simon Harmer. And for the starters, he's barely gone for a run anyway, apart from a couple of lovely cut shots from Adam Lyth. And he'd be quite happy, I think, to see an attacking shot against him.
So Tattersall is off the mark as Harmer is in. This one's defended by the Yorkshire batter. Final ball of the over. So 4 runs from it. Harmer has bowled 15 overs and he's 0 for 33. Yorkshire are 121 for 2.
Greetings from sunny Huddersfield, says Ben Crossland. So are we going to be treated to your dulcet tones on TMS in the winter? What a wonderful prospect. Well, it would be, Ben. It would be a great prospect, because that means it might pay for the trip, but no, I'm paying for it myself. And the chances of me getting anywhere near a TMS microphone are highly unlikely. I think there probably need to be an act of God for that to happen. Jamie Porter, having done a bit of loosening, is coming on. Right arm over the wicket. 2 right-handers at the crease for Yorkshire for the first time in the match so far, following that wicket of Adam Lyth. Here comes Porter then, passed on by Chantry. Wharton has a look at the first delivery of the spell. Critchley goes through a little bit of a loosener as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bit more of him.
You would think so as the day goes on as well. Not only to just give Simon Harmer a little bit of respite, but just to see if he can make something happen, Matt Critchley. Porter's latest delivery well wide of Wharton's off stump, and he leaves. And he's had a lot of that, James Wharton, so far. He too has just had to, if you like, bite the lip and be patient. Wait for more of a scoring opportunity rather than going to chase one. Porter makes his way in again with a puff of dust from under his feet, halfway through his run up, wide of off stump, and Wharton's going to get 4 there. Runs it down nicely through third man with an open face once again, plays those shots well. Just waited for it. Again, the key probably didn't go hard at the ball or risk bringing the cordon into play. And it was along the deck all the way. So that takes him to 28. 125 for 2. And makes his way in again, Porter. What has he got in response? That's a closer, much closer to the stumps leave by James Wharton. He seemed pretty comfortable with it. Hands on the face for the bowler. He must have felt it was a fair bit closer than some is delivered. Flag away to our right, the Essex flag. The side of the clubhouse is blowing out almost horizontally. And that suggesting that the wind is blowing left to right as we look at the ground here from the river end. That's Porter's latest delivery. Again, he's wide of Wharton's off stump and he's watching it go by.
Yeah, there's been a few of those from Jamie Porter that have been comfortably left by Wharton, and then just the odd occasion where he's beaten the bat.
And a line of fellas by the looks of things standing away to the sight screen at the far end, arms folded, all seeing if they can stop on their lap of the pitch and see something happen. But no, with that final ball of the over, which is another one wide of off stump and left by James Wharton.
Afternoon to Gary, who's been in touch on the email, says, good to hear you. Frinton have had a good start in the East Anglian Premier League. Gary's a big fan, often found watching Frinton. Says, I think Essex will have a hard week, but here's hoping for a good result at BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com. And Michael's been in touch to say that Metronomes Cricket Club are playing their match this Sunday at Broxbourne, so just over the border in Hertfordshire, playing Grace's Cricket Club to support inclusive cricket, and there'll be collection buckets raising money as well for the National Autistic Society. They've raised over £7,500 in 3 years, so they'd really like people to go and watch some cricket if they're around. It's meant to be a nice day on Sunday, isn't it? So if you're in that area, you'll know there's some opportunity to watch cricket. A change of bowling. Matt Critchley and his leg spin will bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah, as we suspected, and it just well, gives Simon Harmer just a little bit of breathing space, because he is still putting in a bit of energy.
Critchley is into Tattersall, who's forward to it. Just plays it into the pitch.
Mainly, obviously, Critchley, can he fashion something himself, turning the ball away from these two right-handers.
He's back in over the wicket, this time on the back foot, and he's gone. He tried to turn that round the corner, did Johnny Tattersall. He's turned it straight to short leg. Robin Das under the lid, and Yorkshire are 125 for 3.
Yeah, it's, the trap's been set, and he stepped across, and he's just glanced it pretty much straight into his hands, unfortunately. So Johnny Tats goes for a single figure score, number 4 on the board against his name, and number 4 was his opportunity here. Big chance, and he's walking off with holding his bat upside down, which is one of those sort of body language things, I think, that says he's not not happy, and he wouldn't be, would he? Because as I say, really good chance for him today to bat at number 4. Good pitch, day 1, sun shining, and it hasn't worked out for him on this occasion. Wicket falling at 4 minutes after 3 o'clock, and if they're not careful again, they've lost 2 wickets in fairly quick succession there, 20-21 minutes apart. Again, it could be a battle here to put on any sort of score first up. Johnny Bairstow could have a big say in that. It's going to be very interesting to see how he approaches things, because of course his teammates so far have largely been becalmed and have accumulated rather than scored, if you like, their runs. A big job for the skipper to do.
The 3rd wicket for Essex. We think about that in the context of bonus points, which they'll be thinking about as Critchley is ready, or just having a chat with his captain Tom Wesley, while Johnny Bairstow, the Yorkshire captain, takes guard. So Matt Critchley getting a breakthrough in his first over after lunch. He is into Bairstow. He pushes that one through the covers. They'll get at least 2 runs as there's a fielder in the deep. Charlie Allison picking up the ball, and well, that's been, I don't know if it was missed by Pepper or he ended up spilling it, but it's backed up in the field, and it will just be the 2 runs added to the score for Yorkshire, 127 for 3. Critchley into Bairstow, who pushes at that one, and there'll be no run. Who had a wicket and 2 runs so far off this Matt Critchley over, as he is into Bairstow. Again, is just forward and defending that one. $127 for 3. Bit of applause around. It has quietened down now with the end of the school day and the visiting students gone. Might maybe catch a few workers trickling in as Critchley is in, and that one's come back to the bowler. Round of applause for Matt Critchley at the end of that one, because he's now bowled 2 overs with figures of 1 for 8, getting the wicket in this over of Johnny Tattersall for 4.
Yep, caught by Robin Datt at leg slip, 4 off 12 deliveries, and that 4 came from the 1 boundary. Jamie Porter to continue. As I say, it'll be interesting to see what approach Johnny Bairstow takes. We know his style of play. Not that he goes out and does that every time, as Yorkshire supporters would have seen already this season. So Wharton on strike, 2 slips and a 4th-ish really. As in he comes, and a stifled appeal for LBW. Essex just up at the moment, and Yorkshire are going to feel a little bit of pressure. That was a leg bite off Wharton's front pad. But I did say when they were 1 down that if another one fell, you could see 2 or 3 going down pretty quickly. And that would change the complexion of the game. On a good pitch, 125 for 3. He's certainly not taken the game by the scruff of the neck yet. Those 2 wickets fell at bang on 5 over, a 5 over interval. And Bairstow just taking and then retaking his guard. No 3-figure score against his name just yet this season. Porter in, and he plays that one out to extra cover, no run, and I guess when you say something like that, no 3-figure score against the name of Johnny Bairstow, then the next one is getting a bit closer. Destructive player if he gets in. They've dropped mid on and mid off a few yards deeper than the norm. Porter in over the wicket. Bairstow is struck and given. Porter's got him very cheaply. Johnny Bairstow is back in the pavilion for 2, and Yorkshire are beginning to get themselves into trouble here. 128 for the loss of 4 wickets, and I had to say I told you so.
He's not happy with that, is he, Johnny Bairstow? He marches off.
Very difficult to see from, we're behind him here, I should say, and I'm probably 4 or 5 strips away to the offside. But LBW to Porter. My first thought was maybe height from this angle that we're at, but in terms of direction, obviously nigh on impossible to tell with the player having his back to us. Did he get? Is he not happy because he feels he got some bat on it? Not sure, but either way, he's gone.
Yeah, it's difficult to see the replay just because of the lovely weather that we've got here at Chelmsford. But he certainly was turning ready to prepare for the next ball as the umpire gave him, and then he's been sent back to the away dressing room. And they're just watching it again there. Big appeals from the slips as we go in slow-mo. Porter coming in. No, it's too difficult to tell. I can't give you a comprehensive view of it when I'm squinting to see it.
So George Hill, the new man in, another right-hander for Yorkshire. Facing up to Jamie Porter here. Oh, good delivery first up, and he's got him. That's an excellent catch by Michael Pepper, and George Hill is deemed by Jack Shantry to have nicked one behind, and he's out for a golden duck. He lingered as well and had a look at Jack Shantry. Not sure once again if that's an indicator that he doesn't feel he's hit it or not, or what the situation is there. But he trudges off, and Yorkshire, 7 overs ago, were 108 for 1, now 128 for 5.
Jamie Porter on a hat-trick. This is good from Essex because you did feel that they were building pressure but weren't getting the rewards in terms of wickets just before lunch and after the lunch, but they definitely seemed like the confidence was up and they were able to create that pressure. And once Adam Lyth is gone, he was really the linchpin for this Yorkshire innings. Runs have been difficult to come by for Yorkshire, and wickets have been easier for Essex.
Yeah, so Johnny Bairstow, LBW to Jamie Porter for 2 off 6, and then George Hill caught Pepper, bowled Porter without scoring first ball. So 242, 108 for 1, and at 3:12, bang on 30 minutes later, 4 wickets have fallen for the addition of just 20 runs. Over to you, Victoria, for Matthew Revis and the hat-trick ball.
Yeah, so Matthew Revis just taking guard. Jamie Porter looks pumped up and ready, having just taken the wickets of Johnny Bairstow and George Hill for golden duck as well. He's having a conversation with his captain Tom Wesley. Got the crowd going. 3 slips in place as Porter is in, and it's left outside the off stump. And it's rather anticlimactic end to what's been a fabulous spell for Jamie Porter, and he's still got a ball to come.
Yep, Revis will be happy that his first ball back in the side was short, wide and easily leavable. Can bat Matthew Revis and has got first class hundreds to his name, and he's going to need to hit. In comes Porter. Slip cordon has been strengthened with an extra man as Revis plays his second ball out into the offside, and so what a change in the dynamic of this match. Still a good cricket pitch, that's not changed, but the scoreboard certainly has. And I think really you've got to say that it's credit to the way that Essex have bowled throughout the day, that even when they only had that 1 wicket and 100 runs against them, they just have kept on landing it. They've not given Yorkshire much of anything to hit, and that pressure over that lengthy period of time has now just worked in their favour, because once new players have come in, they've found it a struggle to withstand that. 4, 2 and 0 from the last 3 men. And the lads out there at the moment will be feeling this, and they need to come up with a response. We've been too soft with the bat, said Anthony McGrath after last week's match to me in his interview, and with the ball on occasions, he said.
So Critchley is in to Wharton, who's been watching all this action from the non-striker's end. This time he gets a single, moves on to 29. Yorkshire 129 for 5. Brett's been back in touch with some recommendations for you in Adelaide. He said the Intercontinental Hotel popular for cricketers. There is a hotel at the Adelaide Oval as well, but most importantly, he says the best British pub is the Fox in the northeast of Adelaide. I think that says the Fox in my reading off the screen, as Critchley is in, and that one's scooped into the ground and back up from Wharton to the hands of Critchley for no run. Critchley coming back in, and this one was flighted more, and it's lofted into the offside as they trot through for a single. It's Matthew Revis off the mark on that occasion. I did have a message from Mike as well at the Somerset Museum. He just wanted to thank all the travelling Essex fans who visited during their stay, as Critchley is in and forward is Wharton is pushing forward. It's fetched by Pepper and back to the bowler. There's plenty going on if you are around Chelmsford tomorrow, as Critchley is in, and that one's off the pad of Wharton for no run. You may have already, and you probably have, spotted the War Memorial that is just behind our commentary box at the ground. That's getting its official unveiling tomorrow lunchtime, as Critchley is in, and that one's defended by Wharton for no run, 130 for 5 at the end of the over. And obviously with the week and the commemorations of VE Day at 80, an appropriate time to officially unveil that. Really interesting hearing more about the memorial and those cricketers who are remembered on it, who died in service. I was hearing from David Pracey this week from the Peter Edwards Museum here at Essex. So if you are around the ground tomorrow at lunchtime, there will be a ceremony happening in order to officially unveil that and remember those Essex cricketers who were killed in service. Jamie Porter, having picked up 2 wickets in his previous over, will continue to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. Victoria Polly with you on BBC Essex, and we'll be rejoined by Jonathan Doige a bit later. It's Sophia Smales back with us. We'll get her thoughts on the wickets in a moment, as that one is off the bottom edge of the bat from Revis into the leg side for no run. Did you get a good view of that tumble of wickets?
I actually did. I was up in the view, up near the dressing room actually. Yeah, lovely view of the wickets actually. Yeah, I sat down there and they started tumbling, but very, very good catch from Robin Daz. And then, yeah, Porter's tidied up at the other end, really. But it's a really good spell for Essex. They've been really good, probably since that spell just before lunch, I would say.
Porter is in. It's flashed into the leg side by Revis, who seemed intent on coming back for 2, who will just get the single, 131 for 5. Yeah, it did feel like the pressure was building, and Jonathan's been saying this is maybe where Yorkshire's downfall has been this season.
Yeah, I definitely do think, though, I mean, I spoke about his over before lunch. Critchley really looked like he was in the game, and I think we've seen we've seen after lunch now his spell here. He's really looked on the money, and yeah, that catch from Robin Daz was a really good reaction catch as well, and Porter's going really nicely at the top end here.
Porter is in. That's just pushed into the offside by Wharton for no run.
But yeah, really good spell for Essex here, and I think they'll be really happy because, yeah, I think they were going on pretty nicely. Finley being live, and yeah, we've had a little bit of a tumble of wickets, haven't they? So I think, yeah, Essex camp are pretty happy.
Yeah, it's really turned in their favour in this afternoon session, but James Wharton has stuck around for Yorkshire as Porter is into him, and he defends that one comfortably into the offside for no run. When you say the view for listeners, is that the big window you can see in the pavilion?
That is the big window next to the clock.
Yes.
Yeah, the one with the sort of vented, you can open the vents. It's a lovely spot actually to watch. Can get quite hot in there, but the vents have been open in there, so it was quite nice and chilled in there.
As Porter is in to Wharton, gets him all tucked up a bit, the ball jumping up at him. But
did have a good view of the Robin Daz catch actually. It's pretty much...
Yeah, you would have been in line really, wouldn't you?
Square, just in front of square, so it was... Yeah, good viewing. And there's also a really big TV in there, so you can see the replays a little bit better than this one, actually.
You'll probably be able to tell us what you made of the Johnny Bairstow dismissal, because we struggle in the sunlight on this side of the ground as Porter is into Wharton, takes a couple of shuffles forward on that occasion, but just turns it into the leg side for no run, 131 for 5. Yeah, tell us what you made of Johnny Bairstow
I think I was chatting, actually. Yeah, I saw it in live. I don't know if I don't think I actually looked at the replay of it, to be honest. If I remember rightly, it looked quite similar to the ones we've had before. Sort of back leg again, was it?
Yeah.
But no, I think I turned around to watch the replay of the catch. I don't think I watched the replay of the LBW. I was, too busy chatting.
Who did you find an natter to? Anyone important?
Yeah, chairman and the CEO.
Oh, well, very important. You can't be shutting them up to watch a replay, can you?
Yeah, I've got to give them my full attention. So yeah, I had to actually pop up and see the chairman, and then I saw Dan Feast, CEO, up there as well. So
you're not in trouble, are you?
No, I'm not. I can see it on the replay there.
As Critchley is in, that one jumps up at Revis and just spills out for no run.
Yeah, that burst one, I don't know, that looked out from what I just saw there, but yeah, I'm not in trouble. No. Yeah, luckily Anu is actually from my school, so he looks out for me a lot.
As Critchley is in, that one with a bit more flight in it, and it's volleyed.
Yeah, he's a school alumni, so he takes care of me whilst I'm in Essex, make sure I'm all right, and he's luckily enough got me a back of the bat sponsor, so
lovely.
Just speak to him about that. Yeah.
Critchley is in on the back foot this time. Is Revis pushes that one into the offside for no run. Well, I hope they've been listening to you on BBC Essex as Critchley is in to Revis, who drives that one, and it's stopped by the bowler.
They didn't actually know.
Oh.
I know. Maybe they'll give me a listen now. So I did tell them I was on soon, so.
In comes Critchley, and looking for the volley this time was Revis, square of the wickets, comes through for the single, 132 for 5. Matthew Revis and James Walton looking to rebuild this Yorkshire innings after a tumble of wickets. Matt Critchley taking one of them, Jamie Porter with 2, as Critchley is in, flights that one towards Wharton, who pushes up to long off for no run. And that is the end of Matt Critchley's over, 132 for 5. So what did we go from? Let's just look at the fall of wickets to take you through how it's panned out for Essex, as we're 15 minutes or so away from tea, with 57 overs bowled so far. If we look at the fall of Essex Yorkshire wickets as Jamie Porter gets ready to come back on to bowl. So first wicket coming in the 23rd over, Shane Snater taking it, so Yorkshire was 71 for 1. Second wicket coming in the 49th over, they're 108 for 2, and then it is a real clatter from there. 54th over, 123 for 5. Obviously the followed was the 2 wickets and 2 balls for Jamie Porter, who is in now to Revis, drives into the offside for no run, 128 for 4, and then 5. So yes, it's that 3 for 3 spell really.
Sorry, I'm just having a look at the Essex Women's Twos match today.
How are they getting on?
Not too good.
As Porter is in, and that's driven by Revis back to the bowler. Where are they playing that one?
They're playing at Valley End in Woking area. They're playing Hampshire Twos women. Hampshire made 130 off their 20 overs, and we're 23 for 5.
Ouch.
Yeah. Not too good actually.
In comes Jamie Porter to Revis. Again, just defending that one for no run. Is that a mix of youngsters and some of the fringe players?
Yeah, it's a lot of academy. We've got maybe four seniors in it. Actually 3. I'm not sure where the 4th one was. I thought there was 4 of them there. And then yeah, I think we've got a Dutch girl who's playing some club cricket around these parts, playing for them. I think it's
Porter is in to Revis, again just defending that one.
I think A levels is an issue. I think they were struggling with who to who to call up. I think so. They've managed to field a side, which is good.
Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it?
Yeah.
For all cricket clubs, whether that be the Essex women's seconds or club cricket, any kind of senior cricket where A levels and GCSEs, as Porter is in off the edge of the bat from Revis and dropping safely. It's the time of year where on a Saturday you look at the club cricket availability and all the youngsters, or I would say most of the youngsters are worrying about exams, and then you see the ones that have put themselves available and you think, oh.
Yeah, that was me, I think. Always available. I don't think I missed many games of cricket for my exams.
In comes Porter to Revis, leaves that one outside the off stump. End of the over, 132 for 5. I can kind of understand it, I think, with cricket where it takes up more of the day for revision.
It does.
I always felt, because I'm I'm a netballer, so it's an hour game. So I always felt it was a good break from revision to go and play netball,
Yeah.
not worry about it for an hour and come back. But I can understand it's a bit more difficult when you're committing your Saturday or your Sunday maybe to being at a cricket match.
Yeah, I think more for me it was the cricket was more of the priority.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But yeah, definitely it does take up a lot more. I used to play hockey as well, so it's a lot shorter game than a whole day's 50 over cricket.
Critchley, bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, is into Wharton. He looked like he got a bit of turn with the leg spin of that one.
Yeah, he's almost just playing for the turn there. You can see his bat like coming down that sort of off stump line, like he's playing for it to turn there outside the bat, outside.
As Critchley is in, had a bit more pace on it, that one, and it's allowed Wharton to dab it down to the wide third boundary for 4 runs. 136 for 5. I've said all that about revision, but I'm pretty sure when I was doing my GCSEs, I'm not sure so much about A-levels, but I'm pretty sure I still went and scored and watched my dad every Saturday and would maybe take a few papers with me to make it feel like I'd done something at tea
That's
time.
exactly what I was supposed to be. I was supposed to revise on the bus on the way up and stuff.
As Critchley is in, pushing forward this time is Wharton, who's moved on to 33. No run off that ball.
Yeah, it was probably even worse. Like, I used to have to try and revise on the bus. And,
Oh, not while you're travelling.
I used to try and get the girls to quiz me more than anything.
In comes Critchley to Wharton, who's again getting low to it. And we've got 4 balls so far of this over, and the boundary for Wharton, it's the only runs, 136 for 5. In Critchley comes, and
Bounce again.
just taking a step to the side was Wharton, manages to get it away for 4 runs in a similar possession to the previous boundary. What are you seeing from the pitch here?
Yeah, again, that's bounce from Critchley. It's a quicker ball bounce, and he's squirted it through third. It's not an edge. He's sort of cut it very fine through third. But yeah, I think Critchley has been really, really on the money when he's getting them on the front foot.
As he is in, Critchley to Wharton. Nothing from that final ball. 140 for 5.
That one was a little bit flatter. Again, a little bit quicker. I do like Critchley's glasses though.
What's different about Critchley's glasses?
I like the gold lenses on them. I like the flare. And I don't know if I would bowl in them, probably because my head's too small, and the glass would probably fall off on a bowl. But I do like a bit of flare in the glasses. So, yeah.
It's certainly glinting in the.
Yeah, you can't miss him with those gold glasses on.
We're going to have someone else bowling in sunglasses from the Graham Gooch end. Simon Harmer's coming back on to bowl. An endless supply of sunglasses, I reckon. You must have to have a few pairs, just in case, particularly if you're having them on in the field.
I do have 2 sort of similar pairs. Probably, oh no, not similar to the ones Simon Harmer's got on. They're like kids ones, so they actually fit my head better. But they're just not that flare. So yeah, I have a big bright orange pair with holes at the top of them, which are my go-to at the minute, and I've worn them for a few years now. Simon
Harmer bowling to Revis, who's forward to it and pushing back to the bowler. Do you get superstitious about wearing the same ones?
Not really, but I am a superstitious person.
Are you?
Yeah, I've got better with it, but yeah, pretty superstitious, but not really with my glasses.
140 for 5. Harmer into Revis. He just straightens up to that one, plays into the pitch. What kind of things?
There's a few. Certain things I do when I'm batting. I like to sing a song when I'm batting, and it has to be the specific song.
Harmer is in, and this one is floated back by Revis to the bowler. Simon Harmer getting down to it.
Yeah, I'm convinced when I sing this song, I'm in the zone when I'm batting, and I scored a few runs when singing this song, so it's a load of rubbish probably, but
Harmer is in. This one's turned by Revis as he comes through for the single, but looked to get a bit more bounce there, did Simon Harmer. Do you sing out loud?
No, not really, no.
It's just in your head?
Yeah, just in my head, on repeat, the same song over and over again.
I'll think of that now next time I see you batting, knowing that you're...
Probably singing away to myself.
As Harmer is in, that's off the side edge of the bat, and
Just not carried.
it has, yeah, it's just in front of
Robin
Robin Das. Short leg, he's been successful there off the bowling of Matt Critchley, taking a catch. Harmer in, and this one is up in front of Wharton, who's on 37, so it's dot ball to finish, 141 for 5. Wharton 37, Revis on 4.
No, when I first wore my big orange glasses, I remember it's just when I was back at Storm, I think it was last year or the year before I bought them, but everyone was like, "Are you going on ski Sunday?" And they're laughing at me. And now, I'm pretty sure some of those girls have similar glasses, so...
Trendsetter.
Trendsetter. Yeah, I took some stick for those at first, but they're all the rage now. Everyone's got a pair of them.
Imagine they go quite well with the purple, do they?
Not as well as the Grey Nichols Gem bat. It's purple, it's perfect. Not that I'm pushing my sponsorship, but the purple grip is a perfect match for the purple kit, to be fair. Unintentional match.
A bit of coordination going on, so it is Matt Critchley and his sunglasses as the breeze just picks up again in the commentary box. He's bowling to Revis. Revis is forward to it, pushes into the leg side, no run. Seeing quite a bit of this at the moment. Essex just trying to keep the pressure on with their bowling, having picked up a cluster of wickets.
Gone for the 2 slips now as well, not the point.
So Critchley is in, and again Revis is just coming forward to meet the ball.
You've opted for the 2 slips and a deep point there to Revis.
Sirens well as Critchley is in. This one's dabbed down by Revis, far enough away that he can come through for the single. 142 for 5. He moves on to 5 and brings Wharton on to strike. So a quick turnaround for Critchley, who's in. This one's floated, a bit fuller for Wharton just to hit to mid or off for a single. 38 is his score. Busy time in the city as Critchley is in, and that one's dug out by Revis into the leg side. Off in comes Regita, who was on the deep square leg boundary to field.
Just a little bit too full from Critchley there. Drag his length back a little bit, and again those 2 slips will be in the game.
He's into Wharton, who takes the side step, and it's square into the offside as they trot through for 2 runs, fielded in the deep, 146 for 5.
Yeah, as I said that, he dragged his length back a little bit too much and got cut through the covers for 2.
I was asking you earlier about which end you preferred here. Did you say this end?
Yeah, in the most recent game we played at home, I had a really good spell at the Sir Alistair Cook end. So yeah, this one closest to us. But probably this year I've probably bowled more over from the top end down the hill, isn't it? The down the slope is from the Graham Gooch, I think. But I did quite enjoy bowling from this end closest to us, but as a left arm spinner you tend to bowl from whatever end the captain gives you.
As Harmer is in to Revis. He
I
clips that
don't
one
really
into
get
leg
much
side.
of a
You just say
say.
yes.
She'll be. Scriv will say, "Oh, what end?" and I'll be like, "Either end. I just want to bowl." So.
Harmer is in.
Just kept a
That
bit
was a
low.
wider delivery that time, and Revis was looking to get hold of it. In the end, he's mistimed it, and it will be a dot ball.
I feel like it just kept a little bit low. That didn't get up as much as I thought it was.
In comes Harmer to Revis. This time a comfortable play back to the bowler. I've had 62 overs as Harmer is in, and Revis just watches that one bounce past him into the gloves of Michael Pepper. Keeping patient here, the Yorkshire batter, as Harmer is in and just played into the leg side for no run. Essex won't mind this, spin both ends, keeping things tight.
Yeah, they're really putting a squeeze on here, aren't they?
Harmer to Revis, dabs that one down into the pitch. End of the over, 146 for 5, 63 overs, and
It's another Simon Harmer maiden, isn't it?
it is. I've missed his figures before it swapped actually, but
God knows how many maidens he's got through now.
they on the board. Yeah, 19 overs for Simon Harmer, 8 maidens, 34 runs.
Not too bad.
Matt Critchley will continue as we approach tea. Don't forget bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us at all throughout commentary.
Sussex are 173.
Who's that, Sussex, you
Yeah.
say? I think,
Had a bit of a collapse, haven't they?
yeah, it was some good bowling by Tom Taylor, wasn't it, for Worcestershire, you were
He's
saying
got
earlier?
Pfeiffer, I think.
As
Don't know how
Critchley
many he's got now.
is in to Wharton, who hits that one into the offside for a single. It's fielded in the deep. Yeah, there was a... I'll go through the other scores because I think there was a bit of a recovery for Northamptonshire in Division 2.
230 for 9. They're still going strong. They've managed to get over 200. Warwickshire doing well.
Yeah, Warwickshire 231 for 2 against Surrey as Critchley is in to Revis. That one's just played into the ground, fielded by Harmer at second slip for no run. Yeah, Sussex 179 for 8 in their match as Critchley is in, gives that one a bit of flight. Wharton, no, sorry, it's Revis on strike, isn't it? Number 77 on his back, just plays that one to mid-off for no run. Nottinghamshire 172 for 5 in their match against Hampshire. I'll take you through the other Division 2 scores in a moment as Critchley is in on the back foot. This time is Revis, dot ball. Glamorgan 251 for 4 at Kent. We mentioned Northamptonshire recovering to 231 for 9 against Lancashire in the other match. As Critchley is into Revis. Another dot ball. These are adding up for Essex. How many balls has Wharton faced now for his 41? About 108, isn't it?
Yeah.
Critchley is in.
Oh, it's no ball.
And he's bowled no ball.
Is that a front foot no ball? I never understand my house spinners do that.
And he comes again. Legal delivery this time outside of off stump. We will see the end of the over. Matt Critchley 1 for 27, and that will be tea with Yorkshire 147 for 5. This has very much been Essex's afternoon session, picking up 4 wickets in that time. It was the wickets starting to fall from when Kason Rajita got Adam Lyth LBW for 58. Not long after that, Johnny Tattersall was caught by Robin Das off the bowling of Matt Critchley for 4 runs, and then Jamie Porter taking 2 in 2 wickets. Johnny Bairstow, the Yorkshire captain, LBW for 2, and then a golden duck for George Hill, who was caught behind. So a much more positive session for Essex, whose hard work has been rewarded with the ball. What have you made of it, Sophia Smith?
Yeah, definitely been Essex's afternoon. I think they'll be really happy with the wickets they've got, and also not just the wickets, but they've really put a squeeze on Yorkshire here. They're not going that quickly, and yeah, that sort of flurry of wickets from Porter and then the one from Critchley, I think they'll be really, really happy, and hopefully they can get a few more wickets after tea now. And I think probably Yorkshire probably happy that Revis and Morton stuck at it after that tumble of wickets.
Well, we'll be back for the final session of day 1 of this county championship match between Essex and Yorkshire after the tea break. We hope you can join us then.
James Wharton and Matthew Revis making their way back out for Yorkshire, who are 149.45. Sophia Smale and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for the first half hour of this final session of the opening day. And how far will we be into this game? In another couple of hours' time, Wharton 41, Revis 6. First session, well, you could certainly argue that was Yorkshire's in the sense that they got to 80 for 1. It was fairly quiet, but no major harm done. But then in a half-hour spell in the afternoon session, they went from 108 for 1 to 128 for 5. And who knows, come the end of this match, how much that little spell will hurt them. Adam Lyth, 58, top scoring so far. Tattersall made 4, Bairstow 2, and George Hill out first ball. And it's going to be Kassan Raitha from the Graham Gooch end, Hayes close end, as I was brought up to call it. Back in the day, he's going to start off this final session. James Wharton on strike. Thoughts going into the final session, Sophia?
Yeah, well, they've gone back to seam early. Yeah, I think, look, they're going to try and hopefully get Revis and Wharton out fairly soon after tea, and obviously with Yorkshire they're going to want to try and bat this out for the evening and without any harm done. But I think, yeah, Essex will look to try and break these two early.
So here's Raitha then. First ball down the leg side, and James Wharton does try and play at it but misses out. Couple of slips in place. Dean Elgar at first, Simon Harmer is at second, Matt Critchley is a bit wider. Wasn't quite as wide as Gully in the last session, but he's looking like he's lining up there now. Point, extra cover. We've got a mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a long leg away to our left. Raitha comes in again past umpire Chantry, and James Wharton blocks.
He's really battled well though, has Wharton. 41 of 110, and that period where Porter and Snater were bowling really well at him at the start of his innings, he's done really well to sort of ride that wave, and yeah, he's got up to 41 quite nicely really, and he's got to really settle in now with Revis and build a partnership.
Yeah, a big one would be a big fillip for Yorkshire. Raitha in again. Wharton opens the face, runs it through square cover, and will pick up 2 to get his session underway. Moves on to 43. 150 up for Yorkshire, 151 for 5. Messages in earlier saying they needed to get a minimum of 300, and you felt that, especially on this pitch. So they're going to have to play well from here to get there. But still got a bit more with the bat to come.
It's a nice looking shot.
Up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, Don Bess will be next man in at number 8.
He's been opening recently, hasn't he?
Yeah, just that last match.
That last one was they didn't have. What was the reasoning behind that one then?
Finlay Bean was rested for the match.
Right.
Went back and played in the 2s and got a 150, and really it was trying to shoehorn in 5 seamers and a spinner.
Right, 5 seamers. Yeah.
As Raita's in, and that's wide of off stump and left.
Didn't do too badly of a job, did he?
No, he got a 20 or so in the first innings. 16 in the first innings he got. Second innings didn't work quite as well, 5.
Oh.
But then your openers can get 16 and 5 as well, I guess.
Yeah. He's no mug with the bat, is he?
No. Raitha coming in again to bowl to Wharton, who leaves this one wide of off stump. That's the first over post tee now complete. And just to say, welcome along to listeners from 5 Sports Extra who've just joined us. And let me give you an update on what's been going on here at Chelmsford. Yorkshire won the toss, decided to bat first this morning. It's the second time Johnny Bairstow's managed to win the toss. The first time they were shot out for 121 down at the Bowl against Hampshire in the first match of the season, and today, well, things looked a lot calmer. They got to lunch at 80 for 1, just the loss of Finlay Bean, LBW, to Shane Snater for 31 by the time they took lunch. Essex have bowled well and consistently throughout the day, so they haven't let Yorkshire get away, and have not thrown up many to hit, and that has kind of served them well, because they lost 4 wickets, Yorkshire, in about a half-hour spell either side of 3 o'clock. Adam Lyth was the first of them to go. LBW to Kason Raitha for 58, as Matt Critchley is into the attack, and Revis works the first ball down to long leg for, well, in fact he didn't work it down, now it was off the thigh pad, I think. Steve O'Shaughnessy signals leg by. So Lyth gone for 58, 10 fours included in that 148 ball stay at the crease, and I was saying just before he was out, if they lost a wicket you could see a few tumble in quick succession, purely because of the fact that it would be so difficult for new players to start. It's not as if the ball is doing all sorts there, it's a good pitch. It's just bowled in, by the way, from a dead ball. Matt Critchley, James Wharton stepped away quite a long time before he delivered it and just let it run onto his stumps. O'Shaughnessy indicating that's a dead ball. And so, yeah, they lost the wicket of Johnny Tattersall. He managed just the 4, and Matt Critchley, who's bowling now from the river end here, was the man who took his wicket as Wharton defends that one. Stepped across towards the offside to open up leg, but he positioned Robin Das round the corner at leg slip, and Tattersall kind of glanced it off the face of the bat. Still took a good catch from Das low down to dismiss him. That was the 3rd wicket to fall. Tattersall coming in at number 4 today for Yorkshire, back in the side in first team cricket for the first time this season. Wharton defends into the offside again there. The 4th man to go, captain Johnny Bairstow, who was only out there for a short period, 6 balls. As Critchley bowls to Wharton, who defends from the crease, no run. And Bairstow, LBW to Porter for 2, didn't appear to like the decision. And one or two correspondents have said it wasn't a great one. Not sure about that. Maybe height was a question, but if he didn't hit it, it certainly looked like it was going on to hit the stumps in terms of direction, as Critchley bowls again and Wharton blocks. And then 5th man to go, George Hill, the very next ball, caught behind by Pepper off the bowling of Jamie Porter, with one coming in towards the right-hander that went through between the inside edge and his body. Again, George didn't appear to like the decision. He stood there as if he hadn't hit it. Michael Pepper took a good diving catch, the scorebook will say, to his left, and George was gone for a golden duck, 128 for 5 at that stage. The last ball of Critchley's over has just been defended, so at the end of the latest over, 66 now bowled, 152 for 5, with James Wharton not out on 43 and Matthew Revis, who's with him, not out on 6.
Tell you what, that ball that Critchley bowled on the dead ball was probably one of the best balls he bowled in that over, actually. Lovely hit top of off.
Yeah.
Shame.
Unfortunate. That's the voice of Sophia Smale, by the way, folks. Victoria Polly is, as ever, part of our commentary team from BBC Essex down here. She's just on a little breather at the moment. And so Matthew Revis on strike to face Kason Raitha from the Graham Gooch end, known as these days, and that's punched into the offside by Revis, fielded by Robin Das, who's in with the shin pads in still under his cricket trousers at extra cover. Haven't mentioned Simon Harmer among wickets there, but he's been a key, as so often is the case at Chelmsford and wherever else he plays. Hasn't gone for many runs, has just kept asking questions. Other bowlers have picked up wickets today, but he's bowled really well, and one of the major reasons why Yorkshire have never been able to cut loose here. Raitha's latest delivery turned to mid-on by Revis, no run.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's been key all day, really. They've never let them get too far ahead. The run rate has not been that good, has it? It's just been ticking along quite slowly.
Yeah, Raitha again. Decent length ball. Revis jabbing down on that as he came forward.
Yeah, even with the partnership with Bean and Lythe, it never felt like they were too far away from Essex. You know, and as we saw, a few wickets go by, and yeah, the run rate's not really been too quick. They've been really on the money today, Essex bowlers, to be fair. There's not been too much to offer. They've been really patient and hitting good line and length.
Yeah, very good all-round disciplined bowling performance, Raitha, and again, and driven by Revis, half stopped by the bowler in his follow-through. No run. And just having a quick look at the bowling figures so far tells its own story. The most expensive, Matt Critchley, and he's only going at 3.38. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27 for him. Raitha, man in possession of the ball at the moment, 1 for 38 in his 13th over. He's the only other bowler going at just over 3. And he's in and bowling again, wide of off stump, and Revis gets his hands through this one. He's not really nailed that, and it's going to be hauled in by Robin Das a couple of yards from in front of the members stand out that way, but they're going to get back for 3. Jamie Porter, 2 for 30 off 14 so far. Shane Snater, 1 for 19 off 13, has been very tidy. And yeah, only Simon Harmer wicketless, would you believe, but 19 overs, 8 maidens, none for 34. Still tells you that he was throwing up virtually nothing to hit. Just a couple of wide ones that Adam Lythe really played nicely backward of point. As Raitha's in, and Wharton, lovely front elbow, punches back to the bowler to complete the over. 155 for 5. All is calm and quiet. We've had parties of school children here at the ground earlier in the day. They created plenty of buzz, didn't they, in the early part of the day?
It's quieting down over there. They've probably gone home by now, haven't they? It's past 3 o'clock. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any more over there now.
Home for tea. Critchley going to continue. Quite breezy here today. There's a sheet in front of the sight screen, the opposite end of the ground to our commentary position, which is okay at the moment. Has been billowing around in the wind most of the day. And the Essex flag out on the clubhouse away to our right, largely blowing out horizontally. It's been blown across the ground. Probably, as Critchley bowled that first ball of the over, probably blowing off to leg across the right-handed batter. And both of these are that. Revis punching one here up to Essex captain Tom Wesley at mid-off, and they scamper through for 1.
Sussex are now 9 down, 212 for 9 now.
Oh, they managed to get beyond 200 then, so there's a slight recovery.
Slight recovery, yeah. I think Jack Carson's just hit a 6.
Wharton defended
It
well
must be
to
an
that one.
interesting wicket at Northamptonshire, because Lancashire are 5 for 1 already.
Timber tumbling, as that's wide of off stump this time by Critchley, and stretching for it. Wharton struck it pretty well. They got through for 1, and it's Charlie Allison who's sweeping out there way over in the deep, and he was quickly round. Wharton wanted a second, but Revis wasn't for having a go, and he is on strike then. Still Das at leg slip plus an orthodox slip. He's gone full this time, Matt Critchley. And driven into the offside. Snater just wrings his hand slightly as he makes his way around to field. There was a little issue with one of the Essex players pre-play today. More in a sec, because Critchley just drops his short now. Then he's going to go here, surely, Matthew Revis. Oh dear me. Oh dear. he's got that one completely wrong. Hand on his head as he walks off. It was a shocker of a delivery, and it's got a wicket for Matt Critchley. He could have put that anywhere in Chelmsford, and he's got a top edge on it and being caught out to the, I think it was the incoming point fielder, wasn't it, who got under it in the
Harmer,
end.
you can't keep him out of the game too long, I think. He might not have got a wicket, but he's now got a catch to his name. Yeah, dragged down. It's a typical eyes light up, isn't it? Off Matt Critchley. And he's top edged it. Almost looked like it came onto him a bit quicker than expected. And he's top edged it straight up into the air, and Simon Harmer's running at point, taking an easy catch. And that's just what Essex wanted. Straight after tea.
Yeah, just what Yorkshire did not. And Dom Bess with a huge job to do now at number 8. 157 for 6 on a good pitch on day one when you've won the toss and elected to bat first. Doesn't make for easy reading for White Rose fans, but those of you who are of a home persuasion here, absolutely delighted with the way things are going after a quiet, slow start. But just to reiterate, Sophia, I think the reason, or one of the reasons that Essex are in the position they're in, is that they've just kept things dry, kept things very tidy all day, asked questions, and it's them who are putting their foot down on the throat at the moment.
Yeah, and just looking at that replay of that wicket, it almost just got onto him a little bit quicker than expected, and he's thrown the kitchen sink at it, but hit it straight up in the air. Be disappointed will be Revis. But yeah, they've been really, really consistent today, Essex, and they've got the reward for it with the 6 wickets now.
Right to Wharton, who leaves this next delivery. Matthew Revis, by the way, his final analysis will look like this. He made 10 from 47 deliveries in a 44-minute stay at the crease. No boundaries involved in that. And the wicket falling at 4:18, the last ball of the 68th over. Raitha bowled well earlier in the day. 1 for 41 from 13.1 for him now. And Critchley 2 for 29 from his 9 overs. As Raitha's in, it's wide of off stump and left by James Wharton, and the longer the innings goes on and the further down the batting order Yorkshire get, I guess the more responsibility falls on the shoulders of James Wharton here, who's living up to it at the moment with his 44. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, he's really, really settled in well. Obviously, as I said before, he had that tricky spell. Snater and Porter were really testing him, but he's dug in really well, and he's got to continue if he wants Yorkshire to get up to a good score.
Oh, now then, Raitha wide of off stump, and Wharton has left and left and left those for a living almost today from a variety of bowls, including this man, but this time he did have a push at it. Just takes that one lapse, doesn't it, in concentration sometimes?
Yeah, definitely. But he really needs to dig in here. He's started well, 44. We wanted to continue.
Here he comes again then. Wharton stands tall, gets a straighter delivery, and he's worked that one wide of Robin Das, who's chasing it towards the boundary edge from mid-on, and they're going to get back for 3. 47 now to James Wharton, and 160 up, but for the loss of 6 now. And Dom Bess gets his go. $100 already this season, Dom. In championship cricket, his first ever 100 in a championship match. I think I'm right in saying he got his first 100 here in a sort of tour match, something like that. So good memories with the bat, playing at
It's
Chelmsford.
not a bad ground to score runs at.
So he waits, Rathers in again, and that's turned to mid-wicket. Oh, now then, just for a sec, thought there might be a yes-no wait, sorry. Charlie Allison, who's fielding in mid-wicket, just fumbled that, and they've got through for a single.
Yeah, couldn't quite pick that one up cleanly. He's been excellent today in the field. I think that's why they were a yes, no, maybe. I think they probably spotted it was Allison there at short mid-wicket.
Here's Rather again, and this time blocked by James Wharton. Around about off stump, end of the over, 160.46. Afternoon to Kev Hand, colleague from BBC London. He's obviously got nothing better to do today, and he's tuned in. He'll get over it. Critchley's going to continue at this river end of the ground. He's bowled very tidily indeed so far. We know that skill of bowling leg spin is the most difficult to control, and that's why one of the reasons why we don't see loads of them traditionally in the game, but he's bowled with good control today.
I think though Yorkshire will really take this as a positive. Critchley bowling well, and Harmer, Critchley both getting a little bit of purchase, and I'll be hoping that Don Bess and Moriarty get the same when they come and bowl.
Critchley first up, bowls leg stump, and it's picked off for a single to the sweeper backward of square by Bess. So he's come in and started to try and get things ticking, and Yorkshire have done nothing faster, if you like, than accumulate at any point during the day, and if that's the way it's got to be, then that's fine. Just don't want to be losing wickets in the process.
Yeah, I think that's the line and length that Critchley's look really dangerous, getting them forward. That's taking the inside half there. If he gets one to turn, bringing the outside half into play.
This one roundabout off stump and turning away from the right-hander. Wharton stepping into it, just stroking it to Snater. Fielding in the covers, they've got a sweeper out a bit squarer than that. Looks to be Simon Harmer. Tom Wesley is deepish at mid-off. Critchley in again, so he's giving his bowler plenty of cover. There's a man back at a point round to field this one. They get a single.
Looks like Luke Benkenstein's back on the pitch.
Yeah, and I was mentioning, wasn't I, think, when a delivery happened about the injury to Noah Thane pre-match this morning. Apparently split the webbing, presumably doing some fielding practice. Split the webbing on his hand. Hasn't been confirmed unless Victoria's got any confirmation, but we think he went to hospital and had it stitched because he wasn't on at the start of play.
It's a lovely looking shot from Bess.
Nice shot out into the deep by Don Bess along the carpet for a single. Victoria saying she's not. She just knows he went for treatment. Yeah, I think the theory was that he might have to get a stitch in it or something like that. But either way, he didn't start, but he's been on the field of play since. Simon Harmer can't have been the man who I was just naming in the previous over, because he's just come back on the field for somebody.
Yeah,
So whoever that was.
Benkenstein just went on for the over, I think.
Wraith is going to continue. Shadows beginning to lengthen from the floodlight pylons away to our right. Lovely day. It's been unbroken sunshine, I think I'm right in saying, since play began. Got to that nice stage in the day here where the sun's moved round so it's not straight in your face in the com box. Wraith is in again. Bess punches to extra cover, and there's no run. Man, it's a good excuse for getting your facts wrong, isn't it, if the sun's coming streaming in the window. Bess goes through his Little routine, walks away, a few bat twiddles. And Rothesay. In he comes again then. Angled in towards off stump. But has so often been the case today. Just nipping away. Pepper maybe not as tidy as he usually is with that take, but he did the job, got his mitts on it.
It looked like that actually swung a little bit late there after it had gone past Don Bess, but still a big crowd here at Chelmsford. What are we, 4:30 in the evening.
Rothesay in. Ooh, Bess trying to play a cut shot, chops that into the deck behind him, makes its way into the gloves of Pepper. Bess doing a bit of gardening, as if maybe that hadn't bounced exactly as he would have liked. Rothesay in, and Bess solidly behind this and pushing to mid-on this time.
I think all of the Essex team bowlers today have just bowled at really good hard length. Been very, very consistent. Snater, Porter, Rothesay, all three of them have been very consistent on that length, and yeah, they've done really well, and I think they've probably warranted those wickets that they've got. A lot of them LBW, haven't they?
Yeah, Rothesay coming in again. Oh, that's wayward down the leg side, right on cue. Commentator's curse. And that is 4 wides down the leg side. That's completely left field from what we've been seeing today.
I mean, it's nearly a no ball. It's nearly pitched off the surface. I'm not sure what happened there. It was really full. No chance for Pepper. It's a good job it's being given a wide. Oh.
So 169 for 6. Rothesay in again. It's wide of off stump and driven by Bess. Fielded by Das at short extra cover. No run. Bent Nielsen says Bess for the rescue. At least I hope so. That's at JDZ Events. David says yet again this season Johnny Bairstow gets a poor umpiring decision. Ball pitched outside off. No way it was out. As in comes Rothesay, and Bess leaves, and he's gone as well. LBW.
I don't know if that looked out either.
Always in peril if you leave and it wraps you on the pad. He didn't sort of get anywhere, did he? He's looking down.
I'll have to look at the replay on
as
that
he
one.
walks
I
off.
didn't know if that one pitched in line or not.
Well, 169 for the loss of 7 wickets now, Yorkshire.
Back leg. It's side pad. It's come back a little bit, and yeah, it's an interesting decision to leave that one.
And he has, and he's gone for just the 3.
It's that back leg again, thigh pad. It's quite difficult to tell whether it's high or not at times, is it? But I think all of the LBWs have been very similar, haven't they?
Yeah.
Similar
And
dismissals.
again, you're crediting the Essex bowling.
It's that hard length again, isn't it?
And the credit goes to them for just keeping the pressure on, keeping the doubt in the batters' minds. They don't know. Clearly, on that case, not quite sure what a good leave was, and that wasn't a good leave, because he's gone for 3 from 10 deliveries. Don Bess. LBW to Rothesay, who is now showing figures of 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 50. Good day at the office for him. And that wicket falling on the last ball of the 71st over. So just 3 overs apart, another 2 wickets. And it's been a steady stream and a dismal day really for Yorkshire, with about 31 for Finlay Bean. His opening partner Adam Lyth eventually making 58, but then scores of 4, 2, 0, 10 and 3 since then.
Yeah, I thought after that opening partnership, I thought Essex would be settling in for a tough day, but they've pulled it back really well.
Wharton just punching Critchley's first ball of the over, square on the offside for 1. And we're going to see Ben Code, who's the new man out there for the Yorkies, take his guard. Number 9, Dan Moriarty and Jack White to come. It's not boding well, and it's looking at this stage as though a batting point is going to elude Yorkshire again, as Code punches one out into the covers and Snater fields.
Yeah, Essex will be looking now to really...
Critchley in again. Code.
Yeah,
punching
really
out
try
square,
and
no run.
get rid of this tail now. Yeah, try and get them out as quick as possible now, and they've obviously got into the lower order here, so they won't want them getting too many runs here.
Critchley in again. And Code watchful defence.
I do think Best was a big wicket, because I think he can score quite a few runs down the order, so I think they'll be happy that he's back in the pavilion.
Here he comes again.
It's tossed up.
Yeah, it was thrown up, wasn't it? Wide of off stump, trying to tempt Ben Code, who does like it in that area, likes to get his hands through the ball, through covers, extra cover, that sort of area. Just sent the sweeper back for what I think is going to be the final ball of the over. Ooh, tell you what, he's left that one. Not sure
So
that he read it.
I
He don't think he picked
he's
it.
picked that one.
It's just missed the top of off stump.
Lovely bowling from Critchley. Just nearly done him there with the googlies. Come back a bit, but just didn't come back enough. He's been very, very good today, though.
Yeah, just looking back at that, those last 2 dismissals, Matthew Revis is trying to throw the kitchen sink, the toaster, the microwave and the kettle at it, and got a big top edge. But Don Bess, yeah, he always looked in trouble once he left that. Just coming in really on the angle. Didn't seem to do anything special off the pitch, but I think really the key to that was he misread the length as much as anything.
Yeah, definitely.
So, right, the 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 50, bowling here to James Wharton, 49 not out. And he went at that one, didn't get a good contact on it. Ends up in the hands of Robin Dass at extra cover. James Wharton has passed at 50 already this season. Hasn't yet had a 3-figure score. And he's on the brink here of a smaller landmark as he
It's a no ball.
gets a no ball from Raita. This one did jag on him. You could hear the thud into the thigh pad as the ball then ballooned up towards gully.
That length it's that length that's really trouble batters today, isn't it? That thigh pad length.
Yeah, good bowling. Raita just stops at the end of his run. Having a word with his skip. He was asked for Critchley to come out of gully. Oh, 4th slip, that sort of area. And he's moving him into the leg side. In a catching position, really. Straight mid wicket. It'd be about 15 yards or so from the bat. As right is in, and that's wide of off stump. And James Wharton once again leads. Quiet, calm out there.
Yeah, it has calmed down out there, hasn't it?
Essex very much on top. They grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck in the second session and have continued to press on. Right in again, it's wide of off stump and Wharton leaves.
Another good leave.
Do a change in the com box at the end of the over. Victoria's getting withdrawal symptoms up the back of the box there. Yeah, the bat tap of James Wharton. Right as in again. Wharton. Solid defensive push up to mid-off. The slip positioning's interesting again here with Critchley having come out.
Yeah, they've
Elgar's,
spread, haven't they?
Yeah, he's standing wider at first, sort of about 1.5 slips, and then Harmer more like 3.5 slips somehow.
Yeah.
He'd be a bit miffed if it went through the gap between the pair of them.
That normally is the case.
Here's Reiter. And Wharton again defending. There's been a fair bit of that today. Only 20 odd overs from the end of the day's play. 172. Well under 3 and over.
Square leg in the ring for final ball. I think that's Charlie Allison, is it?
In he comes again. Wharton gets one short and wide, and this time all that patience pays off because he's been able to cut one wide of Simon Harmer in that 3.5 slip position, and the boundary takes him to what is an 8th first class half century to go with the 2 big hundreds and more that he's scored already. And this one has come from 138 deliveries.
He's done really well. He's been really patient. Yeah, really been patient, and he's got to really now try and kick on and get Yorkshire up to a really good score here.
Thanks for now, Sophia. She's probably going to speak to the president now for half an hour after the chairman earlier.
Just been talking to the CEO about her.
Have you? Yeah. Oh. Did you tell him? Or did you keep that to yourself?
Yeah, I think he wants a word. Matt Critchley to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. It's a wider delivery. It's a swipe from Code, and there was a dive behind the stumps. No, at lunchtime I wouldn't have thought there was any chance that we might end up seeing Essex bat at some point today, but I think we could see a couple of overs if we see a clatter of wickets the way we did earlier, as Critchley is in, Coe's defending.
Yeah, I think with so many overs left and the way things have gone, the odds are on Essex batting before the end of the day, I would say.
As Critchley is in, on the back foot this time is Code. 2 dot balls. I popped over to the pavilion to have a chat over there. My dad's sitting over there at the moment, so got a good view of the dressing rooms as Critchley is into Code, and he's slapped that one straight into the hands of a waiting Jamie Porter. It looked a nothing shot really as he took a swipe at it into the leg side, and Ben Code will depart without score. Yorkshire 176 for the next wicket.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's
Yeah, I
such
can't believe it. Look at him walking off. He cannot believe that he's played that shot. I don't think I can believe he's played that shot. I'm not sure anybody can believe that he's played that shot, but he has. He's got to go, and 176 for 7. Well, he'll know what that means, and it'll mean not just his shot, but one or two others a lot, and I mean a lot of hard work with the ball when Yorkshire get their opportunity, and that is coming fairly soon, I would think.
Yeah, he looks very dejected as he walks off, and the scoreboard just switches to the 8 wickets. I did doubt myself then when I saw the 7 still on there, but it's changed to 8 on our screen as Code trudges off. It looked such a, yeah, like you say, he couldn't believe he played the shot, but it was such a calm catch as Jamie Porter just had to wait for it to come to him. Yeah, the feeling was, and we obviously have not really been able to conclude from the replay, but Johnny Bairstow potentially felt that he might have hit it. You'll probably get more of clarity over that when you do your end of days play interviews later, but we could tell he wasn't a happy bunny from up here, but they had a view of that as well as he walked back to the pavilion.
Yeah, he seemed aggrieved about something, didn't he? And George Hill, I don't think, it seems that he didn't think he hit his that went through to Michael Pepper, the next ball. It's always interesting when you go down to do the toss and you listen to the umpires, because obviously they both have their words with the players. I think Steve O'Shaughnessy was the one who said, and please, no matter how bad it is, accept our decisions. And there's always that sort of smirk around, but you know that there's going to be something in the game. It just happens every match that somebody's going to query. That's cricket, as somebody once said.
Dan Moriarty is next out for Yorkshire, out to the crease, I mean by that, as Critchley is into him, and it's floated up for him to just play into the ground.
Yeah, left-handed Mozza. First match of the season for him.
As Critchley is in, Moriarty coming forward to it. And that's the final ball of Critchley's over, in which he's picked up his 3rd wicket. His figures now 12 overs, 3 for 33. Yorkshire are 176 for 8.
Yeah, and barring the honest about it. Some poor shots at times. That's costing Yorkshire here. Right then to bowl to the right-handed James Wharton, who punches this one out into the deep on the offside for a single. So we're not going to have any of this, I'm the batter and I'm going to manipulate the strike. He's trusting in Dan Moriarty, who's one of those Yorkshire players who's gone through a number change this year. He is actually in the number that Johnny Bairstow was previously wearing for long enough. He's stepped out of the 21 shirt and gone for 51 this year. And Dan Moriarty decided to change from 11 to 21 as a result. Andrew Christie says he goes back to his earlier comment about relegation worries, batting simply not good enough. Well, it certainly has not been today, Andrew. But it should be. Moriarty in behind this delivery, which was from round the wicket, 2 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and probably a long leg down below the lip of the stand away to our right, can't see. if there is one.
I think it was Matt Critchley, because I did hear a round of applause as he headed
Okay.
that way.
Matt, if you're down there, just give us a wave, will you, just to confirm. Stick up a flag or something in front of the stand so we can see you fielding down there. As Moriarty turns this next delivery to Robin Dass at mid-wicket, no run.
Sam's been back in touch on the email. We heard from Sam a bit earlier on. He was a bit concerned about the bowling attack, but says Essex have been superb, keeping things tight on what appears to be a flat deck. The build-up of pressure has created moments for Essex, and with Yorkshire going at 2 to 3 runs per over, the scorecard looks so much better than if they were going for more. Saying that, the most recent Critchley dismissal, this was the one just before the previous over, was awful.
Yeah. Here's Rothesay, and that's turned to leg by Moriarty. He was going to pick up a 4 backward of square leg. It was a rare poor delivery, roundabout leg stump, and he guided it round the corner nicely.
And that is Jamie Porter, who is hiding under the Tom Pearce stand, because I have just spotted Matt Critchley away to my left-hand side. So Jamie Porter's the one out of view. Sam goes on to say, I'm not sure anyone would have too many problems with Harmy dropping it in protest at his lack of luck today. Great to hear from Sophia as well on the mic. And being a student in Southampton, I'm considering a trip to the Bowl on Sunday, which is where Essex women are playing.
Here's right, the short ball. Trying to get Moriarty on the back foot. He ducks under it and then plays an exemplary pull shot that I'm sure in his own mind is being guided for 6 into the river. 183 for 8. Changing the field. Man's been brought across with a trip. And Matt Critchley to short square leg, the sort of area where if you did get a short delivery and fended it, you might get caught. There's Rothesay with the 5-card trick, throws one wide of off stump, and the left-hander is able to leave. A little bit of goal action taking place around the periphery. 1 or 2 flying by.
Picking up the remnants of tea.
Yeah. You'd have been starving by the time you ate, wouldn't you?
I didn't have my breakfast till quite late, so I was okay. I timed it right.
Right in again. That's a lovely shot by Moriarty. He's going to pick up probably another 4. The ball is slowing up considerably, but just bobbles over the rope through mid-wicket. So for all the praise we've given today, and it's been absolutely due, right, he just kicks at the ground with a puff of dust because he knows that was a poor delivery, and he's bowled 2 of those in this over, and to the Yorkshire number 10's credit, he's put them both away for 4. 189 for 8. God, the scoreboard away to the right is a long way behind, isn't it? 6 runs shy of where it should be. Here's Rothesay again. Ooh, good delivery. That's a good comeback this time. And a bit of limbo from Moriarty, who drops his hands on it and played it well, actually. Watching it through to the gloves of Pepper. And Rothesay, look at him now. He's really scathing with himself. Flashes his jumper at the ground. Robin Dass is just going across to try and calm him down, but you're probably best to stay out of the way of people when they're like that. Just let him get on with it and get it out of the system. 189 for 8 at the end of the 75th over.
I'm glad you're able to see that, because I've lost my live feed screen and we still haven't got the scoreboard TV working, so I am going to have to keep count, because that scoreboard won't be up with play.
It's taken me all day to work out that scoreboard over there, when it says 74 on it as it does now, that means that 74 have been complete. It should now say 75. As
Critchley is in, it's a wider delivery, which Wharton is just reaching for. It'll come through for the single. It's quite interesting, actually, just talking about Rajita and his body language there. Quite interesting, again, being over that side at tee. He was out there doing his stretches. He was on the foam roller. He was clearly very focused and ready to get back out for another spell of bowling, whilst everyone else was chatting and having a breaker around him in terms of the crowd as Critchley is in. Forward is Moriarty. Pushes back to Critchley. In comes the Essex leg spinner again. This one is dabbed round the corner and it will run away to the boundary. Simon Harler knew it was going for 4 runs as he just jogged behind it. And that's 4 for Moriarty.
Yeah, nicely played again. He certainly put the bad ball away. That was just a bit too leg stumpish and just a nice leg glance.
In comes Critchley. That's a swipe and bottom edge. It's going to go to the exact same place this time for another 4 runs. That wasn't as convincing that time.
Oh, I don't know. You've been a bit harsh there. I thought he stepped across and whipped it away, really. Just a bit of whip about it. He might not have got out the middle of the bat, but yeah,
Well,
there was probably a bit more power.
More in terms of connection,
right.
I felt it was...
You can see what Matt Critchley's trying to do. He's trying to challenge the stumps and he's turning it, so the margins are tight on him.
Moriarty moves to 12 and this time he returns Critchley's delivery into the leg side.
I think the board's done you there again. I think he's on 16 now, isn't it? 4-4,
I
2 in
forgot
this
as I
over and
looked.
2 in the previous, yeah.
As I looked up to that one, I forgot I should have
Nightmare.
waited. As Critchley is in, that one's off the outside edge of the bat and Regisa trots round to backward point to collect. Yeah, I'm not gonna say an individual score till I'm completely sure at the end of that Critchley over. It's 198 for 8.
It's almost like there's somebody in the board listening to the commentary, just sort of taking the mickey because they know that that's the one we can see much more easily than the other, which is the one that is up to date. So yeah, 76 overs in, minimum of 20 remaining in the day. Moriarty 16 off 14 and Wharton is 55 off 140.
Noah Thane is coming on to bowl. He was out there at tee having a practice.
Haven't seen him bowl before, I've got to say, in any previous match I've covered.
Did he not bowl when... Did he not play in the One Day Cup?
I don't think... I can't remember him playing. He might be wrong. But anyway, he is going to bowl.
Definitely feels like he's bowling with a bit more pace this season.
Right arm. Coming in now. Medium pace to James Wharton. It's full. Turned away through mid-wicket for 1 first up. Getting himself loose. Noah Robin Mostyn Thane. He's just going to switch to Moriarty and try his luck round the wicket. I should probably at this juncture give you the figures for Kason Rainitha, who bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 69 so far. Because if the end is swift here, that might be the last we see of him in the first innings for Yorkshire. And a good effort from him, although it did cost a few later on. And he's the only bowler so far who's gone up more than 4 and over. Poor piece of fielding here by Shane Snater, unusually. And that's going to be another boundary for Dan Moriarty, who's showing the batters the way to go here, because he's on to 20. That is now 5 boundaries he's struck, and that one was a lovely shot along the deck through mid-on. So 20 to him. Yorkshire, the applause was for them getting to 200, which a few minutes ago seemed probably unlikely.
Yeah.
They've got the last 24 runs in quick time.
It's a lack of concentration there in the field for Essex. Cost them a boundary.
In comes Thane again, and Moriarty again. He's going to get 4 more through mid-wicket. Over pitching this time, Noah Thane, probably about leg stump, and he watched it well. Will he get carried away here? 24. at number 10. Dan Moriarty. Have they managed to induce a field change? No, certainly not yet. They'll let him have a few and keep coming in. Thane then goes shorter. Moriarty tries the pull shot. Critchley fields at mid-wicket. Dan Moriarty came into the match with 121 first-class runs to his name. That's no wonder all the bowlers were dashing up to Tom Wesley saying, "Get me on, please." Highest score of 29.
Wow.
Here's Thane, good delivery this time by Noah Thane, which is angled in and then nips away, I think, from Moriarty. He's got his back to us. Certainly played at it as if it did. Through to the gloves of Pepper. There was a puff of dust as the ball went through. Kate Holsworth, by the way, Dutch bird Kate, occasionally in the com box with us, scoring when we're up at Scarborough. She's sent a message for you two, really. More in a sec, because Moriarty's been struck on the pad and is gone. He won't get to eclipse his highest score. It was a little bit of fun for Moriarty. He scored 6 boundaries. All 24 runs he scored came in boundaries, but this one was full. He was beaten, and it was no great surprise when Jack Chantry raised the index finger. 209 for 9. The end without a batting point is looking nigh for Yorkshire again.
That over certainly was getting better from Noah Thane. He didn't really find his length in a couple of the first deliveries. He was potentially let down as well, you might say, in the field on one occasion, but that we just saw that delivery before he really found his length. It was a bit of a warning sign, and then he strikes with a wicket after what's been quite an eventful day for him.
Yeah. Moriarty 24 off 19, including those 6 fours, and that wicket falling bang on 5 o'clock, and on the 5th ball of over number 77 of the day. So 209 for 9. Jack White, who was rotated, rested, if you will, last week in the defeat by Warwickshire, is back in the side here. Big job of work for he and the Yorkshire bowlers to do now, you feel, because this is definitely looking like a significantly under par score, unless he can hang around for a bit and James Wharton can take it on here and do something a bit special. He's on 56. 2 half centurions for Yorkshire, but they'll be chasing this game again by the looks of things. So Thane to the left-handed Jack White, who turns his first ball out into the deep square on the leg side. That will complete that over, and he won't take a run, leave the strike to James Wharton. So the question from Kate was,
Yes.
can you please ask your co-commentators where I can find the Essex women second 11 lineup? My ears pricked up when a Dutch girl was mentioned.
Yes, it was on the Essex cricket website. I think there was a live stream going. Sophia seemed to be watching. So you should be able to go to the match centre on the Essex cricket website, and you can usually follow both the first and second team of the men's and women's scores and lineups, etc. So fingers crossed I've given you the right information there to go and find it. Matt Critchley, as it feels a bit cool around Chelmsford now, is in. Oh, and that's whacked straight back over the ahead of Jack White at the non-striker's end by James Wharton. They're deciding to take Matt Critchley's delivery on that time. And
Yeah,
he's
no
got
surprise, I don't think, is it really, with
Nah.
just one man left
got to
with
go
him.
for it.
Yeah. And
Just got to put as many runs on the board as possible from a Yorkshire point of view. As there's some helmet juggling going on. Matt Critchley into Wharton. It's wide of off stump and slapped away into the offside. They'll come back for 2 runs as it's fielded in the deep. In comes Critchley, and that's an attempted sweep on that occasion from Wharton. Doesn't get a connection on it. He's on 62. Quick turnaround for Critchley, and this time it's forward and offensive from Wharton. Is on the drive, on the run for a single. And they'll swap around in the field. As White comes on to strike. We'll chat with Wharton first.
yeah, I think Jack's saying, which stand do you think it's best for me to put it in?
Hopefully not through the open windows.
Trent Bridge style, Alex Hales. You must have heard that story when you've been there.
In comes Critchley, and that's edged and gone, and that is the end of the Yorkshire innings. 216 posted. And Essex will be pleased with the way in which they've worked hard with the ball and got their rewards, particularly in the afternoon and this final session.
Yeah, they will. Fully deserved, I think, as far as the hosts are concerned. You've got no argument with that in terms of how you want to approach a game with consistency with the ball. This has just been exemplary, and I know 216 is not a 53 all-out type score, but this is a good pitch on the first day with the sun shining. Yorkshire won the toss, chose to bat. That is a very disappointing effort, I'm afraid, by Yorkshire with the bat, and a very, very good effort by Essex. The bowling figures in that Yorkshire first innings: Jamie Porter 14 overs 6 maidens 2 for 30, Shane Snater 13 overs 7 maidens 1 for 19, Kaysen Raitha 17 overs 2 maidens 2 for 69, Simon Harmer 19 overs 8 maidens, bizarrely none for 34, Noah Thane 1 over 1 for 11, and Matt Critchley finishing the innings off there, 13.4 overs 2 maidens 3 for 49. There were 21 extras, and Yorkshire, well, they mustered together off the bat less than 200 runs. James Wharton, though, well done to him. Good job. He got 63 not out from his 145 deliveries, 8 fours for him. And then Jack White caught Elgar Bell Critchley for none off 2, the last man to go. Essex, well, they have taken first blood in the match. They're in control at the moment. Over to Yorkshire to see how they can bowl now.
We'll be back in a few minutes for the start of the Essex innings. Welcome back to Chelmsford for the start of the Essex innings. Having bowled Yorkshire out for 216. It's time for the hosts' reply. It's Victoria Polly from BBC Essex with you, alongside Sophia Smale, Essex women's bowler, who we've been pleased to have alongside us on commentary today. Jonathan Doyle's back with you a bit later on, having talked you through the end of that Yorkshire innings where they have failed to get a batting point. Dean Elgar and Charlie Allison out to the crease for Essex. And Charlie Allison back in the side in place of the injured Paul Walter, the 20-year-old who has had some experience of county championship cricket this season when Dean Elgar was still on parental leave. Charlie Allison stepped in up top. It's the first time we've seen this combination as an opening pair. Dean Elgar, the left-handed South African, to take strike. Ben Code coming in from the Graham Gooch end. And it's just played out into the offside for no run. Sophia, you were watching on that end of the Yorkshire innings. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think Moriarty did really well to get a few runs quickly at the end, and yeah, for Yorkshire's sake, it's probably a shame he got out because he probably timed them the best that anyone really has, especially since lunch.
Yeah, he was just really going for it, wasn't he? As Code is in around the wicket to Elgar. The edge of the bat pops into the offside.
But yeah, but I think Wharton will be a little bit disappointed because hit a lovely fall just before that final wicket fell. So yeah, I think they'll be disappointed since lunch. They probably know they should have got more than 215.
Which are what Jonathan said is the story so far really for them, as that one is off the pad of Elgar. There's a big appeal which is turned down by the umpire, and Elgar was almost halfway down the pitch before he realised the ball hadn't gone that far and he needs to get back to his crease.
A few words from Bairstow to Elgar there.
And he'll be watching on closely, having been out LBW in the Yorkshire innings for 2.
Yeah, that's probably why they went up for that one. They're probably going to try and go for as many as possible from this end especially.
In comes Code to Elgar, turns that one into the leg side, fielded just in front of the square leg umpire for no runs. A lively start from Ben Code with the ball. Dean Elgar just looking to settle himself in his second match back of the season. There's a different look to the Essex lineup today, with Allison back in for the injured Walter, Das replacing the injured Jordan Cox, who's been so important in the middle order for Essex, as Code is in to Elgar. It just straightens up on him that time. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Yorkshire will be hoping to get one early here. And Essex will hopefully see it out till tomorrow.
We've got, after this ball, 15 overs remaining in the first day's play, as Code is into Elgar again, straightening up. He gets back to ball, just dabs it into the pitch, and it's a maiden over to start for Yorkshire from Ben Code, and it will bring Charlie Allison onto strike. Got quite a feel around Chelmsford now.
George Hill. Who's that bowling here?
Got Jack White, who's going to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Got various layers that he needs to get rid of before he's in a position.
Crazy. He's going to bowl in the short sleeve jumper. God.
And he had another jumper over the top of that as well.
I don't think I could bowl seam in a short sleeve jumper. I don't think I'd bowl spin in one.
Will it have that much effect?
Might limit my arm rotation. Yeah. I guess if I bowl badly, I can blame it on wearing the jumper, I suppose. But no, I'm not a big fan of bowling in the jumper.
No, I guess you want to be as feel
Loose,
as
yeah.
less restricted as you
Yeah.
possibly can. As Jack White with the headband on, hop and skipping, and then he gets one to come up at Charlie Allison on that first delivery. It's a very bounding
Yeah.
run up he's got.
I've not seen too much of him bowl actually, but interesting run up. And I do like the headband.
It's certainly keeping things at bay because we still have got that bit of a breeze around the ground. As in comes White to Allison, second ball of the over. Allison just taking a hand off the bat as he pushes that one into the pitch.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting run up, isn't it?
It's almost like the start of a triple jump kind of run up. It's
Yeah.
The way in which he kind of hops from one leg to the other on his run. It's difficult to describe really if you're listening to us on.
The way he runs in with the ball is weird as well. He moves the ball as he runs in now.
As he comes in over the wicket, and Charlie Allison gets good connection on it that time into the leg side, but it's stopped at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, he holds the ball. I don't know how to describe it on commentary, but he's almost moving his arm with the ball rather than most people have the ball out in front of them, don't they? Looks different. It's been on the money so far.
3-dot balls so far for Jack White. Essex yet to score in their innings. The 9 balls they've had of it as White is in. Played with a straight bat by Allison with 56 on his bat. He hasn't necessarily scored the runs so far this season, Charlie Allison, when he's been called upon to open. It's something new for him, being a part of that opening partnership. He's previously done it with Paul Walter this season. He's scored 107 runs. He's made some good starts. I think most importantly, he's looked comfortable when he's been playing.
Yeah, he's off the back of runs in the twos game recently, wasn't it?
In comes White past the umpire into Allison,
Well
edges
played.
that one, dabs that. It's will run away to the third boundary. There's 2 fielders chasing it,
God.
and as a
Straight.
tumbling stop, he's gone straight into the advertising hoardings as the ball has gone for 4. That looked a bit painful there.
That was nicely played though, soft hands.
First runs on the board then for Essex in their innings, and it's a 4 to Charlie Allison.
Yeah. God, here we go.
That did look quite painful. Who was that down there?
Is that Warson, I think?
He was laughing about it as he got up.
I
so
think the
he
man
is
at the
okay.
front row was more worried he was going to get a spike to the shin.
As White is into Allison, just defends that one for no run. So that is the end of the over. 4 without loss so far for Essex. Yeah, it was also a point where the advertising hoardings have sort of got a gap in it.
Stopped.
So
Yeah.
you could almost
have gone
end up
through it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When I was over by the pavilion, I tried to let someone squeeze past me, and the brackets on the back of the wooden benches.
Yeah.
I just caught my thigh on one of them, and it's right in the wrong place. And I definitely can feel a bruise coming there on my leg. As I was trying to be nice and let someone come past me, and I've managed to injure myself in the process. It's always when you just catch yourself on the corner. It's the most painful. As Code is into Elgar, who's struck on a pad. Big appeal from the bowler and the fielders. Umpire is not interested. Elgar's looking at it and rubbing his hip as if to say that's very high.
Although he's not the tallest.
He isn't,
man,
no.
Is Elgar, so they're really going to go up for it here at this end, aren't they?
Yeah, just watching on the replay.
It's a convincing appeal, to be fair to them. It has struck a bit high, hasn't it? But
there'll probably be, as Code is in, and that's driven by Elgar. He's desperate to get off the mark this time. Goes for the quick single as the throw comes in. Makes it home, and that's Dean Elgar off the mark. And Essex have 5 on the board. I think there'll probably be a bit of a boost for Yorkshire, having had a couple of early appeals. They'll feel that there's something out there for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when there's been quite a few appeals at the one end, and maybe some decisions they're not too happy about, when they get a few appeals in, they'll feel like the umpire's under pressure. So I'm sure they'll be up and about for the next appeal again.
Comes Code over the wicket to Allison. He's feathered that one through, and that's an early wicket for Yorkshire. Allison will go for 4. He just hung out the bat for it and watched it as it was straight into the gloves, and Essex are 5 for 1.
Nothing wrong with that decision from the umpire, was it?
No complaints from Charlie Allison, but disappointing from an Essex point of view to lose a wicket so early on.
Yeah, it's well bowled. I mean, it's sort of that awkward length of, can I play it, can I leave it? And yeah, it's well bowled, to be fair. I feel like you have to play that as a batter, but yeah, Yorkshire will be really happy that they've got one early doors here.
They certainly will, and it'll be up to the experience of the captain, Tom Wesley, to join Dean Elgar at the crease and try and build this Essex innings. Remember, Essex had to wait until Yorkshire were on 71 before Shane Snater got one LBW, so certainly a boost for Yorkshire to get one so early on. And it is that different look Essex batting lineup. There's not the informed Jordan Cox to come in for Essex.
Yeah, I think that would be tough for them as well. Losing an early wicket is probably not what they wanted when you're without Paul Walter and Jordan Cox are 2 of your key batters, really, isn't it? So yeah, these 2 need to really settle in here and try and build a partnership.
And there certainly is an Essex batting side that is capable, as Code is in and Wesley is forward to that one. Good delivery from Ben Code.
Struck that nicely though, Wesley.
Yeah, he got himself to it. We've got a minimum of 13 overs remaining as Code is in over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, and it's through to Bairstow, who picked up that catch off the bowling of the bowler for Charlie Allison's wicket. Lovely summer feel to the evening. Nice Friday night in Chelmsford. As Code is in, Wesley with a straight bat that time pushes up to mid-on for no run. That's the end of the over in which Ben Code has picked up the first wicket of the Essex innings, and they are 5 for 1. We'll wait for oh no, White's decided to take the short sleeve jumper off as well this time, I think.
1 over to warm up. Still a good crowd in here. Not leaving yet.
No, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were some making their way in when they
after work.
finish work.
Yeah.
can imagine some of the beer gardens around Chelmsford would be well populated as well.
Yeah.
But why not come and take in some cricket on your Friday? It's 2,600 here at the height of the day, which is good to hear, and hopefully many more to come in over what's meant to be a nice weekend of weather. It's meant to be nice in Southampton as well, isn't it?
Yeah, 23 degrees I think on Sunday.
In comes White to Elgar. He just uses the wrist to flush that one into the offside for no run. We were hearing from Sam earlier on the email, who's a student in Southampton and was tempted to come and watch, having enjoyed listening to you today.
Oh, thank you.
So hopefully you'll have some Essex support at the bowl.
Yeah, hopefully the more the better, I guess. It's quite a big ground, so yeah, be nice to try and get as many people there as possible, because yeah, can be a bit quiet when there's not that many people there watching.
In comes White to Elgar, turns that one into the leg side, straight to the fielder for no run. Because you said earlier you really like playing at the Oval for the atmosphere and that, but I imagine those grounds, if it is a bit quieter, might feel a bit strange.
I feel like it's quite tough sometimes. Like you walk out and there's not. I think that external crowd, and I guess sort of pressure from the crowd as well, it really does motivate me a bit more. So yeah, I think like in the past I have sometimes struggled in terms of like when it's small crowds, how do I get up for it just as much as I do when there's 20-odd thousand at a match.
In comes White, left outside the off stump this time by Elgar. Still 5 for 1.
But when it is the big grounds, yeah, it sometimes I feel like when I come and play at Chelmsford, it still feels like there's quite a nice little crowd because it's a small ground, and there's always people floating around near the members section by the pavilion. It's, yeah, you always feel like there's people watching, there's always people there, but I feel like when you're at your Headingleys, when you're at your Aegeus Bowls and there's a few hundred people in there, it feels deserted.
You've certainly got the crowd in close proximity here at Chelmsford as White is in over the wicket to Elgar. He's quite confident that he's left that one, as there was a bit of excitement behind the stumps as the ball travelled through.
It's a good start for the Yorkshire bowlers here though. White and Code have been on the money so far. That one's just bounced off a length a little bit. They'll feel in the game.
Yeah, they'll certainly be up for it after the start they've had with the ball. Essex is looking to settle things. Dean Elgar's on 1. Tom Wesley, the captain at the other end, yet to score. As White is into Elgar. Straight to delivery. Elgar just using all of his experience to try and wide this out for Essex, the South African who it's the first time he would have faced Yorkshire in the County Championship as an Essex player, because of course he was with Essex last season when Yorkshire were in Division 2. And went on that great run in the second part of the season to earn promotion, as White is coming in around the wicket to the waiting Elgar. Elgar just fending that one away into the leg side at the end of the over. Is a maiden from Jack White, and Essex remain on 5 with 1 wicket lost.
Two of Essex's probably most experienced batters here though, so hopefully they can really dig in here and see out this opening spell from White and Code.
They've dug out a picture of you on the BBC Sport Live page. So get your comments in.
What picture is this? It's an Essex.
I think it might be your Essex headshot.
Oh, is it?
Are you happy with that one?
I think if that's the one outside, it's just not my favourite Essex photo, but
in comes Code, and that's turned into the leg side by Tom Wesley. I think he thought he was off for some runs there, but it stopped at mid-wicket, and the fielder has stayed down after a fantastic stop. Who's that? Matthew Revis, I think it is, who just looks to be struggling.
But that's great fielding there, because that was guaranteed runs there. Wesley looked good off his hips.
Yes, he's the way he likes to play. Revis is up on his feet again. He's just recovering as this time code is in. Wesley plays that one back down the pitch past the bowler. Yeah, on those pictures that you'll see on the BBC Sport website, if you follow the live text, I had one for quite a few years, which was taken not long after I started at BBC Essex. But for some reason, everyone else has got a bit of space around their head.
Oh, God.
For some reason, it was
The
cropped
face.
so tightly to my face. My face filled the whole circle. And so every time I appeared, it was just my whole face in there as code is in. Wesley leaves that one outside the off stump. And I'm very glad now, after I had a new headshot a couple of years ago, I said, please use this photo of me instead. And it's much more zoomed out, so I'm happy.
I have a similar thing with the PMOA. What's it? Little card you get. You get access to the players' area and whatnot. I had one at Storm, and I just hated it. I hated it. And I moved to Essex, and they gave me an Essex headshot. Thank God.
Goad is in to Wesley. Plays that one into the offside. Had 4 dot balls so far. I think everyone has that experience, don't they? Whether it's a driving licence or a passport photo.
Oh yeah, I mean, my driving licence is terror. Had a few people tell me I look terrifying in it. So. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not my best angle.
In comes Ben Code to Tom Wesley, who's played that one off his hips. There was a brief delay as he waited to see whether Revis was going to get to that one at mid-wicket. It's been chased into the deep, and the Essex batters will come back for 2. So the score has moved on to 7 for 1. Still don't think Revis looks particularly comfortable after that stop he made in the previous. But was that this over, wasn't it? It was
Yeah,
at
it
the
was
start
this
of the
over.
over.
He's
Yeah.
rolled his sleeve up there. Don't know if he's hurt his elbow on those squares as well. But it wasn't quite as convincing, that shot, just slightly uppish from Wesley. They've brought in another short mid-wicket.
In comes Code over the wicket to Wesley, who's up on his toes, plays that one into the offside, and that's the final ball of the over, so 2 from it, and Essex 7 for 1. I think Revis is just holding his hand out and he's motioning towards the dressing room that he might perhaps maybe need a plaster or some kind of
He's coming off.
treatment on his hand, whether that's from where he stopped the ball, because he did reach his hand out to stop the ball, whether, like you say, he maybe just caught it on the ground, but he is going to come off and there will be a sub fielder on momentarily while Matthew Revis does get some kind of treatment.
Like Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, I think
Number 44. Looks like the way.
Yep, you are right.
He
He
runs.
did travel. Jack White from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Dean Elgar. Pushes that one into the offside. It just trickles toward mid-off for no run. This has been a good battle so far, I think, between Jack White and Dean Elgar.
Yeah, definitely. They've really been on the money, especially to Elgar. Elgar's doing well to ride this wave at the minute, using all his experience.
Turning on his mark, Jack White comes in and Elgar uses the wrist to turn that one into the leg side. They come through for a quick single. 8 for 1. Elgar moves on to 2. Jack White's figures, have I got them here? What's he got so far? 12 wickets in this season in the 3 matches that he's featured.
Not too bad.
Always have to double check because he is CJ White, because he's Curtly Jack White by official full name. So I always have to make sure.
Curtly Jack.
Yeah,
That's a
after
name.
Curtly Ambrose.
Wow.
Aircraft making its way over Chelmsford as White is in over the wicket to Wesley. Defending back to the bowler for no run.
Sorry, do you know for a fact that it is after Curtly
According
Ambrose?
to ESPN
Right.
Crick Info, it is his full name because his father liked the name of Curtly
Lovely.
Ambrose. Oh no, that might
I do
that
love a
might have been
fact like that.
the Yorkshire bio. I can't remember which one, but it's certainly one I came across when I was doing the research. As White is in again to Wesley, leaves that one outside the off stump. It was the first signing for Anthony McGrath when he returned to Yorkshire as head coach this summer. Let's hear the hum of traffic around the city because we're in close proximity to the main thoroughfare through Chelmsford Centre. Behind the stands to our left-hand side, so you'll often hear the traffic as White is into Wesley, who just plays that one up to mid-off for no run. You done much exploring around Essex since you moved? Got any favourites so far? I guess you probably haven't had a lot of time.
I've got a few favourite coffee spots. It's
Always
probably
important.
classic as a cricketer, really. You know where the good coffee is. Been to the Lock, which was quite nice, just outside Chelmsford.
Is that the paper mill lock?
Yeah, that's nice.
In comes White to Wesley up on his toes and defending for the final ball of the over. 8 for 1. Wesley is on 2, as is Elgar.
Haven't yet been to the sea, unfortunately.
Probably hasn't been the
a few
weather
of the
for it.
girls have made the trip to the sea, so probably will go there at some point. I've been to the zoo.
Culture
was
Zoo,
good.
very famous, yeah.
Yeah, I went to the zoo in maybe January time with Jodie Grewcock. Actually, she loves animals.
Yes, I've heard her say that if she wasn't a cricketer, she would work with animals,
Yes, she loved it. She was most excited about the sun bears.
which are often hard to spot at Colchester Zoo.
Yeah, so we went 3 times around to make sure we would see the sun bears just for Jodie. But no, it was a good day out. Loads of animals there.
Ben Code is making his way into Dean Elgar, who defends that one and then just trots across to protect his stumps and hand the ball back. Yeah, being from Colchester, I've sort of grown up with the zoo, so I take it for granted, but it is very well respected.
It is a big zoo, actually. Yeah, it was a good day out.
I often take my nephew now, and he does like the bears, but it's very rare you actually get to.
Yeah, they were
get to see
hiding
them.
for quite a while.
And you've got lots of options when it comes to the coast and which seaside
Yeah.
you go to, as Code is in around the wicket to Elgar, comes off the outside edge, drops safely, and they'll come through for the single. Elgar will move to 3, Essex move to 9 for 1. You can either go north to the likes of Clacton, Walton, Frinton, even the island of Mersey, or you could go south to Southend.
Mersey is where I think it's near where, not far away from where some of the girls live, so they've been there. Yeah, and I think some people live in Leigh-on-Sea actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that. I think Kelly's from Southend.
Yes,
so
she'll be able to show you the sights of Southend and Leigh-on-Sea.
Adventure Island.
As Code is in over the wicket to Wesley, he just turns that one into the leg side. Comes through for a quick single as it's fielded in the deep. 10 for 1. Wesley on to 3, the same as Dean Elgar, and there'll be a swap in the field for the left-right combination.
No, I heard from, I think Jodie went to Mersey the other day and said like she got stuck on the island because a tide came in.
Yeah, well, I'll explain that to those not familiar with Essex in a moment, as Code is in, and that one's Just prodded into the leg side by Dean Elgar. So Mersey Island is only accessible by a causeway called the Strood.
Yeah.
And the Strood is at the level of the water, so when it's high tide, it gets covered.
Yeah.
And so you can
You're
only
stuck
pass
there.
it at certain times.
I think they were stuck there for a good 40 odd minutes. They
Yeah.
were like, watch this, are we stuck in traffic?
You can only cross it, well, you can't cross it when it's high tide, as Code is in to
Sure.
Dean Elgar, and he's driven that one through the covers
I think
nicely.
that's going to go. It's not
And
quite
it's
got all of
just
it.
slowed up in the outfield, so they'll only get 2 runs, but nice shot there from Dean Elgar, really getting hold of it that time, moving Essex to 12 for 1. Yeah, it's unique in that sense. They've never sort of decided to put a bridge in to make it easier to get on and off. But you know, Mersey's a lovely place. I used to work on Mersey and used to finish quite late at night sometimes, and you'd always sort of, your heart would sink if you got to the Strood and suddenly you were going to have to
Yeah.
wait for an hour to get home, as Code is in. And Elgar turns it into the leg side, no run, as there's a lively moment in the field. End of the over, Essex 12 for 1. Did Matthew Revis come back on? He did, so he clearly got what he needed for that problem with his hand, and he's back out there. And while we have a change of over, I think we might have a change of commentary as well for you. Jonathan Doige is going to rejoin Sophia, and that may well be me done for the first day's play.
You can't just leave your adoring public like that, just at the drop of a hat, Victoria Polly. George Hill is going to get a go with the new ball at the Sir Alistair Cook. I've been calling it the River End and the Hayes Close End all day, because that's obviously changed since I last came here for a 4-day game.
What's that?
The ends.
Oh, yeah.
George Hill then, right arm over the wicket. And
Lovely timing.
it is a lovely shot. It's probably going to beat
Little race away down there.
Tom Wesley through straight mid-wicket. So a loose note by George Hill, but boundaries off George are a rarity really, and he is a player who Yorkshire have consistently been able to go to get control with the ball. Doesn't cost many. Has those odd little spells where go for 2 or 3 quick boundaries, has happened at the back end of last week's game, but generally speaking, very reliable. Just got to get loose here. He's in, and there you go, dropping on it. Second ball, Tattersall fielding at short mid-wicket.
Must be happy with this start, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, it's always good to get an early wicket on the board, isn't it? Just gives you that bit of confidence. But they've got loads of work to do, I think, Sophia, in light of what we think about the pitch and how it's played so far. It's going to be interesting, of course, because they don't play 2 spinners very often at all, Yorkshire, these days. Or it might be 1 spinner and a part-timer, for example, if somebody like Joe Root is in the side. And I say that with respect, Joe, of course, if you're watching. But you know what I mean, not a front-line spinner, although he's bowled a lot of overs in Test cricket. That was a 2 backward of square leg.
Am I right that Adam Lythe has turned his arm over?
He has,
Yeah.
so he's another one. He has done already this season.
Yeah. I thought I'd seen that.
In comes Hill, and that's solidly blocked this time by Wesley. Yeah, he's. I mean, he famously got a 5 for in a T20 game up at Durham 5 or 6 years ago, something like 5 for 11. So he's had his moments with the ball. I think probably emphasis is on moments. He did come on earlier in the season and just came on, got a wicket, and then was taken out of the attack. You know, did the job, just broke a partnership. George Hill in again, and that's once again blocked by Wesley. But you'll have them players in the teams you've played in, won't you, as well? You know, there's always one of those players who, if you bowled them all the time, they'd probably go for a few round the park. But if they can get them on and they can find that good delivery that they can bowl, then they can get a wicket and job done.
Yeah.
It's one of the many fascinating facets to this brilliant sport, as Hill is in, and that's turned backward of square leg for a single by Wesley. A little bit maybe towards the inside of the edge of the bat, but contacted on it well enough. End of the over then. It's cost George the 5, and I can see through 8 panes of glass. Essex 19 for 1. Elgar on 5 and Wesley so far 10. 7 in fact it cost George that over, by the way, not 5. Before you start to shout at your screens or scream at the radio.
It's very, very good off his pads as Wesley. Any time bowler's strayed onto his pads, he's very good at flicking it through in front of square.
And just thinking ahead, we might have to drag Victoria back on, because at 6:05 I've got to do an update for Radio Leeds, so I'll have to come off this bit of the air to go on another bit. Here's Ben Code, just outside off stump and left by Wesley. Ben taking the early wicket. Obviously Yorkshire supporters know the drill, but Ben Code so consistent. There's lots of talk about Sam Cook and Ben Code being, for a few years now, you know, similar bowlers. They're not similar bowlers in how they bowl, I don't think, but apart from the fact that they're both right arm seamers, but their records are very, very similar. Here's Code in, and Wesley opens the face, runs it to Tattersall at point. No run. 300 first class wickets at around about 20, well, just under 20.
You'd be pretty happy with that, wouldn't you? Yeah, I think it's good to see Sam Cook get a call up. I think it's probably a long time coming, and yeah, I guess you hope with Ben Code that also happens fairly soon as well.
In he comes, and again wide of Wesley's off stump, and he leaves. I'm not sure. I think that the ship might have sailed, as far as Ben's concerned, into his 30s now.
Yeah.
I think, you know, there's been every opportunity to give him a go, hasn't there? Before now, that record has been built up out of consistency over several years, and I think there's always the thing about pace with Ben, that his pace would not trouble the best players in the world, no matter how accurate he is. That seems to be the theory, or one of them, as to why he's not played international cricket. But you would have thought something like, you know, a bit of a go with the Lions might have just been the next step to see how that went as Wesley defends.
Yeah, well, I mean, recently there's a few people, isn't there, that have been performing really, really well in county cricket and aren't quite getting a go in England squads, and you're wondering why, and then you see the people that they're picking that probably don't have the stats to back it up. So yeah, a lot to do with youth sometimes, isn't it? Youth and pace and height.
Code in again, and solidly blocked this time by Wesley as Code straightens things up. I think, you know, giving him a go in English conditions, in the sort of stuff that he's used to playing on week in, week out, would have been the way to go. I suppose somebody like Ollie Robinson might be, again, not who you did directly compare Ben with, but of that sort of ilk, right arm seam, bit quicker, Ollie.
Yeah, but he's not that quick, is he, compared to... Yeah.
Then he comes again, and this time top of the bounce, Wesley plays it back to Ben Code. So tidy over once again from Ben Oliver Code. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7 so far.
He's not in the setup now, Ollie Robinson, is he?
No.
No, he's not been in for a while. Few squads now he's not made, is he? It's not in the favour at the minute. Another very good bowler, very consistent. I used to really enjoy watching him bowl for England.
Yeah. Quality performer. Here's George Hill round the wicket then to Dean Elgar, who pulls the bat out of the way. 19 for 1 into the 10th over. Yeah, it's been good in all respects, really. Apart from if you've had the bat in your hand as a Yorkshire batter today, really, as the pitch.
Yeah.
No problem with it. There's been some turn, as you'd expect, the two shaved ends, but it's not been prodigious. There's been a little bit of nip still
It's a lovely
at times.
shot.
And as Sophia says, that's a beautiful shot. Over pitching George Hill, outside off stump. And probably not wise to do that against a player of Dean Elgar's quality, and it's just lovely to watch stroke that along the ground through extra cover. Proper cricket shot. Yorkshire striving for a second wicket. Can they take another one with them this evening? Yes, they can. Elgar plays it straight to Adam Lyth at second slip. There was a little bit of kick off the pitch. It's a good delivery by George Hill and a very, very good catch by Adam Lyth low down. And a second wicket does fall, 23 for 2. And they're just, well, if not getting a foot back in the game, a little bit of a little toe at this moment in time.
Yeah, just sort of nudged it. It was quite wristy. It was a prod. Felt like he had to play at it. That's a huge wicket for Yorkshire. I think it's probably going to be the night watchman. It is Jamie Porter, I think, walking out to bat. Looks like him. Not the start that Essex wanted. 23 for 2, and Dean Elgar has gone for 9.
Yep. In the 10th over of this Essex innings. Well, an interesting day continues, because for all the world you'd turn up here and you'd say it's going to be difficult taking wickets on this pitch. That's 12 that have now fallen in the day, and we've still got, what, 6.5 overs to go before the close, and it does not feel like one of those sort of pitches, and really hasn't played like that. But I think you just got to credit on both sides so far. The bowling has been very good, and as Sophia says, Jamie Porter out as night watchman. Had this debate recently. You two would be good about this. Night watch person down at Hampshire, as we got a short ball from George Hill over the head of Porter.
Night watch person.
Night watch person, night watch woman, night watch man.
I guess it's just man or
night hawk.
woman. But
Well,
we
he's
don't really
he's
get
a night
them.
watch man, isn't he?
Yeah, we don't really get night watch women because we don't play red ball cricket in county, do we? So you only have to remember that.
Which is something that would be great.
It would be great, yes.
Hill is in, and
I'm a big advocate for it, but yeah, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Unfortunately.
and then we would have. Who knows? You could end up in a few years' time if they do go that way. Hill over the wicket. Ooh, good delivery, and Porter playing down Bakerloo, and that one, I think, on Jubilee. 23 for 2 at the end of the 10th, and an excellent over by George Hill. What's in it for Essex in these last 6 overs? What do you want to see?
Oh, I think these two are getting into the close, really. Yeah. I think it's just important now not to dent that wickets column too much now. Settle in. I'm sure Wesley will keep playing his shots. Just hope that Porter can hold up an end.
Jack White back into the attack from the Graham Gooch end. Dean Elgar, by the way, Just to wrap up his stats for you in that innings, caught Lythebold Hill for 9 off 24 deliveries, including 1 boundary. Here's White, right arm over, wide of off stump first up. No run.
Did not enjoy how close that bird got to the window.
Have you ever had one in the house before?
My
as in
grandma
unwanted?
has, but I've experienced a seagull at Newquay come after my fish and chips, and that was enough. I'm terrified of the things.
In comes White again. Shouldering of arms this time from Wesley. I've had a few in the house over the years. Certainly 3 that I can think of, where they've just kind of got in the skylight or whatever.
Yeah.
Or flown in a tilt and turn window.
I think my grandma had them through the chimney at one point.
Yeah, that's also happened. It's the mess.
Yeah,
they leave because they're trying to get out. Yeah,
and they're just flapping into walls and windows.
I can promise my PC chair in my old office at a previous house was in a real state after a Stalin had been flying around for about half an hour. White is in, and that's left by Wesley. Perhaps probably the best, least said, soonest mended on that front. Yorkshire pressing then for a 3rd wicket. They would be at least happy with the way the day ends if they can get off with a 3rd. But they'll be disappointed with what happened with the bat. Here's White to Wesley, solidly behind it, the Essex skipper. No run. Plenty of buzz from the Yorkshire fielders out there. A lot of encouragement, as you always get, don't you, when a wicket's fallen. Yeah.
Plenty of chirp from those slip cordon.
White with that ungainly sort of running style as he comes in and bowls. And a fair bit of muscle about it in the end. It's wide of off stump and no run. Who's the Essex women's, who's the one out there on the field when things are a bit flat who keeps you going?
Oh, great question. I'd probably say, I would say the skipper's pretty vocal, pretty loud. Yeah, probably Scriv. Captain keeps rallying us round.
Wide of off stump again and left by Wesley. That's Grace, yeah?
Yeah, that is Grace, yeah. Grace Scrivens.
Yep.
Yeah, she's pretty good at getting us round, getting us through the overs really quick, trying to create as much buzz as possible. And we got a few people that are really good at like getting the ball into the keeper and really trying to create energy and buzz sort of that way.
I'm just going to have to step out because I've got to dial up and do my update to BBC Radio Leeds, so Victoria can pop back in for a couple of minutes and then I'll finish things off.
In comes Hill to Jamie Porter, who plays that one into the offside. 4 deliveries faced now for Jamie Porter, yet to score. I've seen a mix of him take on this role. Also, it's a favoured one of Sam Cook as well when he's in the Essex team. Hill moves in past the umpire over the wicket to Porter, who's just defending that one. Trying to settle Essex back down in these remaining 4 and a bit overs of the match. Or not the match, the day's play, I should say. I'm getting ahead of myself. I hope not. And Essex will be disappointed to have lost not only the early wicket of Charlie Allerton 4-4, but the experience of Dean Elgar as Hill is in to Porter, who's up on his toes, playing to point for no run.
Shaping up all right so far is Jamie Porter. Be hoping to see out these next 4.3 overs.
Captain Tom Wesley watching from the non-strikers end. Wonder, I'm not sure whose views we'll get, but I wonder if we hear from Captain Tom Wesley in the end of play interview, what his thoughts on the day will be. As that one's onto the toes of Porter, flicks it into the leg side. He seems pretty calm, but excitement from the field.
I thought there was a run there also, but no run.
He wants the strike, Jamie Porter.
Didn't really move his feet though, sort of just got caught on the crease and just flicked it. Got good connection actually, but I think that's why there was a few oohs and ahs.
In comes George Hill to Porter, outside edge of the bat this time. It's got Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps, holding up his gloved hands in excitement of delivery from George Hill.
There's a nice bit of shape in actually. Just looked on the replay there. You can see Porter just saying to Wesley, just shaping in a little bit. He's looked good so far as George Hill.
Yeah, figures of 1 for 11 as he is into Porter, who's defending. And that's the end of the over. A maiden from George Hill, 23 for 2, 4 overs to go. What does the pre-match routine look like tomorrow night? Is it just a calm evening at the hotel, some meetings and that kind of thing?
There'll be like a little bit of analysis, yeah.
sensible evening.
Yeah, sensible evening, that's for sure. I think the hotel's got a pool, so probably
lovely.
A little bit of a recovery swim after training. Yeah, probably on Deliveroo, to be honest with you.
And Jack White's bowling from the Graham Gooch end. That's outside the off stump of Tom Wesley. Jonathan Doyle has finished his update, so I will depart, and I think it is my final goodbye for the day.
She can't wait to get off the air, that Victoria Polly. I don't know what she's getting paid for. Come on, there's a swimming pool and we're going to do a bit of swimming. we all know what goes on the night before a game, Sophia. Is it shots or cocktails? I'm not quite sure. Here's Jack White. Oh, that one keeps low on Wesley. Tell you what, that was very fortunate for Wesley that it wasn't straight, because you could see the poles scattered had it been, and he's off to do a bit of gardening, and no wonder Jack White will probably rue the fact that he didn't bowl it straight. Kept low. And Wesley, with that reaction that batters get when they get one that keeps low, just sort of jabbing down after the ball had gone on that occasion. In comes White once again, and pushed back to the bowler by Wesley. No run. Those listeners of a certain age might recall former Notts and Derbyshire and England fast bowler, Mike Hendrick, and there's something about Jack White's run-up that reminds me of Mike Hendrick, who was a classy bowler. Don't think he ever managed a Test fifer, but he was always nagging away in the days when players were in and out of the England side. 3 slips, couple men in catching positions to leg. White trying to get this straight, therefore, but in actual fact, just pulls it wide of off stump.
I think it might have been a little bit before my time.
How do you mean?
I don't know who he is.
Look, if you've got an ageist comment to make, Sophia, let's just have it out there now. I'm from Yorkshire, you know. Give it to us straight. I don't know.
What
I've
era
driven
are we talking?
200 odd
here?
miles to be insulted here.
What era are we talking?
A few years ago. Before the Premier League. Yeah, late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
I only saw him on film. Obviously never live. In comes White. James Wharton's just gone in at silly mid-off. He's very, very silly mid-off, actually. He's very close. He could be in for a real battering if Wesley picks one up on a half volley there. That was wide of off stump again. He still managed to draw a yelp from Adam Lythe in the slip cordon, but bless him, he likes a good yelp.
It's never nice having someone right in the eye line though there.
No.
But yeah, let's hope that White doesn't bowl a half volley here.
And he comes then. He's bowled it straight, and Wesley was right in behind it to complete that over. And he's now
Maiden.
5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5 for Jack White, who's so far been tidy. Had a little go at this end and has switched to the Graham Gooch end. Porter not out 0, Wesley not out 10. And George Hill, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11, continuing at the Sir Alistair Cook end. 13 overs complete in this Essex first innings, 23 for 2, and 3 overs remaining in the day because we are now past 6 o'clock. Then comes George Hill over the wicket, goes short first up to Jamie Porter. James Wharton at not quite so short leg, a couple of strips away from the batter, still retaining the helmet. Also a leg gully really in place. That's Johnny Tattersall. Oh, bowled him! George Hill has got one on off stump. It's kept low, and Jamie Porter, the night watchman, has gone. And Essex now find themselves in a bit of trouble here. That was a little bit naughty in terms of what happened off the pitch. And for the first time today, with one of those, somebody has got one straight. 23 for 3.
Yeah, just he's getting the ball just to go in a little bit, and it's just kept low. It swung in, and this stump Porter all ends up. So it's not a good start for Essex though. 23 for 3 now.
No, work to do for the hosts with the bat. They've been superb with the ball today, and Yorkshire definitely came up short with the bat themselves. Don't think there was anything in the Yorkshire innings on the stumps that behaved like that. There were one or two that were just a couple, weren't there, that were wide of the stumps that did.
Yeah, he was getting a little bit of swing Hill, which we didn't really see too much of in the first innings, but it's a really good start for Yorkshire. This game's really just sort of swung both ways now, hasn't it? It started in Yorkshire's favour. Finley Bean and Lythe at the start had a really good partnership, and then it was Essex's afternoon, but I think Yorkshire will probably be really happy with their bowling going into this evening. They've pulled it back well.
They're certainly scrappers. Here's Hill again. Ooh, there's an appeal for LBW here. He's got plenty of bat on that because it's almost going for 4 back past the bowler. New man is Robin Das, by the way. But I think the appeal was for, did that hit the toe end of his boot first before he got the bat down on it?
It didn't bat and pad was very close. Interesting to see on the replay, but
Felt like he might have been boot anyway, yeah. Could have been bottom of the pad.
it's definitely got some bat on it. I don't know.
Jamie Porter, by the way, was out for a duck, and this time Das right-handed, shouldering arms to that delivery. So all sorts going on. 13 wickets. I can't believe that we've seen 13 wickets fall today, I've got to say. It does not feel like a 13-wicket pitch. Certainly, you know, plenty of them claimed by Seam, although 4 obviously as well for leg spinner Matt Critchley earlier on. And that's pushed square on the offside by Das. He's going to pick up a single.
They are really up and about though, that slip corner now. Chirping away.
Brings Wesley back onto strike. Got to weather a little bit of pressure because George Hill is bowling a hot spell here from this Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in again, and Wesley pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. 2 overs remaining in the day. George Hill, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. He has 2 of the 3 wickets that have gone, and Essex 26 for 3. Well, whatever happens, once again you can say that Yorkshire have scrapped away. They've shown that resilience that I talked about again on the Radio Leeds cricket show last night. And if only they could put more runs on the board, they might have a chance of climbing the table. Jack White is going to continue at the Graham Gooch end. Not sure why, but my internet connection's disappeared. Everybody else is all right in the room? Yeah? Your internet connection working okay, Victoria? Dropped out. White. Oof. Das pushing forward, just felt like he was feeling for the ball a little bit.
Now.
Yeah, because
4 slips and short leg just in front, really, isn't it? More like a.
yeah, and it's a good shout, I guess. At this stage, there's only a few balls left in the day. You can afford. You know, if there's any streaky runs off the edge, fine, but you've got to give yourself a chance of taking the early wicket of Das. He's only just gone out there. He'll just want to get to the end of the day. Minimum of fuss. Throw me a few wide ones, let me leave them. But also beautiful delivery from White, which passes him on the rise. And for the first time in the match, there's some pressure on the hosts here. Porter, by the way, bowled by Hill without scoring off 11 balls. You statos out there. Das has faced 5 for his 3. Just 10 balls remaining in the day. Oh, another beauty from Jack White. Das pushing at thin air. Around about off stump.
I thought you got something on that one then. That one was close.
Yeah.
9 balls.
He'd be just, like I said, praying for something wide of off stump to leave, or throw me a half tracker down, let me smack it out of the park and just get out of this little sort of mini rut that's going on at the moment. White turns at the end of his run as we re-welcome listeners from 5 Sports Extra, and he's in again. That one this time is that easier leave outside off stump. Just to recap for Sports Extra listeners, Yorkshire 216 all out earlier this afternoon. Feels like a below par score on what to all intents and purposes has looked a good pitch. Having said that, the most recent of the 3 wickets now to have fallen in this Essex first innings Jamie Porter came in as night watchman and was bowled by George Hill off stump with one that kept low. The first time in the match, the back end of day one, that's happened when the ball's been challenging the stumps. There's been a couple before that were wide of off stump. White bowling here to Robin Das, who's coming at number 5, and he's run that one away backward of point for a single. The other 2 wickets to have fallen in this Essex first innings were Charlie Ellison, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow off Ben Code in the 3rd over. He went for just the 4. And then Dean Elgar off the bowling of George Hill, who's been doing superbly so far in his 4 overs at this Sir Alistair Cook end. He got Elgar to pretty much play it off the face of the bat somehow to second slip. Adam Lyth took a really good low catch. Elgar gone for 9 before Porter, who followed without any further addition to the score. Final ball of that Jack White over turned into the leg side by Wesley.
But Robin Das was happy to get up the other end there. Let Wesley face that last ball, although he's back on strike now to Hill.
Yeah, so just 6 balls remaining on this opening day, which has been really interesting, as I say. And when you watch a lot of cricket and you look at the strips they're playing on, I mentioned earlier that there's a patch shaved more closely than the rest at either end. Essex playing 2 spinners. Simon Harmer didn't manage a wicket, which is obviously unusual, but he bowled really well, and Matt Critchley was the man who benefited, or one of those who did today. 4 for 49. He also bowled really well, not taking anything away from him by saying that. That's George Hill to bowl the last over of the day to Robin Das, who plays out into the offside that first ball, and there's no run. But to all intents and purposes, Sophia, he's played pretty well, hasn't it, to say that there's it's been a struggle to score runs, really. 216
yeah, I mean,
plus 27.
Yeah, but earlier we didn't see much nip, didn't see much swing, and yeah, there's been 1 or 2 that's kept a little bit low, but...
It's Hill again, strikes Das on the pad. There's hands on heads with a stifled appeal from the Yorkshire.
I think it's
Gordon.
going down as well as being quite high. But George Hill is getting a little bit of in-swing in here, to be fair. Encouraging signs for Yorkshire.
Yeah, 2 for 14 for George Hill with 4 balls of his 5th over remaining.
Yeah, started with a few looseness to Dean Elgar, but got the reward.
Here he is again, and Das is having to be solid with his defensive push at that one. We're set up for another second day of play here at Chelmsford tomorrow that you won't want to take your eyes off, I don't think. It's been really interesting. I think the fact that runs have been at a premium today has got far more to do with the quality of the bowling on offer from both sides than anything to do with what you'd call the state of the pitch, quote unquote. Essex were superb earlier, and Yorkshire have been very good as well in their response here. George Hill bangs one in short.
That's an easy leave for Robin Das, isn't it? He's happy days there. He's got 2 more balls to face.
Yeah, George trying his darndest to find just one more bit of magic before the end of the day's play. Quick rub on the bottom of his shirt, and he's scurrying in now past umpire. Oh, Shaughnessy, dearie me, that's come back a mile. Johnny Bairstow.
Over the stumps.
Yeah, and he's taken that. Can't believe it. YJB, he's walking towards square leg at this moment in time, and he took it 5 yards to his left.
And it is bounced over off stump, and it's... God, talking about the one that kept low from the other end, that is bounced a lot, and that was the one that George Hill probably wanted to keep low, because that was going to be crashing into the stumps. It's a hell of a ball.
Yeah, 1 ball left in this opening day's play. Dan Moriarty's giving that a good old dry before he hands it to George Hill, and a few words for him. They're just making Robin Daff's wait here. A little bit of theatre about it. Adam Lythe's asking for a fielding change from second slip. He's not going to get his way because in comes George Hill. Last ball of the first day. Oh, beauty again. There's a big appeal. He's gone past the inside edge through to Johnny Bairstow and turned down by Steve O'Shaughnessy. Well, he pulls out the stops today. That's been a cracking day of cricket, I've got to say here. Yorkshire 216 all out. Essex will finish the day on 27 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Oh, no,
George Hill 2 for 14 off 5 overs. Cracking last over, which didn't bring a wicket, and an enthralling day's play. You would say Essex very definitely on top at 5:05 when they took the final wicket, but Yorkshire have just chipped their way back in here and given themselves a little bit of an opening as we look ahead to day 2. Thanks for your company, folks. Thanks to Sophia and also to Victoria. God, I'll be back again tomorrow morning with whoever Victoria's decided is on the team. Dick Davies tomorrow. Oh, we'll have some fun, I'm sure. Yeah, hopefully you'll join us from about 5 minutes before the start of play on Saturday morning. But from us three, it's bye for now.